Hello, my snoring Pixar dumplings. Pull the covers all the way up. Find whatever position your body has been quietly negotiating toward for the last hour, and let the day close behind you like a door that has nothing more to say. Tonight we're going somewhere very old, very cold, and in its own particular way, very beautiful. We're diving into some mythology, but this is the first of many episodes that focus entirely on mythology. There will be all kinds of sleep-inducing stories of that kind here to lull you to sleep, so before we start, if this type of content helps you sleep like a baby, feel free to follow if you have not already. Leave a comment on how your day was, and let me know what time it is for you and where you're tuning in from. Seeing where you guys are all tuning in from just makes me so happy. It really does. Now, dim those lights, turn on a fan for some white noise, and let's get into this together. Long before the human world had a reliable word for shadow, the Norse cosmos arranged itself across 9 realms, strung between the roots and vast upper branches of an ash tree older than memory itself. The gods of Asgard kept their golden halls in their difficult order, watching the edges of that order with something quieter than fear and something heavier than ordinary worry. Tonight we follow a single thread pulled from the enormous weave of those old stories, the life of a girl born between 2 states of being, cast downward by the most powerful hand in the cosmos, and who made something sovereign and still from what she found at the bottom. Close your eyes for a moment and try to imagine a tree. Not a modest backyard tree, not the kind with a swing hanging from one branch and a bird feeder nailed to another. This tree is Yggdrasil, and it does not simply occupy space, it generates space. It holds all the space there is. Its roots press into 3 great wells, each one underneath a different part of the world. The first root runs beneath Asgard, where the gods live and argue and occasionally produce decisions that create enormous problems for everyone downstream. The second drops into Jotunheim, the land of the giants, where the wind comes sideways and the rocks carry thoughts that move at the speed of geology. The third route reaches into Niflheim, the oldest of all the cold places, a realm of permanent mist and sustained silence, where the only regular sound is the slow drip of water into a well called Vergelmere, from which all rivers in the cosmos eventually flow if you trace them back far enough. The tree is large in a way that makes the word large feel like an insult offered by someone who means well, but lacks the vocabulary. It holds 9 worlds the way a house holds rooms, each one with its own light and weather and set of convictions about what matters. Asgard sits high, polished and certain, a place that has never had to apologise for its appearance. Below that, Midgard stretches across the middle, the world of human beings, where people plant things and name stars and occasionally stand outside at night wondering whether the thunder means something specific or is simply being atmospheric for its own entertainment. Further out and further down, the other realms arrange themselves in ways that do not correspond to any geometry taught in school. Alfheim holds the Light Elves. Svartalfheim holds the Dark Ones. Nidavellir is where the dwarves build things of terrible ingenuity in the deep stone, in workshops where the only light comes from the forge and the only sound is deliberate and productive. Vanaheim is home to a second tribe of gods, the Vanir, who have their own relationship with the land and the sea and the slow green business of growing things, a different kind of power from the Aesir, older and more rooted, and at the furthest, deepest end of the map, cold and vast and older than everything above it, Niflheim and Helheim wait in the dark like the last page of a very long book that you suspect was better than the ones that came before it. The people who first told these stories told them out loud. They were Norse, meaning broadly the Germanic-speaking peoples of Scandinavia and Iceland, who flourished from roughly the 8th century through the 12th and beyond. A culture shaped by fjords that rose like walls from the water, by winters that lasted long enough to feel intentional, by a sea that demanded respect not because anyone wrote a poem saying so, but because you had stood on the shore and watched what it did to timber and to the people inside it. Their mythology was not separate from their daily life. It breathed through it. The gods were not distant figures beyond reach. They walked through the worlds. They got hungry and tired. They had feuds that lasted centuries and favourites they showed openly. They occasionally transformed themselves into animals to solve problems, which sometimes worked and sometimes produced a different category of problem entirely that required its own separate resolution. They were flawed in the specific way of beings who are extremely powerful and also somewhat impulsive, which is a combination that has never once produced a relaxed environment for anyone in the immediate vicinity. The stories about these gods came down to us through two extraordinary documents. The first is the Poetic Edda, a collection of Old Norse poems that scholars believe were composed across many centuries before being gathered and written down in 13th century Iceland. The most famous surviving manuscript is called the Codex Regius, discovered in 1662 and considered one of the most significant texts in Northern European literary history. The poems are spare and strange and sometimes feel like watching a conversation through a half-open door. You can follow the broad shape of what is being said and still feel certain that something important is happening in the parts you cannot quite hear. They reward patience. They repay returning to across many years. The second document is the Prose Edda, written around 1220 by an Icelandic chieftain and scholar named Snorri Sturluson. Snorri was meticulous and clearly devoted to these old stories, even as he wrote in an era that had converted to Christianity and viewed the old gods with polite institutional distance. He wanted to preserve what was there. He organised the mythology, explained its internal workings, connected its episodes into a coherent shape, and gave the Prose Edda a clarity that the older poems often deliberately resist. His enthusiasm for the material comes through even at 8 centuries of distance, and there is something genuinely touching about a man who loves something, enough to document it carefully for a world that had largely decided to move on from it. Between these two sources, a picture of the Norse cosmos assembles itself, not a complete or perfectly consistent picture. The oral tradition that fed both texts was alive for centuries before anyone wrote it down, and living things shift and develop regional variations and accumulate the particular choices of individual storytellers. Certain details drifted between communities. Some episodes appear in one source and are absent from another, but enough survives to construct something vivid and strange and, in unexpected places, genuinely moving. And tonight's story begins, as so many Norse stories eventually do, with Loki. Those 2 syllables deserve a moment of quiet before you go further. Loki. Even the sound of the name slides slightly to one side of where it started. He was not, in the original Norse tradition, a straightforward villain. That simpler characterization came later, reinforced by one specific and catastrophic series of events involving a beloved god, a plant that everyone overlooked, and a set of consequences that nobody involved recovered from completely. Before all of that, Loki was something considerably more complicated and considerably more interesting. He was a shapeshifter, a god of fire and cleverness and the particular satisfaction of a problem that everyone else has declared unsolvable. He could transform into birds and fish and insects, and at least once famously into a female horse, which led eventually to a foal that became the finest horse in the 9 worlds. And if that sequence of events raises more questions than it answers, welcome to the deeper end of Norse mythology. He was Odin's blood brother by oath, not by birth, which is sometimes the weaker tie. By choice and ceremony, which meant neither of them could simply walk away from the relationship regardless of what the other chose to do, and what Loki chose to do was frequently complicated and occasionally catastrophic and almost never dull. He was also, on his best days, genuinely funny, not accidentally. He had timing and precision. He knew exactly when the humour landed, which is its own specific category of social hazard in a group of powerful beings who do not always appreciate the joke. And Loki had children by more than one mother. The children that concern tonight's story were born to him and a giantess named Angerboda in a forest far from the orderly world of the gods, at a time when certain things were still being decided about the shape the cosmos would take for the rest of the age. Angerboda lived in a place called the Iron Wood, which the Old Norse sources name Jarnvid. It was in the east of Jotunheim, past the territories where most beings had any reasonable purpose in travelling, deep inside a forest where the trees did not grow in the way that suggests welcome. The bark was dark and close-grained, the canopy overhead knitted together in patterns that kept out most available light, and had no intention of changing this. The ground underfoot carried cold in the structural way of places where cold is not a season, but a founding condition, present before the current arrangement of anything and indifferent to what followed. Angerboda was a Jotun, a giantess, and in Norse cosmology the Jotnar were not simply oversized humans with bad table manners. They were connected to the primordial forces that preceded the gods, the raw material from which the gods had shaped the current world but never fully domesticated. The relationship between Asgard and Jotunheim was one long, complicated negotiation between the order the gods maintained and the older, larger forces that the order was built on top of and was always in some degree of tension with. Several of the gods had Jotun blood, some of them married Jotnar. The boundary between the two peoples was permeable in ways that made the conflict between them both perpetual and genuinely complicated. Angerboda herself was powerful in a way that did not display itself in the manner that the gods of Asgard displayed their power, loudly and with witnesses. She was powerful the way deep cold is powerful, pervasive and structural, and not particularly interested in whether you found it impressive. The iron wood was hers the way a landscape belongs to the thing that most completely expresses it. She and Loki had 3 children in that dark forest, and each child arrived in the world already carrying something immense and strange about their nature. Before they arrived, it is worth pausing on the particular quality of the union that produced them, because it tells you something about where the children came from in the deeper sense. Loki was a being of fire and cleverness, and the specific energy of things that will not stay in the shape you put them in. Angerboda was a being of the iron wood, of cold and old power, and the kind of patience that does not require anything to justify it. The two forces that produced Fenrir and Jormungandr and Hel were not opposites in any simple sense. They were more like the fire and the ice that the Old Norse sources describe at the very beginning of everything, distinct in nature, capable of meeting, and producing from that meeting things that had the qualities of neither original force and the potential of both. The 3 children were that meeting made flesh. They were Loki's restless creativity, and Angerboda's ancient permanence combined into forms that the cosmos had not previously needed to accommodate. The first was Fenrir. He was a wolf. That sentence is technically accurate and also entirely inadequate to the subject. He was a wolf the way a storm system is a weather event. He was born already significant, and from there he simply continued. He grew with the momentum of something for which no ceiling had been set, because no one had thought to establish one in advance. The rate of his growth was the first problem. The fact that it was accelerating was the second. Those who watched him in his early months exchanged the kind of glances that people exchange when a situation has moved clearly beyond the parameters anyone planned for, and the most important thing now is to figure out what to do rather than who to blame. The second child was Jormungandr. He was a serpent, and that sentence is also technically accurate and also comprehensively insufficient. Jormungandr was the great world serpent who would eventually grow so immense that he could encircle Midgard in its entirety and hold his own tail between his jaws. The ocean surrounding the human world became his dwelling. The ocean received him with the composure of something vast enough not to be surprised by anything. He grew there year after year, circling the world, learning the taste of salt water, patient in the way of things that have found exactly the space they require. The third child was Hel. She came into the world looking like 2 different things simultaneously, and this was not a phase she grew out of. Half of her body carried the pink warmth and ordinary aliveness of the living world. The other half was the colour of deep earth, dark and cold, and the shade of the layer beneath the layer, the stratum of ground that has never in its entire existence been touched by light. The Prose Edda describes her appearance with a care that it does not extend equally to her brothers, as though Snorri Sturluson understood that her physical description was also her theological description. Her siblings announced what they were through sheer scale and the quality of energy they displaced. Hel announced what she was through stillness. She was quiet from the beginning. This comes through consistently in the way the sources approach her. Fenrir and Jormungandr both carry a sense of coiled momentum, of power that wants to move and break against what is in front of it. Hel watched. She took things in. She held her 2 halves together with what looked, even in infancy, like a fully formed equilibrium, though no one had taught her how to manage it. She simply arrived already knowing how to be what she was. She was neither alive nor dead, which sounds like a poetic attempt to describe something indescribable, except that in the Norse cosmos it was a precise statement. The boundary between life and death was not a metaphor in this tradition. It was a real location with real geography, a road and a bridge and a gate and a giantess keeping count. Hel was the boundary itself, made flesh and given a face and 2 eyes that took everything in without apparent strain. There is a concept in the Norse sources of beings who exist at the edges of categories, who are not simply one thing or another, but are instead the place where 2 things meet. The Norse world was full of such thresholds. The point where ocean met land was sacred. The point where day met night had its own significance. The point where the living met the dead required a guardian, a presence that was native to both and alien to neither. Hell was that guardian, born to it. The position had not been vacant waiting for her to fill it. She was the position, born into existence already knowing what she was for. Word of Loki's 3 children with Angerboda eventually reached Asgard. It reached the way word always reaches in a cosmos whose world tree has roots pressed into the foundations of knowledge itself. Odin was aware. The gods gathered. They looked at what had been made in the iron wood while they were busy with other things, and their looking had the specific quality of beings who understand that something they cannot simply ignore has come to their attention. Underneath the looking ran a current that made it more difficult than it might otherwise have been. The current was prophecy. There is a poem at the very beginning of the Poetic Edda called the Völuspá. The name translates as the prophecy of the seeress, or the vision of the Völva. The Völva was a professional of a specific and unusual kind. She was a woman who could move between ordinary and non-ordinary states of awareness, and perceive what lay beyond the reach of regular living eyes. She travelled between Norse communities and was consulted about futures and harvests and the fate of voyages. She was given the best seat and the best food, and the specific kind of careful respect that people extend to someone who knows things they do not want to know they know. She was also frequently asked to leave when the consultation was finished. Knowing your own future is one thing. Knowing that someone who can read yours lives within walking distance is a social arrangement that requires a particular kind of fortitude that most people discover they do not have. In the Völuspá, a Völva speaks directly to Odin. He has summoned her from wherever she dwells between her consultations and asked her to tell him everything. She agrees, in the way someone agrees when the telling will cost them something they cannot fully name and cannot stop themselves from doing anyway. What she describes is the full arc of the cosmos from its beginning to its end. She reaches back to the beginning, to the vast cold gap called Ginnunga Gap before any world existed, with ice pressing in from the north and fire pressing in from the south, and the meeting of those two forces eventually producing the conditions from which the world was made. She describes the first humans, found on land and shaped from an ash tree and an elm tree by the gods, given breath and warmth and blood, and the capacity to wonder what they were for. She describes the building of Asgard, the great events of the early mythological era, the first war between the Aesir and the Vanir, and then she looks forward. What she sees ahead is Ragnarok. The word carries meanings that shift around each other depending on the source, the twilight of the gods, the fate of the ruling powers, the end of the current ordering of the cosmos. It names the point at the far end of the timeline at which everything the gods have built and maintained will come apart, not suddenly, not as a punishment, as a structural event the way ice melts in spring, the way a fire eventually exhausts its fuel, because even the current age of the world was never going to last forever, and the cosmos was not arranged to pretend otherwise. The Völuspá describes what Ragnarok contains with the calm of someone who has already been to the edge of what will happen, and returned without flinching. The great wolf will break free from his chains. The world serpent will rise from the ocean and the coasts will flood. Loki will come loose from the punishment the gods eventually bind him with for the death of Balder. The fire giant Surt will arrive from the south carrying a blade that outshines the sun. Yggdrasil will shudder through its entire vast structure. The stars will fall from their positions in the sky. Hell will open her gates. The dead gathered over all the long centuries of her reign will sail northward on the ship Naglfar toward the last gathering, the final accounting of the age. Odin knew all of this. He had paid considerable prices over a long span of time for the kind of knowledge that did not allow comfortable simplifications. He had hung himself from Yggdrasil for 9 days and 9 nights, with no food and no water, wounded by his own spear, in a sacrifice of himself to himself, in order to understand the runes, the fundamental symbols underlying the structure of everything real. He had travelled to the well of Mimir, which sits beneath the second root of Yggdrasil in the territory of Jotunheim, and he had given one of his own eyes to drink from it, not as a figure of speech. He reached into his own face, placed his eye in the well of the deepest knowledge, and drank. He returned with one eye seeing more clearly than most beings manage with 2. He was, in short, someone who had made extremely uncomfortable and irreversible transactions in pursuit of truth, and who therefore could not reasonably be surprised when truth turned out to be uncomfortable. The Völvas had spoken about Loki's children. The Norns, the three fate weavers who lived at the foot of Yggdrasil beside the well of Urd, had woven what they had woven. The pattern did not unweave itself because someone above it found it inconvenient. What the Norns set down, the cosmos did not generally choose to undo. What Odin felt in the presence of this knowledge is difficult to describe precisely, because the Norse tradition did not have much room for fear as a productive emotion. Fear was understandable, but not useful when what you feared was already woven into the pattern of what was going to happen. What Odin seems to have felt was the particular mental state of a skilled administrator who has been handed a timeline he cannot revise and must now decide how to spend the interval between now and its completion. He could not stop Ragnarok. The Völvas had spoken it. The runes did not contradict themselves. The three children of Loki and Angerboda were on the timeline with specific roles that the prophecies had described with uncomfortable clarity. But the interval before the timeline completed was vast, and how things were arranged inside that interval was not yet settled. The Norns themselves are worth considering here, because their presence runs beneath this entire story like a current you feel before you understand its source. There were three of them. Their names were Urd, Verdandi and Skuld, and the old sources associate them with what has been, what is becoming, and what shall be. They lived at the foot of Yggdrasil beside the well that shared Urd's name, and they drew water from that well each day to pour over the roots of the tree, mingling it with the white clay beside the well to nourish the roots and keep the tree from decaying. They also, according to the sources, carved runes into the trunk of the tree itself. The marks they carved were the fates of beings, written into the living wood where they could not easily be erased. Norse fate was not simple predestination in the sense of a removed deity controlling every small movement of every small life. The Norns wove the broad pattern. Individual choices within that pattern had genuine weight. A person's life was their own in many senses. But the large structural events, the great turning points of the cosmic story, these the Norns had marked in the tree, and the gods moved within that marking just as surely as humans did. Odin understood this better than any other being in the cosmos because he had spent more than any other being to understand it. He was not passive in the face of fate. He was an active and relentless pursuer of knowledge, gathering information about what the Norns had woven so he could navigate it as precisely as possible within the space the weaving allowed. He sent ravens out each morning to fly over all the worlds and return at evening with what they had seen. He wore the name Grimnir among others, the masked one, because he moved through the worlds in disguise when disguise served his purposes. He sacrificed and bargained and sought and learned, continuously, across the full length of the mythological age. But the broad pattern held. The pattern would hold, and the three children of the Iron Wood were in it. He considered Loki's three children with both eyes, the one remaining and the one given away to the deep well, and he began to make decisions that would shape the rest of the age. The Aesir, the gods who governed Asgard and oversaw the current arrangement of the cosmos, were not a simple group. They had competing temperaments and long histories, and very different instincts about the correct response to any given crisis. Thor was large and loud, and approached most problems by confronting them directly with his entire body, and a hammer called Mjolnir that always returned to his hand when thrown, which was the hammer's most useful feature, and also the primary reason Thor was comfortable with his approach to conflict resolution. Frigg knew more than she ever said aloud, which made her either deeply reassuring or quietly unnerving, depending on your relationship to what she knew, and whether any of it concerned you. Tyr had a sense of justice so rigorously held that he once placed his own hand inside the mouth of a bound wolf as a surety of good faith, and when the wolf discovered that the binding was real and bit down, Tyr lost the hand, and the sources suggest he considered the principle worth the permanent consequence. These were not beings given to casual anxiety. But Loki's three children made them anxious, not because the children had done anything. They had not. They had been born and grown and continued to be what they were, which was the source of the discomfort rather than anything actionable. Prophecy had connected them to the end of the current age. Prophecy in Norse tradition did not function as a warning that could be heeded to avoid an outcome. It functioned as an account of what was going to happen. The three children of the Iron Wood were in that account. The gods were now deciding what to do in the time before the account completed itself. Snorri Sturluson in the Gylfaginning gives us the outcomes of the council rather than the debate that produced them. The Norse sources generally preferred results over process, which is either admirably efficient or somewhat frustrating depending on what you wanted to know. but the reasoning shows clearly through the results. The gods decided that all 3 of Loki's children required active management, rather than benign observation. Fenrir was the first practical challenge. The gods brought him to Asgard. This seemed like a reasonable plan to the gods who proposed it, and became a less reasonable plan with each passing month, as the wolf grew in ways that made the plan increasingly awkward. The first iron chains they made were very large by ordinary standards. Fenrir broke them without apparent difficulty, the way you shake off a thought you have decided to abandon. The second attempt used more iron, and was made with more care. He broke those too more easily than the first set, which was precisely the wrong direction for things to be developing. The third attempt was different in its fundamental approach. The gods sent a request to the dwarves of Nidavellir, the finest craftspeople in all the 9 worlds, beings who worked in the deep stone with an understanding of materials that reached down to the level of what materials were made from and why they held together. The dwarves produced a ribbon called Gleipnir, which looked like braided silk, light enough to blow away in a breath, and which was made from 6 things that have no existence in the physical world. The sound a cat makes when it walks, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, the spittle of a bird. 6 impossible ingredients combined into something that weighed nothing, and held like the bones of reality, which is essentially what it was constructed from. Fenrir agreed to be tested with the ribbon, only if one of the gods would place a hand in his mouth as a pledge of good faith during the test. Tyr placed his hand there. The ribbon held as the dwarves knew it would, and Fenrir bit down, and Tyr lost the hand, and the wolf was bound on an island in a lake with a sword propped under his jaw to keep his mouth open until the end of the age. Tyr, by all accounts, continued to regard the outcome as acceptable. Jormungandr's resolution required less ceremony. Odin cast the world serpent into the ocean encircling Midgard. The ocean was vast enough and cold enough and deep enough to house him indefinitely, and Jormungandr settled in without complaint and grew, year upon year, until he could circle the entire human world and hold his own tale. He seemed, in all the sources that address him, quite satisfied with the arrangement. The ocean does not ask difficult questions. It does not maintain uncomfortable eye contact. It simply gives the room that something growing needs. That left Hel. The decision about Hel was unlike the decisions about her brothers in its nature and its implications. Fenrir had been bound, Jormungandr had been housed. Hel was given something different, something that, depending on how you interpret Odin's intentions, was either a significant kindness, or a very sophisticated form of exile, or possibly both at once. She was given a kingdom. The Prose Edda states this plainly and without elaboration. Odin cast Hel down into Niflheim and gave her authority over 9 worlds, meaning the authority to govern all those who came to her through death, all those who did not die as warriors fallen in battle, the elderly who died in their beds, the sick, the very young, those taken by fever and famine and the slow, ordinary wearing of ordinary time, those drowned in storms rather than battles, lost in winters rather than glorious last stands. All of them were hers. She would administer them with the complete authority of a sovereign in her own domain. The question that sits below this decision without being directly answered anywhere in the surviving sources is not a small one. Was Odin being cruel? Was he removing a potentially dangerous element of a prophecy by placing it at the furthest possible edge of the cosmos and giving it an occupation? Or did he perceive in Hel something she herself already understood about her nature, and was he giving her, in his indirect and perpetually complicated way, a purpose that fit her exactly? The answer, most likely, is that both things were true simultaneously. Odin was not sentimental. He made decisions at the scale of the whole cosmic age rather than at the scale of the individual within it, which is a useful quality in a god of fate and a genuinely difficult quality in anyone who happens to be on the receiving end of his reasoning. What the outcome suggests is that Hel understood what she was being given. She did not resist. She did not linger at the edges of Asgard looking back at the golden halls with visible regret. She descended into Niflheim, and she began building something from what she found there. The road to Hel's kingdom has a name. It is called Helveg, the way of Hel, and it runs north and down. Hold those two directions together for a moment, because in Norse geographic imagination they carry specific weight beyond their compass bearing. North was the direction of cold and deep mystery, the direction of what lived outside the warmth and structure of human settlement, the direction from which nothing comfortable arrived. Down was the direction of roots, of the oldest layers of the world, of what predated the current arrangement of things and would outlast it. North and down together is the direction of everything that precedes the present and everything that will follow it. Imagine the descent if you let your mind follow it slowly. The light does not end in a single sharp moment. It changes the way light changes on a winter afternoon when the sun has decided it has done enough for the day. From the amber of late afternoon to the pale grey of the early dusk to a shade of blue that has no satisfying name in most languages. A blue that exists at the boundary between something you can see and something you are beginning not to be able to see. The warmth leaves in the same gradual way. It does not become cold so much as cease. The warmth simply stops being present the way a sound stops, when what was making it has moved far enough away. The air changes as you go lower. At the surface of the world it carries the smell of green things and recent weather, and the ongoing ordinary business of living things. As you descend, those smells thin and fall away one by one, until what replaces them is something mineral and ancient. The smell of stone that has never been warm, of water that has moved through darkness for a very long time, of the deep parts of the world that conduct their existence entirely without reference to the sun. The ground changes underfoot, stone first, solid and dark and carrying the cold, with the permanent commitment that stone manages, as though the cold has been embedded at a level beneath any temperature you could measure with any instrument the living world has produced. Then the stone gives way to something beneath stone, a stratum of the world that has no geological designation, because it predates geology entirely. This is the oldest earth, the material that was there before the gods shaped the world from it, the layer that has never once been warm in any way that warmth is usually meant. The rivers come next. Norse tradition names several of the rivers of the underworld, dark waters that flow through the deep places in ways that do not follow the logic of rivers in the world above. The one that matters most for this journey is the Gjoll. The Prose Edda describes it as roaring. That seems surprising at first, a roaring river in a place otherwise defined by cold and quiet, but perhaps the surrounding silence gives the river's sound an enormous scale it would not otherwise possess. A single instrument played in an empty stone hall fills the hall completely. The Gjoll fills its valley in the same way, larger than itself because of what surrounds it. A bridge crosses the Gjoll. Its name is the Gjallabru, the Gjoll Bridge, and it is thatched with gold. Gold in the darkness catches whatever faint light exists in this deep place, and returns it in the concentrated way that gold returns light, warm and deliberate and specifically present. It looks, in the dark of the underworld road, like the lit window of a house you pass on a cold night, inviting and carrying the clear implication that something on the other side is very much awake. A giantess named Modgud guards the bridge. Her function is to ask and to count. She tracks who passes and notes the numbers and maintains the data of the dead with professional precision. When the god Hermod later rides Sleipnir to Hel's domain to petition for Baldur's return, Modgud stops him at the bridge and informs him that more dead had crossed her bridge on that particular day than in the entire previous year. She delivers this as information, not alarm. The numbers are the numbers. She records them. She reports them. She has been at this position for a very long time and has the calm of someone who has seen everything there is to see in her corner of the cosmos. Beyond the bridge, the gates of Hel's realm rise. The Prose Edda calls them Helgrind. They are large. They are always closed. They operate on a principle that requires no posted explanation, because the principle is understood by everything that approaches them. The crossing goes one direction. What passes through the Helgrund from the living side does not return by the same route. This is not cruelty built into the architecture. It is the nature of the boundary that Hel embodies. Genuine transitions do not generally run in reverse. Inside the gate, Helheim opens around you. Snorri Sturluson describes the hall with specificity that is unusual even for him, as though this was a description he considered important to get right. The hall is called Eljudnir. The name translates as something between sprinkled with snowstorms and damp with misery, depending on the translation consulted, and this range tells you something important about the Norse understanding of this place. Not punishment, not reward. An atmosphere. Specific, consistent, climatically accurate. The hall itself is large in the sense that matters for what it holds, meaning it has room for everyone who has ever arrived. Every being that has come to hell since the current age began is there. That is an enormous accumulated population across an enormous accumulated span of time, and Eljudnir holds them without crowding or urgency, the way a deep lake holds what flows into it, with room to spare and no visible strain. The light inside, if light is the right word, is its own kind, not the fierce gold of Valhalla which burns like a hall that has something to prove about warmth, not the pure darkness of a place that has given up entirely on being seen, something in between, something that exists without reaching toward either extreme, a visibility that allows you to see what is there without pretending that what is there is brighter than it is. The hall has named furnishings, which is worth pausing on carefully. In Norse tradition, objects earned names when they mattered enough to individuate from other objects of their kind. Significant weapons were named. Significant ships were named. The household objects of Hel's Hall are named, which means someone considered them significant enough to distinguish. Her dish is called hunger, which means hunger. Her knife is salter, which means famine. Her bed is kor, which means sick bed. Her threshold is named Farlandafarad, meaning stumbling block. Her two servants are called Ganglati and Ganglo, whose names translate as tardy and slow. They moved through Eljudnir at the pace the hall required, which was not an urgent one. None of this is comfortable by the standards of Asgard, with its mead halls and its constant fires, and its atmosphere of vigorous, eternal preparation for battle. But the hall exists. It is furnished and staffed and named. It is a functioning space that reflects its owner with complete precision. Hel did not arrive at a bare cave and sit in the dark. She built something from the cold and the quiet, or the place built itself around her, the way spaces sometimes arrange themselves according to the person who inhabits them most fully. The cold arranged itself into walls, the dark arranged itself into rooms, the silence deepened into the particular quality of quiet that exists only in places where very significant things happen very slowly over a very long time. It is the quiet of the ocean floor, the quiet of the space between stars, the quiet of something that has been at what it does long enough to need no noise to confirm it. And then the dead arrived. They came down Helveg in ones and twos, and then in the steady stream that would not stop for the entire length of the age. They crossed the Gjallarbrú, spoke with Modgud, passed through the Helgrind, and they came to Hel's Hall. She was there. She had always intended to be there. The dead were, in the most precise sense, the reason she was there. The dead who came to Hel's kingdom came from everywhere, and from every kind of life the cosmos contained. They came from farms in Midgard, where the last thing a person registered before the light went out was the smell of turned soil and the sound of a wind moving through a grain field not yet harvested. They came from fishing boats and longhouses and the beds of people who had lived 60 or 70 or 80 years, and then simply stopped, the way a fire stops when the last of the wood has given everything it had. They came from travellers who didn't reach the next settlement before the cold found them, from those who drowned in storms rather than battles, from those who were taken not by dramatic misfortune, but by the slow and absolute wearing of ordinary time. They came from the very young who never got to be anything else. They came from those whose bodies failed them over long months of illness. They came from the old who had simply reached the end of what a body is built to sustain, which is a great and natural thing that the Norse tradition treated with honesty rather than euphemism. The warriors went elsewhere. Those who fell in battle and were chosen by the Valkyries went to Valhalla, Odin's great hall of the selected dead, to feast and train and wait for the last gathering. Some of the battle-fallen went to Freya's field, Folkvanger, which she governed with her own considerable authority. But the overwhelming majority of the dead across all the 9 worlds, the everyday dead who died in the everyday ways that most deaths actually happen, quiet and unremarkable and far from any battlefield, came to Hel. She received all of them. This detail is the one most easily lost between the more striking images of her appearance and the prophecies attached to her name. She was a ruler who turned no one away. There was no moral assessment at the gate, no sorting of the worthy from the unworthy. The Norse afterlife was not primarily a system of moral accounting. You came to Hel not because you had been bad, but because you had died in a way that most people die, which the Norse tradition recorded without judgment and without pretending it was otherwise. Snorri writes that her expression was generally downcast and grim. He means this as physical description. There is no record in either Edda of Hel treating those who came to her unkindly, or administering her realm on any basis other than her own consistent rules. She received the dead, She gave them place. She kept the ledger. What the dead experienced in Eljudnir is described with less vividness than what the warrior dead experienced in Valhalla. This is almost certainly intentional on the part of the tradition. Valhalla was a promise extended to a specific group in a specific cultural context. It had to be described with compelling detail because the description was part of what made the promise worth holding. Hel's Hall was not a promise. It was a destination. You were going there eventually, whether you found the description appealing or not. The tradition had no reason to sell it. What you can infer from the overall texture of how Hell is described is that her realm reflected her nature precisely. It was ordered. It was still. It neither celebrated nor punished. It simply was, with the thoroughness and indifference of something that has been at what it does for a very long time and has no remaining interest in your opinion of the arrangement. Her authority was real, and the other inhabitants of the cosmos treated it as real. When the gods needed something from her, they sent messengers with formal petitions. They approached her the way you approach a sovereign who holds something you want and is under no obligation to provide it. The story of Baldur's death and the attempt to retrieve him is the clearest picture the sources give us of Hel as a functioning ruler. Baldur was Odin's son, probably the most widely loved figure in Asgard. He was bright and gentle and apparently incapable of deliberate offence, which in a pantheon of contentious and dramatically expressive gods made him both a novelty and a genuine relief. His mother Frigg, receiving a dream that suggested danger to her son, went to every substance in all the 9 worlds and asked each one to promise not to harm Baldur. Stone and iron and fire and water and wood and disease and serpent and bird all gave their word. She missed one substance: mistletoe. She considered it too young and too small to worry about. This was the kind of oversight that Loki specialised in discovering. He fashioned a dart from mistletoe and guided the hand of the blind god Hod to throw it at Baldur during a game the gods had developed, where they threw things at Baldur and watched them bounce harmlessly away. It was good-natured and thoroughly unwise in retrospect. The mistletoe did not bounce. Baldur fell, and he went to Hel. Odin sent his son Hermod to petition for Baldur's return. Hermod rode Sleipnir, the 8-legged horse that could travel anywhere in the cosmos, for 9 days and 9 nights through valleys so dark and so deep that the darkness was total, and the only sound was the hoofbeats on the rock. He crossed the Jarlabru and spoke with Modgud, and rode through the Helgrend, and came before Hel in her hall. He stated his purpose plainly. Baldur was beloved by everything in the cosmos. His loss had caused grief throughout the living world. He asked for Baldur's return. Hel listened to this in full. She looked at Baldur, who sat beside her in a place of honour, neither suffering nor performing contentment, simply occupying his new state with the equanimity of someone who has processed that things are different now, and this is what they are. She considered what was being asked. Then she offered terms. If every living thing in all the 9 worlds would weep for Baldur, every creature and every tree and every stone, if the grief was total and universal, then she would release him. The death could be reconsidered if the world agreed it was an error. The gods sent messengers to every corner of every realm. Everything wept. Trees expressed their grief through moisture. Stones wept in the slow way of stones. Animals lowered their heads and offered what they could. For a span the sources describe as complete, the grief was everywhere and genuine and spreading outward from its centre. Except for one being. A giantess in a cave refused. She said she had no use for Baldur. She said he had never done anything for her. She said Hel was welcome to keep what she had. She would not weep for him. The giantess was almost certainly Loki. The sources do not state this explicitly, but Loki's history with disguise and with appearing at exactly the moment when maximum damage is possible makes the interpretation difficult to argue against. The condition was not met. Hel kept Baldur, not from cruelty, not from appetite. The terms she had offered were the terms, and they had not been fulfilled. She had not invented those terms out of caprice. They reflected a genuine threshold in her understanding of when a death could be overridden. When the entire living world agreed that a particular death was wrong, then perhaps the dead could be returned. One refusal meant the world did not agree. She operated on the terms as stated. She sent Hermod back with the explanation. Baldur remained in Eljudnir, in his place of honour, permanent. There is something in this episode that clarifies Hel considerably. She was not unmoved by the petition. She listened and she found terms that were, by her understanding, fair and achievable. She was willing to negotiate. She was not willing to abandon the internal logic of her realm for incomplete reasons. The fact that her realm operated according to an internal logic at all, that it had principles rather than simply doing whatever the most powerful being in the room wanted on any given day, says a great deal about the quality of her governance. The dog Garm kept watch at the gate. He appears in the Völuspá several times, always at thresholds, always positioned at the place where one state of existence gives way to another. His howl in the poem is one of the sounds that signals the approach of the end. He knows the difference between the ordinary daily arrival of the newly dead and the gathering pressure of something vastly larger building on the far side of the gate. Some later interpretations treat Garm and Fenrir as the same creature, which may reflect regional variations in how the tradition travelled between communities across centuries of oral telling. What matters in both cases is the function, the marker at the threshold, the announcement that you have arrived somewhere from which return is not a straightforward matter. She was never described as lonely in the sources. This detail is worth dwelling on carefully. The setting, viewed from outside, has all the elements. A cold hall at the base of the world. No seasons, no sunlight ever reaching this deep. The perpetual arrival of the newly dead, steady as water through stone. Servants who moved through the space at a pace just barely distinguishable from stillness. If you placed a person in that setting and checked back in a month, loneliness would be the first thing reported. But Hel was not a being who could be lonely in the way that requires choosing one side to feel it from. Loneliness is a condition of separation. The living feel it when they are cut off from others who share their living state. Hel contained both states within herself simultaneously. She was never cut off from either, because she was the place where they met. She was complete in a way that required nothing from outside to make it so. What she had instead was purpose, held steadily across the entire length of the age, without the kind of drama that decorated the more visible stories of the Norse cosmos. She governed, she maintained. She applied her terms consistently to everything that came through the Helgrind, from the first dead of the current age to the last, in the same way that the Gjöll ran, in the same way that the roots of Yggdrasil pressed into their three wells, because that was the nature of what she was, and she had long since settled into it. There is a version of Hel's story that frames her primarily as a complication the gods identified and managed. In this version, she is one chapter in the longer administrative account of Odin's stewardship of the age, one item in a ledger that also includes the wolf and the serpent. She is the third problem, handled efficiently and moved from the active agenda. A variable contained. This version is not wrong. It simply does not describe the whole of what she was. The closer you sit with the surviving sources, the more Hel accumulates into something beyond a managed complication. The Völuspá mentions her with a consistency that exceeds what a managed complication warrants. The Gylfaginning takes time and care to furnish her hall with individually named objects, a level of specificity that Snorri did not include for atmosphere. Objects in Norse tradition were named when they mattered enough to individuate from other objects of their kind. Hel's hall has named objects. This means someone, somewhere in the long transmission of these stories, thought the hall and its contents warranted the specificity that naming requires. What Hel appears to be, across everything that survives, is a working component of the Norse cosmic order, present and necessary and functioning according to her own internal logic for the entire length of the age, without the interruptions and reversals and dramatic failures that characterize the careers of most of the beings above her. The gods of Asgard were magnificent and consistently imperfect. Odin accumulated wisdom at great personal cost, and then spent that wisdom pursuing more wisdom at more cost, in a cycle that never resolved into satisfaction. Thor was heroic and also repeatedly outmaneuvered by giants who were, by any physical standard, much weaker than he was, a pattern that became familiar enough in the sources to qualify as a recurring narrative theme. Loki was brilliant and comprehensively self-destructive in ways that created consequences for everyone connected to him, across the entire span of the mythological age. Hel was consistent. She sat at the base of the world and she did the work required. The dead came, and she received them. Petitions arrived, and she heard them and applied her principles. The centuries accumulated above her kingdom, while she maintained her station at the bottom of everything. There was no period in the sources where Hel decided not to show up, or showed up and made poor decisions, or changed her approach based on how she was feeling about it. She simply governed steadily from the beginning of her appointment to the end of the age. There is a particular kind of reassurance in this quality. Not the cheerful reassurance of warmth and light and a fire at the end of a cold journey. The other kind. The kind that mountains provide by being exactly where they were last time. The kind that the turning of the night sky provides by doing the same thing it has always done regardless of what is happening beneath it. The kind that says here is something you can locate. Here is something that will be where it said it would be. Hel offered this kind of constancy, not by choosing to offer it, simply by being what she was without variation. There is also, if you stay with the story long enough, something worth noting about what she was given and what she made of it. She was given responsibility over the dead who died in ordinary ways. This was not a small portfolio. This was most of the dead. This was the overwhelming majority of everyone who had ever lived across all the 9 worlds since the current age began. Every person who had ever closed their eyes for the last time in their own bed. Every traveller who had reached the limit of what a body can sustain against a hard winter. Every old person who had finally exhausted the span they were given. All of them were hers to administer. She administered them. She did not misuse the authority. She did not interfere with the living world above in ways the sources record. She held to her domain, and governed it, and kept it ordered while the gods above her engaged in the kinds of activities that required later cleanup and explanation. That is not a small thing. It is in fact the thing that made everything else above her possible. The dead had to go somewhere. The somewhere had to be managed. Hel managed it quietly and completely for the entire length of the age. As the mythological timeline moves toward Ragnarok, her role expands in the larger story. The Völuspá describes the signs of the approaching end with the detachment of a reliable witness. The sun will darken, the stars will fall from their regular positions, the earth will sink below the waters that surround it. Yggdrasil will shake through everything it is. The current age of the world will dissolve back into something that is not yet the next age. And Naglfar will sail. The ship Naglfar is built from the nails and toenails of the dead, which is one of the most specific and arresting details in the entire Norse eschatology. The prose Edda is explicit. This is why the Norse were careful to trim the nails of their dead before burial. Every nail left on a corpse contributed material to Naglfar. Naglfar was a ship nobody wanted to see completed ahead of schedule. Nail trimming, therefore, became a matter of genuine cosmological responsibility, not superstition but practical maintenance of the timeline. This is a detail that tells you a mythology is fully alive in a culture, when it changes how people handle the practical work of their funerals. Naglfar sails with the dead as its crew. Hel opens the Helgrind and releases them. They come to the final gathering on the plain where the current age will end. The dead were always going to be part of the ending. This was not Hel's invention or her choice. She did not design the cosmological structure that placed them there. She was a component of that structure, the way a river is a component of the eventual flood, present and necessary, and not responsible for the conditions that made the flood inevitable. What the Völuspá describes after the destruction is what is easiest to forget when the scale of Ragnarok occupies attention. The poem does not end with fire and darkness. It ends with a world rising again from the water that covered everything, green and full, the fields already growing even though no one has planted them yet. The earth comes back up from the sea and it brings its abundance with it. The sun that was extinguished had a daughter, the poem says, and the daughter takes her mother's familiar route across the sky, and the light continues as light continues, by handing itself forward. The Norse vision of time was not simply linear in the way that a single line runs from beginning to end and stops. The ending of one age was not the end of all possibility. The pattern the Norns wove was larger than any single era of it, and what they wove included continuations that the current gods would not be present to witness, but that the structure of the cosmos made room for. If the world continues, death continues with it. This is simply what death does alongside life, as its necessary companion, neither of them able to exist as a meaningful concept without the other. And if death continues, the function Odin placed in Hel continues. The hall at the bottom of the world, with its named furnishings and its patient servants and the gold-thatched bridge over the roaring river, persists in the imagination past any particular age that produced it. She began, as already noted, in the Iron Wood, born to a giantess of formidable and undemonstrative power, and a trickster god of bottomless cleverness and genuinely questionable self-preservation instincts. She came into the world in two halves, that most beings would have spent considerable effort trying to reconcile or hide, and she held them together with the ease of someone who had settled the question before anyone else thought to raise it. She was assessed by the ruler of the cosmos, found significant, and placed at the furthest cold edge of everything that existed. She was given the dead and the authority to govern them, and the responsibility to maintain the boundary between the living and the dead. For the entirety of the current age, she built Eljudnir, she named its furnishings, she placed Modgud at the bridge and Garm at the gate, and she took her station in the hall, and she kept it for the whole length of the age without failing what was asked of her. The Norse peoples who told her story in the long dark of their winter halls were not sentimental about the cold or about death. They knew both in ways that left no room for false comfort. They built fires and they kept telling stories anyway, because stories were how they entered into a relationship with the things they could not change. You cannot change winter by being afraid of it. You can name it. You can tell stories about what it contains. You can build a hall inside it and light what you can light. They named Hell. They gave her a face and a hall and a set of principles and a dog at the gate and a dish that had its own name. They made her real in the way the cold is real, not because they wanted to, but because she was there and pretending otherwise seemed unwise. She was not a monster in their telling. She was not a reward waiting at the end of a well-lived life. She was the ruler of where everyone was eventually going, administering it with more consistency than most of the beings above her managed, ruling the largest and most permanent population in all the 9 worlds with principles that the gods themselves respected enough to petition rather than challenge. She was also, if you take the long view, the reason the living world could afford to be what it was. A cosmos without a place for the dead is a cosmos where the dead have nowhere to go, which is a different and considerably more difficult problem. Hell solved that problem by simply existing at it, by being the place that accepted what the living world eventually released, and by keeping it. The fullness of the living world rested in part on the depth of the quiet one she governed below it. You are still here, still breathing, still on the living side of the gold-thatched bridge over the roaring river. This is not a small thing, even on a day when it felt like one. The Norse did not think so. The living world, impermanent and difficult and lit by a sun that will eventually hand the task to her daughter, was the thing worth protecting and feasting for and telling stories about in the dark. It was the thing that made all the careful administration of Helheim necessary, because something worth holding on to requires somewhere to go when it is finally let go of. Tonight the light has gone where light goes when the day is finished with it. The cold halls of Helheim are exactly as they have always been. Modgud is at the bridge with her careful count. Garm is at the gate, attentive. Ganglati and Ganglot are moving through Eljudnir at their considered pace. The dead are arriving through the Helgrind in their steady, quiet, ordinary stream, the everyday dead of an ordinary day in an extraordinary cosmos. And Hel is at her station. She is always at her station. Yggdrasil stands in its 9 worlds. The squirrel Ratatoska carries its messages up and down the trunk between the eagle at the top and the serpent at the roots, a communication system that has been operating without interruption since before most of the current world was built. And far below all of it, quiet and complete and entirely herself, the ruler of the dead rules on. Rest now. Let the weight of the day go where weight goes when you stop being the one who carries it. The dark outside your window is not empty. It is the world conducting its ordinary business after the light has passed through it. The same business it has conducted every night for longer than memory extends. Everything is where it belongs tonight. The halls are quiet. The river runs. The gate is closed. You're exactly where you need to be, my tired dumplings, and there is nowhere else you have to get to before morning. Sleep well. If tonight's story kept you company in the long dark, there are more waiting here when the next night needs filling. Leave whatever small sign your rested hands feel like leaving when you wake, and come back when you are ready. The stories will be here. So will you. All script research draws from the Poetic Edda, preserved in the Codex Regius manuscript of the late 13th century, and the Prose Edda by Snorri Sturluson, written circa 1220 in Iceland. All Old Norse source material is handled within the established scholarly tradition of Eddic textual studies. Zeus did not become the ruler of Olympus by chance. His story began in the womb of Rhea, a titaness straining under the brutal reign of her consort, Kronos, Driven by a grim prophecy that one of his offspring would dethrone him, Kronos swallowed each child at birth: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon fell victim to his paranoid appetite. His cunning seemed absolute, his hold on the cosmos unshakable. Yet Rhea, mourning the loss of her children, devised a hidden plan to save her newborn. She gave birth to Zeus on the Isle of Crete, far from Kronos' suspicious gaze. In a desperate ruse, she wrapped a stone in swaddling cloth and offered it to Kronos, who devoured it without question. Thus, Zeus spent his infancy in a secret cave on Crete, nurtured by nymphs and guarded by warriors who clashed their spears to muffle his cries. This upbringing was less about comfort and more about survival. The boy learned watchfulness, forging a sharp mind that weighed every possibility. Unlike many later tales, no glimmering cradle or immediate worship surrounded him. His environment was damp stone and echoing darkness. He heard the nymphs' whispered fears of Kronos discovering them, fueling a quiet resolve in the boy. Each day, he fed on the milk of the goat Amalthea, an extraordinary creature fated for the stars, and gained a robust constitution that belied his infant form. As he grew into adolescence, Rhea revealed his true lineage. Zeus discovered the horrifying truth. 5 siblings languished within Kronos' belly, each a captive soul in the gloom. It was then that he vowed to free them, a vow that shaped his destiny. Under the counsel of the earth herself, Gaia, Zeus secured an emetic potion to force Kronos to disgorge the swallowed gods. But accomplishing that required cunning steps. He first infiltrated Kronos' domain in disguise, playing the role of a new cupbearer. Kronos, ironically, found amusement in this young figure who served him nectar and listened to his boasts of invincibility. During a feast, Zeus slipped the potion into Kronos' cup. The effect was violent and immediate. In a torrent of convulsions, Kronos retched out the 5 imprisoned siblings. Fully grown and burning with resentment, they emerged into the light. That moment sparked the beginning of the Titanomachy, the epical war between the Titans and the newly freed Olympians. At Kronos' side stood the Elder Titans, ancient and formidable, controlling primal forces that predated mortal memory. Zeus rallied his siblings, Poseidon and Hades among them, along with allies such as the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires. These monstrous beings, once locked in Tartarus by Kronos' cruelty, joined the rebellion in gratitude for their release. For years, the cosmos rattled with thunderclaps and quaking earth. Seas raged under Poseidon's fury, and the underworld itself trembled whenever Hades unleashed his gloom upon enemy lines. Zeus, forging lightning bolts gifted by the Cyclopes, hurled searing arcs that blinded and scorched Titan armies. The war wore on, each world refusing to yield. Legends say that mountains were sundered, rivers reversed course, and the sky wept flame. Kronos led Titan legions with unwavering rage, but cracks formed in the Titan ranks. Some disliked Kronos' brutal rule or resented their father Uranos' old curses. In a final cataclysmic confrontation, the Olympians cornered Kronos and his staunchest supporters. With a thunderbolt's final strike, Kronos collapsed, dethroned by his son. Zeus, battered and bloodied, recognized that simply winning the war solved little unless he established a new cosmic order. He hurled the defeated Titans into Tartarus' depths, appointing the Hecatoncheires as eternal wardens. Victorious, Zeus and his siblings ascended to Mount Olympus, staking claim to governance of the world. Yet even amid applause from gods and lesser divinities, Zeus sensed complexities looming. Freed from Titan oppression, the cosmos demanded guidance. The mortals, fragile as they were, looked for stability. The gods themselves harboured aspirations for power. No single lightning bolt could ensure harmony. In this nascent age, the newly minted king of the gods recognised that to preserve what the Titanomachy had won, he must balance generosity with a steely grasp of authority. Thus began the era in which Zeus reigned from Olympus, forging the Pantheon's laws. He allocated domains to each sibling, Poseidon for seas, Hades for the underworld, and Hera for marriage and childbirth. The cosmos found structure in these new boundaries. Even so, the seeds of conflict with other forces, giants, monstrous creatures, and the ambitions of lesser gods were sown. Zeus, though crowned by thunder, knew that an eternal vigilance was the price of cosmic peace. The boy once raised in a hidden cave now stood at the pinnacle, gazing down from cloud-wreathed peaks, a king determined to shape the fate of gods and mortals alike. After toppling Kronos, Zeus faced the challenge of consolidating his authority among gods who still carried vestiges of Titan-born chaos. Though he had proven his might on the battlefield, the daily governance of a cosmos demanded more than raw power. He established a council on Mount Olympus, seating his siblings, children, and chosen allies around a grand marble table. Each voice carried weight, but Zeus's final word guided decisions. This sense of a divine senate introduced a measure of collaboration unseen in the old Titan regime. Where Kronos had ruled by fear, Zeus championed debates and occasionally yielded to majority sentiment, though only if it didn't undermine his vision of order. One early test came when the giants, monstrous children of Gaia, rose to avenge the Titans. Convinced the Olympians had gone too far in sealing Kronos' brood within Tartarus, Gaia incited these giants to assault Olympus. The giants boasted colossal strength and cunning, leaving only a mortal could kill them. Alarmed, Zeus recognized he needed mortal aid. He enlisted Hercules, a heroic demigod, forging a crucial alliance between human endeavour and godly might. In a ferocious battle remembered as the Gigantomachy, thunderbolts clashed with monstrous clubs, and Heracles' arrows found their marks. Together, gods and heroes repelled the giants, reaffirming Olympus' ascendancy. The moral lesson resounded. Zeus's rule thrived not merely from isolation, but from forging ties across mortal and immortal lines, yet there was no glorious unity. Hera, Zeus's sister wife, realized her consort's roving eye threatened stability. Indeed, Zeus's mortal and divine liaison sowed jealousy across the pantheon, whether disguised as a swan or showering gold to woo mortal queens. He fathered children of extraordinary might: Apollo, Artemis, Hermes, Dionysus, Perseus, and more. Each child's birth complicated family politics. Hera's wrath, fueled by heartbreak, erupted in cunning retribution, punishing the mothers or offspring, though rarely able to harm Zeus directly. Her storms of anger introduced strife among gods, leading to cunning ploys and alliances in the shadows of Olympus. However, even while they quarrelled, Zeus and Hera recognized they formed the bedrock of the pantheon's stability, forging an uneasy equilibrium that shaped centuries of myth. An underexplored dimension of Zeus's rule lies in his transformation from a rebellious son to a paternal figure vigilant of cosmic laws. He introduced the concept of xenia, sacred hospitality, enforcing it through strict punishments for those who violated guests' rights. This emphasis on moral codes extended to mortals, weaving a sense that the divine realm supervised human ethics. Tales of Zeus's disguises typically underscore how he tested mortals' generosity or honesty. Those who welcomed strangers received blessings, those who scorned or harmed travellers risked incurring his lightning. Over time, these moral fables spread across city-states, prompting worshippers to build temples and shrines dedicated to Zeus, not just for his thunder, but for his role as guardian of justice and oath-keeping. Olympus itself grew more structured. Hestia tended the communal hearth, forging a sense of family among gods. Bridging the gap between divine blessings and mortal survival, Demeter kept watch over harvests. The younger gods displayed diverse powers: Apollo's oracles, Artemis's wild hunts, and Athena's wisdom forging cities. While each deity cherished autonomy, the final arbiter of quarrels remained Zeus. A single harsh glance from the cloud-gatherer could quell dissent. This did not mean oppression. It was more like a father controlling fractious children. He settled disputes between Poseidon and Athena, resolved matters of mortal punishment, and occasionally granted immortality to heroes. The pantheon's fluid interplay reveals how effectively Zeus balanced freedoms with constraints. During these stable centuries, mortals experienced an era of relative calm. While plagues or local wars still erupted, cosmic-scale cataclysms were rarer. Mortals praised Zeus in festivals, offering sacrifices of bulls or rams. Priests interpreted omens from flights of eagles or cracks of thunder. The oracles, especially at Dodona, delivered cryptic pronouncements said to come from the father of gods himself. Kings or city councils might consult these oracles before crucial battles or founding new colonies, trusting that the invisible hand of Zeus guided the larger fate. This synergy between mortal devotion and divine oversight reinforced Zeus's station. Faith in his paternal guardianship reigned across the Greek world, from the Ionian seas to the mountains of Thessaly. Yet calm never lasts forever. Among the gods, smaller feuds brewed. Ares lusted for conflict, teasing the boundaries of the peace Olympus claimed. Aphrodite's manipulations of desire caused scandal among gods and mortals alike. Even the wise Athena often found herself at odds with her father's impulsive judgments. In a realm of immortals, boredom sometimes drove them to meddle in mortal affairs, forging ephemeral alliances or starting petty vendettas. Although each incident seemed trivial compared to the Titan Wars, they risked eroding trust. Zeus recognized that to sustain cosmic equilibrium, he must remain vigilant. So while banquets on Olympus roared with laughter, the king's stormy eyes always scanned the horizon, prepared to quell any spark that might ignite fresh chaos. Zeus's relationships with mortals, while often described as casual or lustful, carried deeper political significance within the Greek cosmos. Ancient city-states boasted genealogies tracing their founders back to a union with Zeus, solidifying local claims of divine favour. In Arcadia, the mythic king Lycaon tested Zeus's authority by offering him a grisly feast of human flesh, hoping to prove the god's ignorance or gullibility. Outraged, Zeus unleashed a deluge that drowned much of the land, an echo of older flood myths. Lycaon himself was transformed into a wolf. This unsettling incident demonstrated the boundaries. One can amuse the father of gods, but straying into sacrilege invites retributive storms and floods. One frequently overlooked tale recounts Zeus's fleeting connection with the mortal Alcmene, mother to Hercules. Most people are familiar with the general details. Zeus assumed the identity of Alcmene's husband, fathered the future hero, and so on. But lesser known is how meticulously he orchestrated that union, employing illusions and a night stretched unnaturally long. The reason? He intended Heracles to be the champions who would eventually protect gods and men from re-emerging titan or giant threats. The goal wasn't mere lust, it was a pragmatic investment in a demigod, bridging mortal tenacity and divine lineage. Heracles' subsequent feats validated the cosmic insurance plan. That Heracles eventually joined Olympus as an immortal was proof that Zeus's paternal ties could transcend typical mortal boundaries. Zeus's interactions with powerful female figures formed another dimension of his storied existence. Métis, the Titaness of clever counsel, was at one point his confidant, but a prophecy said her child would surpass its father. Fearing a recurrence of Cronus' predicament, Zeus consumed Métis in its entirety. Yet from within him, her counsel remained, culminating in Athena's birth from his head. Some interpret the event as an allegory. Wisdom must dwell within leadership, inseparable but not overshadowing the paternal seat of power. Meanwhile, with Themis, the embodiment of divine law, he fathered the Horae and the Moirae, guardians of cosmic order and fate. Such couplings underscored that the paternal authority of Zeus encompassed fundamental principles: wisdom, justice, and order, enabling a balanced realm where not even gods might easily defy destiny. Though revered as the supreme god, Zeus was not immune to drama among lesser immortals. For instance, the cunning firebringer Prometheus defied him by gifting humanity with knowledge. Incensed by mortal empowerment, Zeus bound Prometheus to a crag, subjecting him to perpetual torment by an eagle devouring his regenerating liver. While severe, this punishment revealed Zeus's stance on disobedience. The father of gods championed progress under divine sanction, but unapproved leaps in mortal capacity threatened to upend the cosmic hierarchy. Over epochs, empathy for Prometheus grew, prompting some deities to question if the punishment overshadowed the offence. Yet Zeus remained resolute. Seeing it as a cautionary tale, the Olympian order could not endure if rebellious acts by demigods or lesser gods chipped away at the established order. In daily worship across the Greek world, temples to Zeus soared from hilltops. Olympia's temple, for instance, hosted the famed statue by Phidias. Pilgrims journeyed to these sanctuaries bearing sacrifices, hoping for rains to bless harvests or for oracles to confirm success in commerce or warfare. The intangible link between worshipper and deity manifested in fleeting signs: a thunderclap at dawn, an eagle overhead, a branch of oak leaves stirring with no wind. interpreted as endorsement or warning. Such omens guided civic decisions. This interplay reinforced the sense that Zeus's watchful eye overshadowed every domain of Greek life, from wedding vows to boundary treaties. Even criminals invoked him in oaths to prove innocence, ironically tempting a thunderbolt if they dared lie. Gods sometimes attempted minor insurrections during internal disputes. One legend claims Poseidon, Hera, and Athena conspired to bind Zeus in chains to curb his tyranny. The 100-handed Briareus rescued him at the last moment, freeing the enraged father, who then swiftly put the conspirators in their place without dethroning them. It underscored an enduring theme. Olympus might chafe under Zeus's authority, but no viable alternative emerged. The intangible fear of unleashed chaos, should Zeus fall, overshadowed any dissatisfaction. The pantheon learned to cope with or exploit the status quo, weaving smaller rivalries around the solid core of Zeus's monarchy. By fostering alliances with mortal heroes, forging beneficial unions with other deities, and demonstrating unwavering might when tested, Zeus's dominion seemed unassailable. On the surface, he was the smiling father of the heavens, bestowing blessings. Beneath, he was a vigilant sentinel, ready to subdue any threat with the storm's unrelenting power. This blend of paternal care and raw retribution shaped an abiding equilibrium in the cosmos. Yet as centuries turned, new philosophies, like the rise of rational inquiry in Athens, would question the literal portrayal of gods. Still, as long as thunder rumbled over Greek mountains, hearts recalled the might of Zeus, the regal orchestrator of storms and destinies. As classical Greek civilization expanded, local variations of Zeus worship evolved, each adding nuance to his nature. In Dodona, the oldest oracle in Greece, priests interpreted Zeus's will through the rustling of oak leaves, a mysterious whisper that believers swore held truth. Here, the deity appeared as a somber figure of wisdom and prophecy, bridging primal earth energies. Meanwhile, in Olympia, site of the Pan-Hellenic Games, Zeus reigned as the pinnacle of athletic virtue and unity among warring city-states. Athletes dedicated their triumphs to him, seeking divine favour for pure competition. The famous statue of Zeus at Olympia, towering in ivory and gold, drew pilgrims from distant lands, embodying the god's benevolent majesty. Even as these diverse cults thrived, pockets of intellectual challenge emerged. Philosophers like Xenophon, or the later Stoics, questioned the morality of a god who, in myths, engaged in trickery or seduction. Did the cosmic ruler truly lower himself to these mortal vices, or were such stories symbolic? The more rational a city-state became, the more old myths met with allegorical reinterpretations. Some insisted that Zeus was but a personification of natural law or the cosmic mind, and the scandalous episodes were poetical flares. Others clung to literal faith, offering an unwavering vow. If a thunderbolt could rend a giant ash tree, no mortal intellect should downplay the father of gods. When Alexander the Great's conquests spread Greek culture across Egypt, Persia and parts of India, new fusions arose. Egyptians equated Zeus with Ammon, forging the syncretic deity Zeus-Ammon. Even Alexander visited the oracle of Siwa in the Libyan desert, seeking confirmation of his semi-divine paternity. Legends flourished that the oracle addressed him as son of Zeus-Ammon, fueling his claim to destiny. This cross-pollination indicated that Zeus's persona could adapt beyond the Aegean, integrating foreign traits to sustain cosmic supremacy. People in far-flung Hellenistic realms recognized his lightning symbol, linking it to local storm gods, forging a mosaic of worship that stretched from the Nile to the Indus. Within Greek heartlands, political upheavals saw city-states overshadowed by Macedonian and later Roman dominion. Under Roman rule, Zeus found an equivalent in Jupiter. Mythic cycles intermingled, with Roman temples adopting Greek iconography. Even as the old city-state system faded, the name of Zeus endured. Philosophers in the Roman era, like the Stoics, advanced a universal interpretation of the god as the supreme cosmic reason. They taught that the Zeus principle guided all nature, from the swirl of galaxies to the growth of vines. This intellectually charged view smoothed contradictions in older myths, positing that comedic or tragic stories about Zeus's escapades were mere allegories for universal truths. Yet not all worshippers cared for philosophical nuances. Festivals continued, with communal sacrifices and vibrant processions. Dramas performed in amphitheatres retold epic sagas of Titan wars or comedic spoofs of Zeus's transformations. Even Romans travelling to Greek sanctuaries could sense the abiding aura of an ancient presence. Pilgrims bearing offerings to the shrines still believed wholeheartedly that a bolt from the sky signalled Zeus's judgment. Peasants at harvest time prayed for gentle rains rather than hail, trusting the Sky Father's goodwill. Indeed, the link between daily life, rainfall, storms, the fertility of fields, and the overarching force of Zeus underpinned stable devotion. However, as centuries progressed, the unstoppable wave of Christianity swept across the Mediterranean. The early Christian apologists targeted pagan pantheons, citing moral tales of Zeus's adulteries or wrath as evidence of polytheism's corruption. In an evolving empire that embraced monotheism, Olympian shrines lost official support, their clergy overshadowed by bishops. By the 4th century CE, Emperor Theodosius's edicts effectively banned public pagan rites. Once dedicated to Zeus, temples fell scent, repurposed as storerooms or churches, or left in ruin. The cultural tapestry that once placed Zeus at its apex unravelled, replaced by a new theological framework. Despite this institutional decline, the memory of Zeus never fully vanished. Philosophical manuscripts survived in monastic libraries. Rural folk in remote highlands still whispered of thunder as the old father's voice. Renaissance scholars rediscovered classical texts, resurrecting the image of Zeus in art and literature. Painters like Raphael or later neoclassical artists depicted him enthroned with an eagle by his side, celebrating the mythic grandeur of antiquity. Enlightenment thinkers, who pioneered modern science, referenced lightning rods that subdued Zeus's thunder, thereby paradoxically redefining his realm through rational explanations. Today, the narrative of Zeus stands as a symbolic testament to how societies conceive ultimate authority. He encapsulates the interplay of power and justice, paternal care and fearsome punishment, spiritual significance and political utility. Tales of him remain vital in popular culture, from modern retellings of Greek myths in novels, films and games to the echoes of thunder associated with unstoppable cosmic force. Scholarly inquiries reveal a figure who morphed from a local father of the sky to a global emblem of mythology, bridging Greek, Hellenistic, Roman, and even later cultural spheres. Observing how a figure so primal adapted to evolving civilizations underscores the elasticity of myth. If one listens carefully during a thunderstorm, one might recall that ancient awe for the Sky Father, flickering in the electric arcs overhead. Zeus's role as a father figure in Greek myth extends beyond genealogical ties. The ancient Greeks often portrayed him intervening in moral dilemmas, defending the social order and meting out justice to mortals and gods alike. One lesser-known tale underscores his capacity for empathy. When Salmoneus, a mortal king, boasted he could equal Zeus by mimicking thunder with bronze chariots. Zeus first let him indulge the farce before unleashing a thunderbolt to expose his arrogance. Yet, once the city's people cowered in fear, records hint that Zeus sent favourable rains the following season, as if to ensure that misguided worshippers didn't starve from their king's hubris. This story, overshadowed by more famous myths, reveals a paternal dimension, punishing blasphemy but sparing the innocent from famine. Likewise, the story of King Lycurgus, who spurned Dionysus and scorned the new wine rites, ended with Zeus confining Lycurgus to a cave in a labyrinthine punishment. Many retell only the punishment's horror. A nearly lost variant suggests that afterwards, Zeus made the farmland around that kingdom flourish unexpectedly, implying that the paternal god softened the blow for ordinary people who were not involved in their ruler's arrogance. Such glimpses, though overshadowed, highlight the tension between wrath and compassion in Zeus's cosmic guardianship. Another dimension of Zeus's paternal persona is his willingness to champion synergy among various gods. Indeed, after the Titanomachy, the pantheon was rife with strong-willed deities such as Poseidon, Artemis, and Aphrodite, each with distinct realms and temperaments. It was under Zeus's oversight that they collectively shaped mortal existence. Rains from Zeus, seas from Poseidon, hunts from Artemis, love from Aphrodite, harvests from Demeter, and so on. The father's role wasn't micromanagement but balancing these powers so none overshadowed the broader cosmic order. That said, friction remained inevitable. Witness Poseidon's quarrels with Athena over patronage of Athens, or Aphrodite's mischief stirring conflicts among mortals. Each time, Zeus either calmly arbitrated or thundered a final verdict if reason failed. Zeus's paternal role extended to dispensing fates. While the Moirai, fates, had the ultimate say on mortal lifespans, Zeus sometimes intervened. For beloved heroes, like Sarpedon in the Trojan War, he felt fatherly sorrow, yet recognised that interfering with fate upset the moral and cosmic fabric. The Iliad captures a poignant moment where Zeus contemplates saving Sarpedon, but relents, reflecting an internal conflict, paternal love clashing with the demands of cosmic law. This acceptance of the greater tapestry underlines how Zeus didn't interpret absolute rule as license to break fundamental rules. Contrarily, lesser gods at times twisted mortal destinies for personal vendettas, but for the father of gods, the big picture overshadowed personal yearnings. Meanwhile, mortal worship evolved, with each polis weaving unique local epithets for Zeus. In Athens, he became Zeus Eleutherios, champion of freedom, after battles with tyranny. In Argos, they hailed him as Zeus Larissaios, a protector of farmland. Shepherd communities in Arcadian highlands revered him as Zeus Lycaios, associated with ancient wolfish rites. Thus, the universal father splintered into myriad local faces, each reflecting a slice of daily existence: grain harvest, communal festivals, protective watch over frontiers. Over centuries, these local cults interlinked, preserving an overarching unity within the Greek worldview. One god, many facets, bridging city-state diversity with a sense of shared Hellenic identity. Though paternal benevolence forms a large part of his mythic identity, the Greek tradition never let that overshadow his capacity for cunning. Even after enthronement, Zeus used guile if it served cosmic stability. One anecdote recalls how he tricked the giant Typhon by feigning defeat, luring the monstrous foe into a complacent moment before unleashing a surprise thunderbolt that pinned Typhon beneath Mount Etna. This sly approach reaffirmed that while direct brute force was an option, cunning often staved off prolonged conflict. In a cyclical cosmos prone to rebellion, the father needed more than just a thunderbolt's blast. Cunning ensured foes fell swiftly before they multiplied. Among the pantheon, Hermes admired such cunning. It's said Hermes often joked that he inherited his trickery from the father of gods. Indeed, Hermes' earliest feats, stealing Apollo's cattle, paralleled Zeus's own youthful escapades dethroning Kronos. The father recognised a reflection of his own early rebellious spirit in Hermes, forging a fond bond. This father-child dynamic added comedic undertones to Olympus's gatherings, with Hermes pulling pranks and Zeus looking on half amused, half stern, mindful that chaos had boundaries. Even in the comedic realm, paternal guidance shaped the lines gods dared not cross. Thus the father of gods stands as a figure who never let go of cunning, preserving cosmic order through thunder, but also harnessing paternal wisdom to rectify potential storms before they escalated. This paternal persona was not static. It adapted across centuries and local customs, from punisher of hubris to sponsor of civic festivals, from cunning conspirator to moral anchor. If the Greek cosmos had a pillar, it was Zeus, father, judge, and caretaker, weaving an evolving patchwork of myths that recognized the complexity of divine authority. While the classical Greek world revered Zeus, the Hellenistic and Roman eras reframed his legacy for broader imperial audiences. Under the Hellenistic kingdoms, after Alexander's conquests, Zeus frequently merged with local gods, Zeus Ammon in Egypt, Baal Shamin in the Levant, allowing different cultures to claim an aspect of the mighty father. This fusion introduced exotic iconography, temple reliefs showing Zeus with ram horns or Greek inscriptions praising a composite deity bridging Greek and native traditions. It was a practical strategy, smoothing the governance of diverse realms by anchoring them under a universal cosmic father. In Rome, as mentioned, Zeus was equated to Jupiter. The Roman appropriation was not a mere rename. It recontextualized him within a martial, legalistic culture. Jupiter Optimus Maximus, Jupiter the best and greatest, presided over the capital's temple, overshadowing Roman civic life. Roman generals, before campaigns, sacrificed to Jupiter for victory, mirroring the old Greek pattern but with more structured state rituals. Roman aristocrats told stories of Jupiter's paternal oversight, mixing it with Roman virtues of gravitas and pietas. The synergy was so tight that by the time the empire spanned from Britain to Mesopotamia, the name Jupiter replaced Zeus in official contexts, though Greek enclaves still whispered the original name in devotions. The fatherly aura persisted, bridging an empire of colossal cultural variety. However, in the centuries after Christ's birth, as Christianity spread, worship of the old pantheon eroded. The Christian critique of pagan gods, labelling them either fantasies or demonic illusions, gained official favour once emperors like Constantine pivoted to the new faith. By Theodosius's reign in the late 4th century CE, overt worship of Zeus, or Jupiter, was banned in the Roman realm. Temples were repurposed or abandoned, and oracles were spiritualized. Only in rural pockets, where peasants clung to old ways, did faint echoes of thunder-based superstition linger. And as Christian theology matured, the paternal figure of the Christian god overshadowed Old Father Zeus in the public sphere. Ancient myths slid into legend, sustaining itself primarily in poetic retellings or among scholars preserving classical texts. Remarkably, the medieval Islamic world helped preserve Greek knowledge. Arabic translations of philosophers who referenced Zeus allowed some trace of the old theologies to survive academically, albeit overshadowed by monotheistic frameworks. Then the European Renaissance resurrected classical Greek and Roman sources. Artists like Michelangelo or Titian depicted Zeus, or Jupiter, with powerful imagery, lightning in helmet in hand, regal posture, applied more as an artistic motif than a subject of worship. The father of gods became an emblem of classical antiquity's grandeur, fueling the imagination of sculptors, poets, and dramatists. Tapestries displayed the Titanomachy as an allegory for good governance triumphing over tyranny, or reason besting chaos. The Enlightenment intellectuals, grappling with rationalist skepticism, saw in Zeus an anthropomorphic concept, one that earlier cultures used to explain natural phenomena, like lightning and storms. Philosophers like Voltaire or Diderot occasionally cited him in satirical jabs, highlighting the contradictions in pagan religion. Yet ironically, the notion of a father god punishing hubris or rewarding virtue found echoes in an Enlightenment moral thought, only now couched in secular concepts of justice or universal law. Meanwhile, hidden among esoteric circles, a mystical fascination with ancient pantheons persisted, forging secret societies that revered old deities as archetypes of cosmic forces. In that environment, Zeus was studied less for worship and more as a symbolic template for leadership or paternal authority. By the 19th and 20th centuries, archaeologists rediscovered the physical traces of Zeus's worship, the scattered columns of the Temple of Zeus at Olympia, the Doric remains at Nemea, and the ravaged altars on Crete where legend said he was born. Scholarly works meticulously catalogued myths, comparing them with parallels from other Indo-European traditions. They found that father-ski motifs recurred across cultures, suggesting a Proto-Indo-European root of sky fathers. Zeus thus became a testament to how deeply humanity has craved a paternal guardian to quell nature's fury and social discord. Modern pop culture frames Zeus in myriad ways. Hollywood depicts him as a bearded giant hurling thunder, wrestling with moral ambiguities, or comedic hijinks. Video games harness his iconography for immersive mythical worlds, letting players channel lightning as they battle monstrous foes. Children's books distill him to a wise or sometimes comedic father figure, ignoring the complexities of old Greek tradition. Even New Age spiritual movements interpret him as an archetype of masculine power, balancing energies of creation and destruction. This cultural elasticity underscores that, while formal worship ended centuries ago, the archetype of Zeus remains culturally potent. At its core, the Father of Gods stands as a reflection of primal forces, thunder, sky, paternal law, and the evolution of society's relationship to authority, tradition, and cosmic wonder, from Titan battles to philosophical allegories, from Roman imperial rites to 21st century entertainment. Zeus's saga endures as one of the grand narratives bridging the archaic to the modern. Once a living deity in the eyes of countless worshippers, the man with the thunderbolt now stands at the intersection of myth, history and cultural memory, embodying the timeless dialogue between divine power and human aspiration. In reflecting on Zeus's story, spanning from secret infancy on Crete to the apex of the Olympian pantheon and eventually morphing through centuries of reinterpretation, we confront the essence of myth-making. If gods mirror human longings and anxieties, Zeus exemplifies this principle supremely. He is the father who both punishes and protects, the conqueror who fosters cunning alliances rather than mere brute subjugation, and the divine presence bridging primal storms with moral codes. By exploring the lesser-known threads, like how cunning sometimes outshone lightning blasts, how politics shaped mortal alliances, and how paternal warmth sometimes tempered cosmic judgments, we see a figure woven from complexities far beyond cliché. Part of Zeus's perennial grip on the human imagination arises from his contradictory facets. He is simultaneously a figure of absolute might, brandishing thunder in rebellious battles, and a moral guide championing hospitality or punishing oathbreakers. In a sense, he is the sky incarnate, luminous and generous in calm weather, ferocious and destructive in storms. The Greeks harnessed that duality in their everyday worship, never letting themselves wholly trust or doubt his paternal watch. Devotees recognized that under certain circumstances, the kindly father might unleash havoc if cosmic order was threatened. Nor is Zeus static. The earliest archaic poems, like Hesiod's Theogony, stressed his monstrous battles with the Titans, crowning him as champion of cosmic stability. Over time, dramatists wove comedic or tragic angles. Aristophanes might lampoon the father of gods in comedic riffs, while Sophocles or Aeschylus probed the tension between divine edicts and mortal free will. The expansion of Greek culture under Alexander the Great repositioned Zeus as a universal father bridging cultural divides. The Roman era conflated him with Jupiter, adding layers of bureaucratic or legal nuance. Then Christianity relegated him to the realm of pagan memory. Each chapter redefines him, yet the core remains: father, thunder, cosmic law. Such transformation testifies to the power of myth to adapt with civilizations. The Greek pantheon no longer draws the devout worship of old, but its narratives remain potent frameworks for how people see leadership, rebellion, loyalty, or the interplay between fate and free choice. In times of moral crisis, the references to Zeus's unyielding stance on oath-breaking or hospitality might surface in academic or literary discourse. In times of scientific marvel, the lightning once considered his direct manifestation becomes a symbol of electricity's harnessing, highlighting how even rational society can't fully discard the poetic resonance of thunder as the voice of a mightier presence. Modern authors, particularly fantasy novelists, resurrect Zeus in new guises. They blend Greek tradition with modern moral queries, sometimes recasting him as a flawed father figure grappling with immortality's weight. Others draw attention to lesser-known details, such as the placement of the mother goat Amalthea among the stars, which sheds light on an obscure constellation myth. The line between reverence and critique becomes blurred in those retellings. We see a father who might care deeply but is trapped by cosmic demands, forced to impose harsh sentences on rebellious deities. This fosters empathy for a deity who, ironically, once seemed the apex of unstoppable power. In today's world, that complexity resonates. Life's experiences, career arcs, family responsibilities, moral tangles mirror aspects of Zeus's paternal guardianship. We appreciate the nuance that leadership and paternal roles aren't about infallibility, they're about balancing multiple tensions with unwavering determination. The hidden corners of Zeus's myths remind us that even the mightiest faced personal heartbreak, like losing children or confronting sibling betrayal, and that progress often arises from forging alliances or employing cunning, not raw might alone. Zeus's domain extends beyond his immediate mythic narrative. He influences art from classical sculptures that once towered in temple precincts to modern digital renditions in gaming worlds. He influences language with phrases like "under the aegis," referencing his protective shield, or Olympian, connoting majestic supremacy. Even in outer space, star names and cosmic structures evoke the Greek pantheon, a subtle nod that the father of gods endures in astronomers' catalogues. This intangible presence underscores that while formal worship ceased, cultural memory found new avenues to keep his thunder echoing across time. Thus, the final reflection on Zeus is one of metamorphosis. Born in secrecy to overthrow tyranny, He orchestrated a new pantheon that shaped Greek religion for centuries. Over thousands of years, he adapted to shifting societal mores, from a local goat-nurtured child to a universal father spanning empires. He weathered philosophical reinterpretations, Roman assimilation, Christian condemnation, and modern revival in culture and academia. In the swirl of these transformations, one thread remains consistent: the fundamental idea that the cosmos demands a paternal figure to unify the swirl of chaotic forces, binding them into something at least partially benevolent, at times frightening, and always vital to existence. That is the continuing legacy of Zeus, king of the gods, weaving thunder, fatherhood, cunning, and cosmic order into an everlasting tapestry of myth. Before we meet our remarkable lady, you need to understand the world she rode into. Medieval Wales wasn't just rolling green hills and dramatic coastlines, though it certainly had those. It was a place where stories mattered as much as food, where poets held social rank just below kings, and where the past and present existed in a kind of permanent conversation with each other. The stories about Rhiannon come from a collection called the Mabinogion, which is essentially Wales's greatest hits of medieval tales. These weren't written down until somewhere around the 11th to 13th centuries, but the stories themselves are far older. They'd been passed down orally for so long that their origins disappeared into the mists of prehistory, like watching someone walk into fog until you can't tell if they're still there or have become part of the weather. Think of the Mabinogion as a medieval playlist that someone finally got around to transcribing. Bards had been performing these tales at feasts and festivals for generations, each storyteller adding their own flourishes while keeping the essential melodies intact. By the time scribes wrote them down in manuscripts like the White Book of Riddoch and the Red Book of Hergest, these stories had been refined by countless retellings into something approaching perfection. Rhiannon's tale appears in the first branch of the Mabinogi, and it opens in a place called Dyfed, which was a real kingdom in southwest Wales. The ruler was a man named Pwyll, whose name means sense or wisdom, though as you'll see, he didn't always live up to his name. He was what medieval Welsh society considered an ideal lord: generous with his warriors, brave in battle, and reasonably fair in his judgments. Not perfect, but decent enough that people didn't actively plot his overthrow, which in medieval terms counted as a success. Now, medieval Welsh society had some interesting quirks that are worth knowing before we continue. Unlike many medieval cultures where women were essentially property with fewer rights than livestock, Welsh law gave women surprising autonomy. They could own property, initiate divorce, and receive compensation if wronged. This legal framework helps explain why Rhiannon's story, while certainly dramatic, never treats her as a passive object to be moved around by male characters. The Welsh also had a complex relationship with the otherworld, which they called Andabwen. This wasn't heaven or hell in the Christian sense, though by the time these stories were written down, Christian monks were doing the transcribing and occasionally tried to make things fit their worldview. Annan was more like a parallel realm that existed alongside the everyday world, separated by boundaries that were sometimes as solid as stone walls and sometimes as permeable as breath. People from Annan could visit the mortal world, and occasionally, mortals ventured into their realm, usually by accident or invitation rather than intentional tourism. The otherworld folk weren't quite gods and weren't quite fairies. They were something in between. Powerful beings who operated by their own rules and occasionally took interest in human affairs, for reasons that range from love to boredom to purposes mortals could never quite fathom. Understanding this context helps you appreciate what happens when Rhiannon appears in the story. She's not arriving in a world that would find her presence impossible or even particularly shocking. Wales had a long tradition of powerful women in mythology. Goddesses like Ceridwen, the fierce Branwen, and the wise Arianrhod. A woman with supernatural connections riding a magical horse? That was unusual enough to be noteworthy, but familiar enough to fit into the existing pattern of how the world worked. The landscape itself played a role in these stories. Wales is a country of dramatic geography. Mountains that seem to touch clouds, valleys that hold on to morning mist like secrets, and coastlines where the sea appears to be constantly trying to have a conversation with the land. In this kind of landscape, it's easy to believe that the world contains layers, that what you see isn't necessarily all there is. Pwyll ruled from a place called Arbeth, which had a special feature. a magical mound called Gorzed Arbeth. This wasn't just any hill. It was one of those liminal spaces where the boundary between worlds grew thin. The tradition said that anyone who sat on this mound would experience one of two things. They would receive blows and wounds, or they would witness a marvel. It was basically ancient Wales's version of a cosmic slot machine, except instead of losing money, you might lose consciousness, or gain a story worth telling for the rest of your life. This is where Pwyll chose to sit one day, and this is where our story truly begins. Imagine you're Pwyll, a reasonably successful medieval Welsh lord having a fairly ordinary day by your standards. You've handled some administrative matters, possibly settled a dispute about cattle theft or boundary stones, and now you're looking for a bit of entertainment. You remember that magical mound near your court, the one that promises either injury or wonder, and you think, why not? What's life without a little supernatural gambling? So Pwyll climbs up Gorzed Arbeth with a few of his men, because medieval lords rarely went anywhere alone, partly for protection, and partly because witnessing was important. If something marvellous happened and nobody saw it, did it even count? They settle onto the mound, probably making themselves comfortable because magic doesn't run on a schedule, and they wait, and then she appears. The story describes her simply at first. A woman dressed in gold brocade, riding a white horse along them, rode below the mound. But there's something about the way she moves. The horse's gait is steady and unhurried, as smooth as if it's gliding rather than walking. She's travelling the road that runs past Arbeth, and there's nothing obviously magical about the scene except for this quality of deliberate grace, like watching someone who knows they're being watched and doesn't mind at all. Pwyll's immediate reaction is curiosity mixed with attraction, which will become something of a pattern for him. He asks one of his men to go down and find out who she is. Simple enough, right? Just a quick jog down the hill, catch up with the lady and ask her name and business. Except here's where things get interesting. The servant hurries down the mound and tries to catch up with the rider. The horse is still moving at that same steady, unhurried pace. It looks like it's barely moving faster than a walk. But no matter how fast the man runs, he can't close the distance. It's like one of those dreams where you're trying to reach something and your legs work fine, but you're somehow not getting any closer. The servant returns, probably winded and confused, and reports his failure. Pwyll, displaying the kind of logic that makes sense if you don't think about it too hard, decides the problem was that his man was on foot. He sends another servant, this time on horseback. Surely a horse can catch another horse, especially when the target appears to be moving at such a leisurely pace. But the same thing happens. The rider urges his horse faster, then faster still, eventually pushing the animal to a full gallop. The white horse ahead maintains that same smooth, unhurried gait, and the distance between them never changes. It's not that the white horse is running away, it's more that the normal rules of speed and distance have stopped applying. The pursuer is running as fast as possible while making no progress, like someone on a treadmill watching scenery scroll past. This continues for 3 days. 3 days of Pwyll watching this woman ride past on her white horse, 3 days of sending increasingly desperate pursuers after her, and 3 days of experiencing the kind of frustration that makes you question your understanding of how the physical world works. Now you might be wondering why Pwyll didn't just try talking to her from the mound, or why he didn't think there might be something supernatural about a woman who can't be caught. But medieval Welsh stories often work on a kind of fairy tale logic, where the obvious solution only becomes visible once everyone has exhausted all the complicated alternatives. On the third day, Pwyll finally does the sensible thing. He saddles up his own horse, the best one he has naturally, and positions himself on the mound to wait. When the lady appears again, riding at that same maddeningly steady pace, Pwyll doesn't order someone else to pursue her. He doesn't try to race after her, instead he calls out, just a simple request. Would she please stop because he needs to speak with her? And she does, immediately. Just stops, turns, and waits for him to approach. The horse that couldn't be caught by the fastest riders in his kingdom stops the instant he asks politely. When Pwyll reaches her, she lifts her veil, and he sees her face fully for the first time. The text describes her as the most beautiful woman he's ever seen. But more than that, there's something about her presence that confirms what Pwyll must have already suspected. This is no ordinary mortal woman. Her first words to him are probably not what he expected. She tells him it would have been better for his horse if he'd simply asked earlier, rather than putting his men and their mounts through 3 days of impossible pursuit. There's a gentle rebuke in this, but also humour. She's been waiting for him to figure out the obvious. and she's not particularly impressed that it took him 3 days. Then comes the revelation that changes everything. She tells him her name is Rhiannon, and she's been riding past his mound deliberately, hoping to catch his attention. In fact, she's been promised in marriage to someone she doesn't want, and she's come here specifically because she wants Pwyll instead. Let that sink in for a moment. This otherworldly woman, who could clearly go anywhere she wants at speeds that defy normal physics, has been riding past Pwyll's territory for 3 days, waiting for him to notice her. She's engineered this entire encounter, making herself just impossible enough to catch that he'd be intrigued, but stopping the moment he asked directly because she wanted him to choose to engage with her as a person rather than a prize to be captured. It's one of medieval literature's great meet-cutes if you think about it. A supernatural being courting a mortal lord by making him work for the privilege of talking to her, then revealing that she's been hoping he'd show interest all. Along Pwyll's reaction to Rhiannon's declaration is worth examining because it tells you something about his character. He doesn't panic, doesn't question his sanity, and doesn't demand proof that she's telling the truth. Instead, he essentially says yes, he'd be honoured to marry her, and also he has no idea how to make that happen, given that she's apparently from another realm and already promised to someone else. It's a remarkably honest response. Most medieval heroes would bluster about their prowess or make grand declarations. Pwyll admits he's out of his depth and asks for guidance, which turns out to be exactly the right approach when dealing with supernatural beings who value straightforwardness. Rhiannon, in turn, shows the kind of practical thinking that will characterise her throughout the story. She doesn't expect Pwyll to storm the otherworld or fight for her hand in single combat. Instead, she explains that she's been promised to a man named Gwal through trickery and pressure from her family, but she doesn't want him. She wants Pwyll, and she has a plan. The plan is delightfully specific. A year from now, there will be a feast in her father's court, ostensibly celebrating her impending marriage to Gwal. Pwyll should attend this feast with 100 knights, but keep them waiting outside. He should enter alone, disguised as a beggar, carrying a small bag that Rhiannon will give him. Then, at the crucial moment, he should ask Gwal for a single favour, just enough food to fill the bag. The bag, she explains, is magical. It can never be filled by ordinary means. No matter how much food is put into it, there will always be room for more. The only way to fill it is for a wealthy man to step into it and declare that enough has been given. When Gwal inevitably does this, because he'll want to appear generous and be done with this strange beggar's request, Pwyll should trap him in the bag, and his knights should rush in. It's a plan that requires patience, disguise, and a willingness to look foolish in front of an otherworldly court. It also requires trust. Pwyll has to believe that Rhiannon is telling him the truth and that her magical bag will work as promised. Pwyll agrees to all of this. He takes the bag Rhiannon offers, promises to appear at the feast in a year's time, and then, showing unusual restraint for a medieval hero, doesn't try to kiss her or seal the bargain with anything beyond his word. They part ways, and Rhiannon rides off on her white horse at that same unhurried pace, while Pwyll returns to his court to spend a year thinking about the extraordinary woman he's promised to marry. That year must have felt long. Imagine trying to focus on the daily business of ruling a kingdom, while knowing that in 12 months you'll be attempting to trick an otherworldly noble at his own engagement party, using a magical bag that supposedly never fills. You'd probably find yourself double-checking that the bag was still there, wondering if you'd imagined the whole encounter, and practicing what you'd say when you showed up dressed as a beggar. But Pwyll keeps his word. When the year passes, he gathers his 100 best knights and rides to the location Rhiannon specified. He finds her father's court exactly where she said it would be, because otherworldly beings don't give false directions, and positions his men outside as instructed. Then comes the hard part, transforming himself from a lord into a convincing beggar. Pwyll puts on ragged clothes, probably rubs some dirt on his face, and adopts the posture of someone asking for charity rather than commanding it. It's a complete inversion of his normal role, and doing it voluntarily requires a kind of humility that many medieval nobles lacked. He enters the hall during the feast, and the scene must have been spectacular. Otherworldly courts in Welsh mythology aren't quite like mortal ones. They're brighter, richer, and more beautiful in ways that are slightly unsettling because they're too perfect. The food never runs out, the musicians never miss a note, and everyone is just attractive enough to make you wonder if you're underdressed for the occasion. Pwyll sees Rhiannon seated at the high table between her father and Gwal, who presumably thinks this is his wedding feast and is probably feeling pretty pleased with himself. Rhiannon sees Pwyll too, though she gives no sign of recognition. She's playing her part perfectly, waiting for him to play his. Pwyll approaches the high table and makes his request with appropriate deference. He's just a poor wanderer asking for a little charity. Just enough food to fill this small bag he's carrying. Surely such a grand feast can spare something for a hungry traveller. The request seems modest, even generous to refuse. Rhiannon's father, displaying the hospitality that otherworldly nobles pride themselves on, agrees immediately. Gwal, not wanting to appear less generous than his future father-in-law, endorses this charity enthusiastically. Servants begin filling the bag. They put in bread, meat, fruit and delicacies from the feast table. The bag swallows it all without appearing any fuller. More food goes in. Still nothing. The servants look confused, then concerned, then slightly panicked as they keep filling this impossible bag while the beggar stands patiently waiting. Finally, Gwal, probably more irritated than generous by this point, asks what it would take to fill the bag. Pwyll, following Rhiannon's script exactly, explains that the bag can only be satisfied when a true nobleman steps into it, and declares that enough has been given, and Gwal, perhaps wanting to end this strange spectacle, perhaps pushed by pride, steps into the bag. The moment his feet touch the bottom, Pwyll pulls the bag closed and ties it shut. He whistles and his 100 knights pour into the hall. What follows is sometimes called Badger in the Bag. The knights take turns hitting the bag with sticks while Gwal, trapped inside, protests vigorously. It's violence with a cartoonish quality, more humiliation than actual harm, and it serves its purpose. Gwal eventually agrees to give up his claim on Rhiannon in exchange for being released, swearing oaths that he won't seek revenge. Rhiannon's father, faced with a situation that has clearly moved beyond his control, accepts the new arrangement. And just like that, through a combination of magical assistance, careful planning, and a willingness to look foolish, Pwyll wins his bride. Pwyll and Rhiannon's wedding must have been an event worth witnessing. A mortal lord marrying a woman from Andubian, with guests from both worlds presumably in attendance. The text doesn't give us many details, but you can imagine the mixture of Welsh nobility trying to maintain proper feast protocol, while otherworldly guests did things that probably made the mortal attendees question their understanding of physics and etiquette. What the text does emphasise is Rhiannon's extraordinary generosity. As the feast progresses, she gives gifts to everyone who asks for them. In medieval Welsh culture, generosity was one of the highest virtues, especially for nobility. A good lord or lady was expected to give freely, and the quality of your reputation often depended on how open-handed you were. Rhiannon takes this to supernatural levels. She doesn't just give gifts, she gives perfect gifts, the kind that somehow match exactly what each person needs or wants. It's generosity that goes beyond mere wealth and enters the realm of almost magical understanding of human desire. The text tells us that no one leaves the feast disappointed or refused, which in medieval terms is basically saying she achieved the impossible. After the wedding, Rhiannon returns with Pwyll to Dyfed, and they begin their life together. Here's where the story does something interesting. Instead of immediately plunging into crisis, it gives them time, a full year of apparent happiness, where Rhiannon proves herself to be everything Pwyll's court could want in a lady. She's generous with Pwyll's subjects, continuing the pattern of gift-giving she displayed at the wedding. She's wise in her counsel, helping Pwyll make decisions about governance and justice. She integrates herself into mortal society while maintaining an otherworldly grace that makes her memorable. The text suggests that people genuinely love her, not out of fear or obligation, but because she treats them with a combination of dignity and kindness that transcends her supernatural origins. This is important to understand because of what comes next. When disaster strikes, it won't be because Rhiannon was a poor wife or lady. It won't be because she failed to earn her place in Pwyll's court. The tragedy that's coming isn't a result of her inadequacy. It's a result of forces beyond her control and accusations that say more about human nature than about her character. But for now, for 1 year, everything is perfect. Pwyll has his otherworldly bride, Rhiannon has escaped an unwanted marriage, and Dyfed has a lady whose generosity and wisdom benefit everyone. It's a brief shining moment before the story takes its darker turn. You might find yourself wishing the story could stay in this space. Just let them be happy. Let the magical woman and her mortal husband live out their days in peace. But stories like life rarely work that way. The peace we're experiencing is the calm that makes the coming storm meaningful. As you settle deeper into your blanket, Remember this year of happiness. Hold it in your mind like a pleasant dream, because Rhiannon will need you to remember it. When people start making accusations and demanding punishments, you'll need to remember that there was a time when everyone loved her, when no one questioned her place in Pwyll's court, when she was the perfect lady whose generosity knew no bounds. That memory will matter more than you might think. After that year of happiness, Rhiannon becomes pregnant. This is cause for celebration in any medieval court, but especially in Dyfed. An heir means continuity, stability, and the promise that the kingdom will pass to the next generation without conflict. Pwyll and Rhiannon's child will bridge two worlds, mortal and otherworldly, and that's an exciting prospect. The pregnancy proceeds normally, and when the time comes, Rhiannon gives birth to a son. The text emphasises this detail. A healthy boy, crying lustily, perfect in every way. Midwives attend her, as was customary for noble births, and 6 women are assigned to watch over mother and child during the crucial first night. This is where you need to understand another aspect of medieval belief. The time immediately after birth was considered dangerous, a liminal period when both mother and child were vulnerable to supernatural forces. That's why 6 women were assigned to keep watch. This wasn't casual babysitting, it was serious protective duty. Their job was to stay awake all night, ensuring nothing happened to the child. They fail at this job in the most dramatic way possible. Sometime during the night, all 6 women fall asleep. Not one at a time, not in the natural way people get drowsy on a long watch, but simultaneously, as if some supernatural force has simply turned off their consciousness like switching off a light. When they wake up, probably in the grey hour before dawn, they face every guardian's nightmare. The baby is gone. Just gone. No sign of violence. No indication of how someone could have entered the room, taken the child and left without disturbing anyone. The cradle is empty, and 6 women who are supposed to be watching suddenly realise they've lost the heir to Dyfed and the child of a woman from Unwind. Their first emotion is probably terror. In medieval Wales, losing a noble child through negligence could result in severe punishment, possibly execution. 6 women, all of whom fell asleep on duty, all of whom have no explanation for what happened. They're facing disgrace at best, death at worst. So they make a decision that will define the rest of Rhiannon's story. Instead of telling the truth and accepting their punishment, they decide to blame Rhiannon. The plan they devise is horrific. They take puppies, the text specifies puppies, young dogs from the court, and kill them. They smear the blood on Rhiannon's face and hands while she sleeps, exhausted from childbirth. They scatter bones around her bed. Then, when she wakes, they tell everyone that Rhiannon has killed and eaten her own child. It's an accusation of the most unnatural crime imaginable, a mother murdering and consuming her newborn. It plays on deep fears about the boundary between human and animal, about maternal instinct perverted into something monstrous. It also plays on existing prejudices about Rhiannon's otherworldly nature. She's not quite like other women, so perhaps she's capable of things other women would never do. When Rhiannon wakes to find herself covered in blood, surrounded by bones, and accused by 6 witnesses of infanticide and cannibalism, she denies it. Absolutely. She knows what happened, or rather she knows what didn't happen. She didn't kill her child. She doesn't know where he is, but she knows with complete certainty that she didn't harm him. But she's facing 6 women who all tell the same story. Physical evidence that seems to support their account, and a court full of people who are shocked, horrified, and looking for someone to blame for this tragedy. Will finds himself in an impossible situation. On one hand, he knows Rhiannon, has lived with her for over a year, and has seen her generosity and kindness. On the other hand, he has 6 witnesses, physical evidence, and a missing child. His nobles are demanding that he put Rhiannon aside, divorce her, and possibly execute her for this unnatural crime. To his credit, Pwyll refuses to divorce her. Despite the pressure, despite the evidence, despite how much easier it would be to simply cut his losses and find another wife, he won't abandon her. It's one of the few moments where Pwyll fully lives up to his name, showing the wisdom and loyalty that presumably made him a good lord in the first place. But he can't completely shield Rhiannon from consequences. The court demands some form of punishment, some acknowledgement that something terrible has happened and someone must answer for it. A compromise is reached, though it's a compromise that will test Rhiannon in ways that might be worse than execution. The punishment they devise for Rhiannon is specific and deliberately humiliating. For 7 years she must sit by the mounting block at the entrance to Pwyll's court. Every person who arrives, she must tell them her story, that she killed her own child. She must offer to carry them on her back like a horse, transporting them from the gate to the court. Think about what this means. Rhiannon, the lady who rode the white horse that couldn't be caught, is being reduced to a beast of burden herself. The woman who gave generous gifts to everyone is now forced to offer her own body as transport. The wife of the Lord must sit at the gate like a criminal, confessing to a crime she didn't commit over and over to every visitor who arrives. It's punishment as perpetual performance, humiliation as daily routine, and it's designed to continue for 7 years, long enough that most people would break, would confess to anything just to make it stop, and would lose themselves in the repetition of shame. But here's what makes Rhiannon remarkable. She endures it, day after day, season after season, year after year. She sits at that gate. When visitors arrive, she tells them the story of her supposed crime in a steady voice. When they look at her with horror or pity or disgust, she meets their eyes. When some accept her offer to carry them, and the text suggests many do, either out of cruelty or curiosity, she bears their weight without complaint. The text doesn't dwell on these 7 years in detail, but let's think about what they must have been. Like, 7 years is long enough that children grow from infancy to childhood, long enough that seasons become just another form of measurement, and long enough that the person you were at the beginning might seem like a stranger by the end. Rhiannon endures Welsh weather, rain that comes sideways, wind that cuts through clothing, summer heat that makes stones too hot to touch, and winter cold that settles into bones. She endures the stares of people who think they're looking at a monster. She endures the weight of travellers on her back, the stone of the mounting block beneath her, and the endless repetition of her own story told as a confession. And through it all, she maintains something essential about herself. She doesn't become bitter or broken. She doesn't lash out at the women who lied about her or demand that Pwyll investigate further. She simply endures with a kind of quiet dignity that suggests she knows the truth even if no one else believes her. This is where Rhiannon transforms from a supernatural woman choosing her own destiny into something else. A figure of endurance, patience and strength that goes beyond magic or otherworldly power. Anyone can be powerful when they have advantages. Rhiannon is showing what remains when all advantages are stripped away. Medieval audiences would have recognised what was happening here. The patient wife wrongly accused was a common motif in their literature, but Rhiannon's version has a particular quality. She's not waiting passively to be rescued. She's actively surviving, choosing each day to continue, to maintain her dignity in circumstances designed to destroy it. The 7 years are also biblically significant. A complete cycle, a time of trial and testing. Jacob worked 7 years for Rachel. The Israelites circled Jericho for 7 days. 7 years suggests both endurance and eventual completion, suffering and the promise of change. But the text doesn't ask us to simply skip over these years to get to the resolution. By mentioning the 7-year span, it's asking us to sit with Rhiannon's suffering, to understand that her vindication, when it comes, is earned through patience that most people couldn't sustain. As you lie in the comfort of your bed, warm and safe, think about sitting at a gate for 7 years. Think about telling the same humiliating story to strangers day after day. Think about maintaining your sense of self when everything around you insists you're something monstrous. Rhiannon does this. She survives her punishment with her essential self intact. And while she sits at that gate, in another part of the kingdom, her son is growing up. On the same night that Rhiannon's child disappeared, something strange happened at the home of a nobleman named Tiernan Twrfliant. Tiernan had a beautiful mare that gave birth every May Eve, but mysteriously the foal always vanished before morning. Year after year the mare would deliver a perfect foal, and year after year it would disappear without a trace. This particular May Eve, the same night Rhiannon gave birth, Tiernan decided he'd had enough of this pattern. He determined to stay awake all night in the stable, armed and ready, to discover what was taking his foals. So while 6 women were falling into supernatural sleep in Pwyll's court, Tiernan was forcing himself to stay awake in his stable, watching his mare labour. The foal was born, a magnificent colt, even by the mare's high standards. Tiernan admired it for a moment, probably feeling protective and determined that this time, finally, he'd save one of these foals. Then, exactly at midnight, something reached through the window. The text describes it as a claw or arm of enormous size. Grabbing for the newborn foal, Tiernan, without hesitation, drew his sword and struck at it, severing the arm at the elbow. Whatever creature it belonged to screamed and vanished into the night. Tiernan rushed outside to pursue it, sword ready, prepared to fight whatever monster had been stealing his foals for years, but he found nothing, just darkness and the sound of something fleeing into the distance. When he returned to the stable, frustrated at losing his quarry, he discovered something that stopped him in his tracks. On his doorstep, wrapped in fine cloth, was a baby boy. Now Tiernan was a practical man, not given to flights of fancy, but even he could put together the timeline. The same night, a mysterious creature and a missing child wrapped in noble cloth appeared at exactly the moment he was fighting off something supernatural. He brought the child inside to his wife, and they made a decision that speaks to their character. They would raise the boy as their own. Tiernan's wife had wanted children but had none, so she welcomed this mysterious infant with genuine love. They named him Grewalt Urin, Gree of the golden hair because his hair was as bright as polished metal. They told people he was hers, a late blessing, and no one questioned it because medieval record-keeping wasn't exactly stringent, especially in rural nobility. And then something remarkable happened. Gree grew, not at a normal rate, but at a speed that was supernatural yet somehow natural. By the end of his first year he had the development of a 3-year-old. By the end of his second year he was like a child of 6. He was bright, healthy, strong, and remarkably good with horses, especially with the colt that had been born the same night he appeared. Tiernan and his wife raised Gree with love, teaching him the skills appropriate to a young nobleman: riding, hunting, courtesy, and the management of a household. The boy thrived in their care, growing not just in size but also in capability and character. He was everything parents could hope for: kind, brave, intelligent, and loyal. But as Gree grew older, his resemblance to someone became impossible to ignore. Visitors to Tiernan's court started remarking on it. The boy looked remarkably like Pwyll, the Lord of Dyft. Not just a passing resemblance, but the kind of similarity that suggests a blood relationship. Tiernan began hearing stories about Pwyll's court, how the lady Rhiannon had supposedly killed her child, and how she'd been sitting at the gate for years, now confessing to the crime and offering to carry visitors like a horse. The timeline matched, the appearance matched, and that mysterious creature that had tried to steal the foal the same night, a noble child, disappeared. Tiernan faced a difficult choice. He and his wife loved Gree as their own son. The boy called them mother and father and had known no other family. They'd raised him through infancy and childhood, celebrated his accomplishments, and cared for him when he was sick. In every way that mattered emotionally, he was their child. But Tiernan was also a man of honour, and the honour of the situation was clear. This was almost certainly Pwyll and Rhiannon's son. A woman was suffering endless punishment for a crime she didn't commit. A kingdom was without its rightful heir, and Tiernan was keeping them all in ignorance, however unintentionally it had begun. The decision he made shows real nobility of character. He chose to do the right thing even though it cost him dearly. He told his wife what he suspected, and together they decided to take Gree to Pwyll's court and reveal the truth. Imagine that conversation with Gree, trying to explain to a child who's maybe 3 or 4 years old but older in development that the parents he's known all his life aren't his birth parents, that he's actually the son of a lord and a lady from Anwen, and that his real mother has been suffering because he disappeared. How do you make that make sense to a child? But Gree, showing the wisdom that would characterize him throughout his life, seemed to understand. Or perhaps he didn't fully understand, but trusted the people who'd raised him enough to accept what they said. Either way, he agreed to go with Tiernan to Pwyll's court. The journey there must have been bittersweet. Tiernan knew he was doing the right thing, but every mile brought him closer to losing the child he'd raised. His wife had stayed behind, perhaps unable to bear the actual moment of separation. Gree rode beside him, probably quiet, processing what was about to happen. And at the end of their journey, sitting at the gate as she had for nearly 7 years, was Rhiannon. Picture the moment when Tiernan and Gree arrive at Pwyll's court. Rhiannon is at her usual position by the mounting block, probably wearing clothes that have seen better days, her face bearing the marks of 7 years of exposure to weather and hardship. She looks up as they approach, ready to tell her story once more, ready to offer to carry them if they'll accept. But something happens before she can speak. Tiernan looks at her, really looks at her, and sees not the monster the stories describe, but a woman who has endured something almost beyond human capacity, and Gree, who has never seen his mother before, stares at her with the kind of recognition that goes deeper than memory. Something in the blood, perhaps, or in the soul. Tiernan tells Rhiannon they've come to see Lord Pwyll, and he gently refuses her. Offer to carry them. There's a kindness in his voice that Rhiannon probably hasn't heard in years from strangers. They proceed to the court, where Pwyll receives them with the hospitality due to a noble visitor. Tiernan doesn't waste time with small talk or elaborate preambles. He tells Pwyll the entire story. The mare that lost foals every May Eve, the creature that reached through the window, the child found on his doorstep, Gree's remarkable growth, and his unmistakable resemblance to Pwyll. He presents the boy, now perhaps 4 years old, but with the development of someone much older, and lets the physical evidence speak for itself. Pwyll looks at Gree and sees himself. The resemblance is undeniable. The same features, the same colouring, the same bearing. This is his son, the child who disappeared 7 years ago, returned as mysteriously as he vanished. The court erupts in exclamations, questions, and wonder, but Pwyll's first thought is for Rhiannon. He immediately sends for her, bringing her in from the gate where she's spent 7 years. When she enters the hall, she's probably expecting another humiliation, another performance of her supposed crime. Instead, she sees her son. The text doesn't dwell on the emotional details of their reunion, but you can imagine it. 7 years of separation, 7 years of punishment for a crime she didn't commit, and 7 years of not knowing if her child was alive or dead. And now here he stands, healthy and whole, raised with love by people who chose to do the right thing at great personal cost. Rhiannon's reaction is described with a simple phrase that carries enormous weight. She experiences great joy. After 7 years of sitting at a gate, confessing to infanticide, bearing travellers on her back like a beast of burden, joy. Not anger at her false accusers, not bitterness about lost years, not demands for revenge. Joy at her son's return. The court, faced with undeniable proof of Rhiannon's innocence, must now reckon with what they've done. 6 women lied about her. Countless people believed those lies. Rhiannon was punished for 7 years while the real culprit, whatever supernatural creature tried to steal both a foal and a child that night, went unpunished. But here's where Rhiannon shows something remarkable. She doesn't demand that the 6 women be executed or even severely punished. The text doesn't record her calling for revenge or justice against those who wronged her. Instead, she focuses on what matters. Her son is returned, her name is cleared, and she's free from the punishment that has defined her life for 7 years. There's a brief discussion about what to name the boy. He's been Gree to the family that raised him, but Rhiannon looks at him and says a word that captures everything. Pryderi. The name means care, or worry, and it refers to the anxiety she's suffered. The worry that defined her years of punishment. It's both a memorial to suffering and a transformation of that suffering into something meaningful. A name for her son that acknowledges what they've been through. And remarkably, the name sticks. The boy who is Gree becomes Pryderi, carrying in his very name the story of his mother's ordeal and survival. Tiernan and his wife could have kept Pryderi. They could have stayed silent, let the boy remain theirs, and allowed Rhiannon to continue her punishment. No one would have known, but they chose truth and honour over comfort and love, which is one of the hardest choices anyone can make. Pwyll, recognising this extraordinary sacrifice, doesn't simply thank Tiernan and send him home. He offers Tiernan and his wife a place in his court, grants them lands and honours, and establishes a relationship where Pryderi can maintain connection with the people who raised him. It's a solution that honours everyone's role in the child's survival. The fostering relationship between Tiernan's family and Pwyll's court becomes one of deep mutual respect. Pryderi grows up knowing his birth parents and his foster parents, loved by both, benefiting from the wisdom and care of multiple families. In this way, the trauma of his disappearance transforms into something rich and complex, a web of relationships that might never have existed without the initial tragedy. Rhiannon's vindication should have meant the end of her story in the first branch, but there's more to unpack about what happens after the truth comes out. Medieval Welsh stories rarely waste time on lengthy emotional processing. They move from one event to the next with the efficiency of people who understood that listeners wanted action and resolution. But we can pause here and think about what the aftermath must have been like. For 7 years, Rhiannon sat at that gate. 7 years of daily humiliation, of telling her story over and over to strangers, of being treated as something less than human. That kind of experience changes a person. It has to. The question is how. Some people would emerge from such an ordeal broken, bitter, and consumed by anger at those who wronged them. Others might become hard, closed off, and unable to trust or feel joy again. Rhiannon seems to have done neither. She emerges with her essential self intact, still generous, still dignified, still capable of joy when her son returns. This suggests something important about her character. Rhiannon's strength isn't just supernatural power or otherworldly knowledge. It's a kind of internal resilience that allows her to endure suffering without letting it define her. She knows who she is, and 7 years of being told she's a monster doesn't change that fundamental self-knowledge. Think about the 6 women who accused her. The text doesn't tell us what happened to them after the truth came out, but they must have faced some consequences. At minimum, they faced public shame for their lies. More likely, they faced legal or social punishment for their false accusation. But here's what's interesting. The story doesn't give them names. They remain anonymous, a collective rather than individuals. This literary choice does something subtle. It makes them representatives of a pattern rather than specific villains. They're what happens when fear overwhelms integrity, when self-preservation leads to the destruction of someone innocent. Their lie worked because it was believable. Rhiannon was otherworldly, different, and not quite like other women. When something inexplicable happened, it was easy to blame the person who was already outside normal categories. The 6 women didn't have to work hard to make people believe them. They just had to tap into existing prejudices and fears. This pattern appears throughout history. When something goes wrong, communities look for someone to blame, and they often choose whoever is already marked as different. Rhiannon's story is medieval and magical, but this dynamic is depressingly familiar across cultures and centuries. Her vindication doesn't just clear her name, it challenges the community's willingness to believe the worst about someone based on their otherness. The people of Defed have to reckon with the fact that they condemned an innocent woman, that their lady whom they had loved during that first perfect year was exactly who she appeared to be, and that their willingness to believe otherwise said more about them than about her. Will, too, must live with his choices. He refused to divorce Rhiannon, which shows loyalty, but he also allowed her punishment to continue for 7 years. He could have investigated more thoroughly, could have questioned the 6 women more aggressively, and could have considered whether the evidence really supported their story. Instead, he chose a middle path that kept Rhiannon as his wife, but subjected her to ongoing humiliation. Was this wisdom or cowardice? The text doesn't judge, but you can make your own assessment. Will was caught between his personal knowledge of Rhiannon's character and the political pressure from his nobles, between loyalty to his wife and duty to his kingdom. He chose a compromise, and Rhiannon paid the price for 7 years. Their relationship after her vindication must have been complex. They're reunited, their son is returned, but 7 years of injustice stand between them. The text suggests they continue as husband and wife, ruling Dyf together, but it doesn't claim everything returns to exactly how it was before. How could it? You can't go through something like Rhiannon's ordeal and return unchanged. You can't watch your wife suffer for 7 years and not carry some guilt. The question is whether they find a way to build something new from what remains, or whether the past always stands between them like a ghost. Pryderi, meanwhile, grows up with the knowledge of what his mother endured for him. He knows that his birth caused her suffering, that his disappearance led to her punishment, and that 6 women lied about her because of him. This is a heavy burden for a child to carry, even a child who grows at a supernatural rate and has wisdom beyond his years. But perhaps the knowledge also gives him something valuable, an understanding of his mother's strength, a model of how to endure, injustice with dignity, and a lesson in the importance of truth even when lies are more convenient. These are the kinds of lessons that shape a person's character in fundamental ways. The story of Tiernon and his wife becomes a legend in its own right. The nobleman who raised a foundling with love, and then gave him back when honour required it. In a medieval culture that valued hospitality and honour, their actions represent the highest ideals. They loved without possessing, cared without demanding ownership, and chose truth even when it cost them dearly. As you lie there in the darkness, think about what it means to be vindicated after years of false accusation. The relief certainly, but also the strange adjustment of being believed again, of having your truth acknowledged after years of having it denied. Rhiannon has her name, her son, and her position restored, but she also has 7 years of memory that no vindication can erase. The question the story leaves hanging is whether justice delayed is truly justice at all, and whether any amount of Restoration can truly compensate for years of suffering. Medieval audiences might have had clearer answers to these questions than we do, but the questions themselves remain uncomfortably relevant. Now that we've lived through Rhiannon's story from her first appearance to her vindication, it's worth stepping back and thinking about one of the tale's most persistent symbols, horses. Rhiannon first appears riding a white horse that moves at an impossible pace, unhurried yet uncatchable. This isn't just magical transportation, it's a statement about her nature. She can't be pursued and captured like a prize or a possession. She can only be approached through respect and direct communication, through asking rather than taking. The white horse itself carries symbolic weight throughout Celtic mythology. White animals generally signified otherworldly connection, creatures that existed in that liminal space between the mortal realm and Unwind. Rhiannon's horse is white, smooth-gaited and supernatural in its abilities, all markers of her own otherworldly nature. But then look at what happens during her punishment. Rhiannon, who rode the uncatchable horse, is reduced to being a horse herself. She offers to carry people on her back, performing the exact function that her white horse performed, transportation from one place to another. It's a deliberate inversion of her original appearance, a humiliation that strikes at the core of who she was. The symbolism goes deeper when you consider the foal that was born the same night as Pryderi. Tyrnan's mare had been losing foals every May Eve to a supernatural creature. The night Pryderi disappeared, Tyrnan saved the foal by cutting off the creature's arm and found the baby on his doorstep. The connection between child and foal is explicit. They appear together, they grow up together, and Pryderi develops an exceptional bond with the horse. In some way, they're linked, both stolen by the same creature, both saved by Tyrnan's intervention. The foal that should have been taken becomes Pryderi's special companion, a living reminder of the night they both survived. This pairing of human child and horse has roots deep in Celtic culture. Horses were sacred animals in many Celtic societies, associated with sovereignty, the land, and divine power. The bond between Pryderi and his horse suggests he carries both human and equine blessings, both mortal and otherworldly power. There's also something worth noting about the name Rhiannon itself. Scholars have connected it to an earlier Celtic goddess figure called Rigantona, meaning Great Queen or Divine Queen. This goddess was associated with horses, sovereignty, and the land itself. While the medieval Rhiannon is presented as a character in a story rather than a goddess in a myth, echoes of divine power remain. In Celtic tradition, queens and goddesses were often connected to the land they ruled. Their fertility, health, and justice affected the kingdom itself. Rhiannon's unjust punishment and suffering might represent not just personal tragedy, but a kind of cosmic disorder. The land's queen wrongly accused and humiliated while the kingdom's heir is missing. Her vindication, then, becomes more than just clearing her name. It's a restoration of proper order. The queen returned to her rightful position, the heir was revealed and acknowledged, and balance was restored between the otherworldly and mortal realms. The punishment of carrying people like a horse also inverts traditional power dynamics in interesting ways. In Celtic culture, horses were associated with nobility and sovereignty. To ride a horse was to demonstrate status and power. By being reduced to a horse herself, Rhiannon experiences a complete reversal of sovereignty, from queen to beast of burden. But here's what's remarkable. Even in this degraded position, Rhiannon maintains her dignity. She performs her punishment without resistance, but also without being broken by it. In some way, she proves that sovereignty isn't just about position or status. It's about an internal quality that can't be taken away even when everything external is stripped down. When she's vindicated and restored, she doesn't just return to her former position. She's transformed by her experience, carrying knowledge that only suffering can teach. She's been both the rider and the horse, both the queen and the humiliated prisoner. This complete experience of both extremes might actually make her more complete, more capable of understanding the full range of human experience. The white horse that couldn't be caught becomes a metaphor for Rhiannon herself. She couldn't be truly caught by Pwyll until she chose to stop. She couldn't be broken by 7 years of punishment because her essential self remained free, and she couldn't be defined by either her supernatural origins or her mortal suffering because she existed beyond simple categories. Pryderi's bond with the foal suggests he inherits this horse nature from his mother. He's comfortable moving between worlds, capable of supernatural growth but also very human in his attachments and loyalties. The child of a woman associated with horses naturally bonds with horses, carrying forward his mother's connection to these powerful symbols. As you drift towards sleep, imagine Rhiannon on that white horse, moving at her own pace, uncatchable by force, but responsive to respect. Imagine the years at the gate, carrying the weight of others while maintaining herself. Imagine the vindication, the return to her true nature, but carrying the memory of everything she endured. The horse connection isn't just decorative symbolism, it's the heart of who Rhiannon is. Free-moving, powerful, dignified, and ultimately ungovernable by anything except her own choices. The first branch of the Mabinogi ends with Rhiannon vindicated and Pryderi acknowledged, but that's not the end of her story in the larger cycle. Rhiannon appears again in the third branch, and what happens to her there adds another layer to our understanding of her character. By the time of the third branch, Pwyll has died, and Pryderi has inherited the lordship of Dyfed. Rhiannon is now a widow, no longer the otherworldly bride, but a mature woman who has lived through marriage, motherhood, false accusation, suffering, vindication, and loss. She's seen most of what life can offer, both wonderful and terrible. Pryderi decides his mother should remarry, and he arranges a marriage between Rhiannon and Manawydan, son of Lir. Manawydan is himself a figure of considerable importance, a man who has lost his own kingdom and is essentially an exile. He and Rhiannon are both people who have experienced displacement and who know what it means to fall from high status and endure suffering. Their marriage is described as harmonious and based on mutual respect. Two people who have both suffered, both endured, and both survived. They understand each other in ways that people who have only known comfort never could. It's a second-act romance, quieter than the dramatic courtship with Pwyll, but perhaps deeper for being rooted in shared experience rather than supernatural attraction. But peace doesn't last. While Rhiannon and Manawydan are with Pryderi and his wife, a magical mist descends on Dyfed. When it clears, everything living has vanished except for the four of them. The entire kingdom is empty. No people, no animals, just empty buildings and silent fields. They endure this desolation for a time, living off the land, hunting what wild game they can find. But eventually, Pryderi sees a mysterious fortress that wasn't there before. Against advice, he enters it and finds a beautiful golden bowl attached to chains. When he touches it, he becomes frozen, unable to speak or move. Rhiannon, hearing that her son is trapped, doesn't hesitate. She goes after him despite the warnings, despite knowing this is obviously a trap. When she finds Pryderi frozen and unable to speak, she touches him, and immediately becomes trapped as well. Then the fortress and both of them vanish, leaving Manawydan alone. This is Rhiannon's second great trial. Once again, she's trapped through no fault of her own. Once again, she's suffering because of circumstances beyond her control. But this time it's different. She's not falsely accused of a crime. She's actually enchanted, held prisoner in the otherworld. The text tells us that Rhiannon and Pryderi are taken to the otherworld, where they're forced to wear magical collars and perform degrading labour. Rhiannon, who was once forced to carry people like a horse, is now yoked like an ox, compelled to perform menial work in the realm she once came from freely. It's worth noting the pattern here. Rhiannon's trials consistently involve humiliation and degradation, being reduced from queen to beast of burden, being trapped and forced into labour. It's as if she's being tested to see if anything can break her essential dignity, can reduce her to something less than she is, and consistently she endures. The text doesn't dwell on her suffering in the otherworld, but it acknowledges that she and Pryderi are held there until Manawydan, through cleverness and persistence, wins their release. When she's finally freed, Rhiannon returns to the mortal world. Changed again? She's been a bride from Andion, a queen of Dyfed, a woman falsely accused, a vindicated mother, a widow, a remarried woman, and now a prisoner who has survived captivity in her own homeland. Each experience adds layers to who she is, building a character of remarkable complexity and depth. The third branch doesn't give us Rhiannon's emotional interiority during her captivity. Medieval Welsh storytelling wasn't particularly interested in detailed psychological exploration, but we can imagine what it meant for her to return to Annwn as a prisoner, rather than as a free woman choosing to leave, to be collared and yoked in the realm where she once rode that white horse with such grace and power. Humiliation as a pattern in Rhiannon's story seems almost deliberate, as if the universe is repeatedly testing her to see if she can be broken, reduced or made into something less than she is, and repeatedly, she proves that her essential self remains intact regardless of external circumstances. This is perhaps Rhiannon's greatest quality, the ability to endure degradation without being degraded, to suffer humiliation without being humiliated in her own eyes. She knows who she is, and no amount of unjust punishment or magical captivity changes that fundamental self-knowledge. Her final appearance in the Mabinogi shows her restored once again, living with Manawydan and Pryderi, her trials behind her. The text gives her a happy ending, or at least a peaceful one, the reward for surviving everything that was thrown at her with dignity intact. As we approach the end of our time with Rhiannon, it's worth considering why her story has endured for over 1,000 years. What is it about this woman from Welsh mythology that continues to speak to people across centuries and cultures? Part of it is simply that Rhiannon is an exceptionally well-drawn character. Even in a medieval text that doesn't spend much time on psychological depth, she comes through as a complete person, someone with agency, dignity, complexity, and remarkable strength. She makes her own choices, endures suffering without being destroyed by it, and maintains herself through trials that would break most people. But I think there's something more specific about what Rhiannon represents. She embodies a particular kind of strength that's often overlooked in favour of more obvious forms of power. She doesn't win through physical force or magical combat. She wins through endurance, through maintaining her essential self in the face of everything that tries to break or change her. This is a kind of strength that resonates particularly with people who have experienced injustice, false accusation, or circumstances beyond their control. Rhiannon's story says that you can survive being wrongly blamed, that you can endure public humiliation, and that you can maintain your dignity even when everyone else treats you as if you have none. Her story also speaks to the experience of being an outsider. Rhiannon is literally from another world, and she never quite fits into mortal society despite her best efforts. When something goes wrong, she's blamed partly because she's different, because she doesn't quite belong. This is an experience that transcends medieval Wales. It's the experience of anyone who has been marked as other, who doesn't fit neatly into the categories their society has established. The vindication that eventually comes provides hope that truth can prevail even after long delays, that being wrongly accused doesn't have to mean permanent disgrace. But the 7 years of suffering before that vindication also acknowledge that justice is often slow, that being right doesn't protect you from punishment, and that endurance is sometimes all you have. Modern retellings and adaptations of Rhiannon's story tend to emphasise different aspects depending on what resonates with their particular moment. Some focus on her as a goddess figure, reclaiming the divine power that medieval Christianity tried to diminish. Others emphasise her strength as a woman surviving in a patriarchal society. Still others focus on her as a symbol of patience and endurance through unjust suffering. The folk rock band Fleetwood Mac famously wrote a song called Rhiannon that introduced her to millions of people who had never heard of the Mabinogi. Stevie Nicks' mystical lyrics transformed the medieval Welsh character into a symbol of feminine power and mystery for the 1970s, which then inspired countless women to name their daughters Rhiannon, creating a chain of influence that spans from medieval Wales to modern maternity wards. Modern paganism and neo-Celtic spirituality have claimed Rhiannon as a goddess, building practices and devotions around her that would probably puzzle medieval Welsh storytellers. But this reimagining speaks to something real. People continue to find in Rhiannon a figure who represents qualities they value and aspire to. Academic scholars study her as a window into pre-Christian Celtic religion, trying to reconstruct the goddess, figure she might have descended from. Feminist scholars examine her story for what it reveals about women's lives and experiences in medieval Wales. Literary scholars analyse the narrative structure and symbolic patterns in her tale. All of these interpretations have validity because Rhiannon is rich enough as a character to support multiple readings. She's not a simple figure with one obvious meaning. She's complex, contradictory in some ways, and capable of being understood from multiple angles. But perhaps what makes Rhiannon most enduring is simply that she's memorable. That image of the woman on the white horse moving at her own pace, uncatchable by force, it sticks in your imagination once you encounter it. The patience of sitting at a gate for 7 years, the joy of vindication, the strength to endure multiple trials without losing yourself. These are images and ideas that lodge in your mind and stay there. In a world that often celebrates flashy, Heroism and dramatic victories, Rhiannon offers something different. The quiet heroism of endurance, the victory of maintaining yourself when everything tries to break you down. That's a kind of strength that never goes out of style. Because every generation has people who need to hear that they can survive injustice, that being wronged doesn't mean being broken. As your breathing deepens and sleep comes closer, let's think about what we can take from Rhiannon's story into our own lives. What does this medieval Welsh tale about a woman from the other world have to teach us in our very different world? First, there's the lesson about patience. Rhiannon's trials weren't resolved quickly. She sat at that gate for 7 years before truth caught up with lies. In our world of instant communication and rapid news cycles, 7 years feels like an eternity. We expect justice quickly, vindication immediately, and truth to triumph in the next news cycle. Rhiannon's story reminds us that sometimes justice takes time. Truth doesn't always prevail immediately. Being in the right doesn't protect you from suffering in the short term. The question is whether you can maintain yourself during the waiting, whether you can endure without becoming what your accusers claim you are. This doesn't mean accepting injustice passively. Rhiannon endured her punishment, but she never admitted to the crime she didn't commit. She performed what was required of her while maintaining her own internal knowledge of the truth. There's a difference between endurance and capitulation, between patience and passive acceptance. Second, there's something important in Rhiannon's relationship with her otherworldly nature. She comes from Aenon, but she chooses to live in the mortal world. She has supernatural power, but she endures very human suffering. She could presumably have used magic to escape her punishment or to prove her innocence, but she doesn't. Instead, she experiences the consequences of living in the mortal world according to mortal rules. This suggests something about integration, about choosing to fully inhabit whatever world you find yourself in, rather than constantly retreating to the safety of being different or special. Rhiannon doesn't use her otherworldly status as an escape hatch from human consequences. She lives fully in the world she's chosen, even when that world treats her terribly. For those of us who sometimes feel like outsiders, who don't quite fit into the categories our society establishes, there's both challenge and comfort in this. The challenge is to fully engage with the world as it is, rather than retreating into the fantasy of being too special for ordinary problems. The comfort is that you can maintain your essential differentness while still participating fully in the world around you. Third, there's the lesson in how Rhiannon handles vindication. When the truth comes out, she doesn't demand revenge on the 6 women who lied about her. She doesn't rage about the 7 years she lost. She focuses on what matters. Her son is returned, the truth is known, and life can continue. This isn't about being weak or accepting injustice. It's about understanding what actually serves you once vindication comes. Sometimes the desire for revenge keeps you trapped in the past, tied to your suffering even after the external circumstances have changed. Rhiannon's ability to focus on joy rather than retribution suggests a kind of wisdom that knows the difference between justice and revenge. In our cancel culture moment, where public accusations and counter-accusations fly constantly, where everyone seems focused on punishing wrongdoing and demanding accountability, Rhiannon offers a different model. Not accountability-free, the truth does come out, she's vindicated, but focused on moving forward rather than dwelling in justified anger. Fourth, there's something in Rhiannon's multiple trials. She faces false accusation and imprisonment, she loses and regains her son, she's widowed and remarries, and out, and she's captured by the otherworld and freed again. Life keeps throwing things at her, and she keeps surviving, keeps maintaining herself, and keeps finding ways forward. This feels particularly relevant for those of us in middle age, the target audience for this bedtime story. By your 40s and 50s, you've likely been through some things. Maybe not magical imprisonment in the other world, but perhaps divorce, job loss, health crises, grief, betrayal, or any of the other trials that come with living a full life. Rhiannon's story suggests that surviving one trial doesn't exempt you from future ones. Life isn't a video game where you beat one level and move on to permanent safety, but it also shows that surviving each trial builds strength for the next one, that endurance is a skill that improves with practice, and that you can be tested multiple times and still maintain your essential self. Finally, there's the lesson in Rhiannon's choices. She chooses Pwyll over Gwal. She chooses to endure her punishment rather than abandon Dioed or use supernatural means to escape. She chooses to enter the mysterious fortress to save her son, even knowing it's a trap. She's not a passive victim of fate. She's someone who makes active choices and lives with their consequences. This agency is important. Even in circumstances that seem completely beyond her control, Rhiannon finds spaces where choice exists. She can't control being falsely accused, but she can control how she responds to punishment. She can't control the magical trap, but she can choose whether to enter it. In our own lives, we often face situations where we feel powerless. Rhiannon reminds us that even in the worst circumstances, small spaces of choice remain. How we inhabit those spaces and how we make the choices available to us shapes who we become. The moon is riding high over ancient Wales, casting silver light across the landscape where Rhiannon's story has been told for over 1,000 years. Somewhere in that landscape, in the space between what was and what might have been, a white horse moves at its own pace, unhurried and uncatchable. Rhiannon's story is complete, but in another sense, it continues. Every time someone tells it, she rides again. Every time someone finds strength in her example, she endures again. Every time someone chooses truth over convenience, maintains dignity in the face of humiliation, or survives injustice without being broken by it, her legacy lives on. You've spent this hour with a woman from another world who chose to live in this. One who faced trials that would have destroyed most people, and who maintained herself through everything life and legend could throw at her. You've walked with her from her first appearance on that white horse to her final vindication and beyond. As you drift towards sleep, let Rhiannon's strength be with you. Not the flashy strength of magic or power, but the deeper strength of endurance, of maintaining your essential self regardless of circumstances, of knowing who you are when everyone else is telling you you're something different. Let her patience be with you. The patience to endure when justice is slow, to wait for truth to catch up with lies, to survive the years at the gate knowing that vindication may come eventually, even if it doesn't come soon. Let her dignity be with you, the ability to perform humiliating tasks without being humiliated in your own eyes, to endure degradation without being degraded internally, and to know that what others say about you doesn't change the truth of who you are. Let her joy be with you, the capacity to celebrate when good things finally happen, to focus on what's found rather than what was lost, and to experience genuine happiness even after years of suffering. And let her agency be with you, the knowledge that even in the worst circumstances, choices remain available, that you can make decisions about how to respond if not about what happens to you, and that being trapped in external circumstances doesn't mean being trapped in your own mind. The white horse is still moving somewhere, between worlds, and Rhiannon is still riding it, patient and dignified and free. She's been riding for over 1,000 years, and she'll continue to ride as long as people tell her story, finding in it something that speaks to their own struggles and triumphs. Tomorrow, when you wake, you'll return to your ordinary world with its ordinary challenges, but you'll carry with you the memory of a woman who moved between worlds, who endured the unendurable, who maintained herself through trials that should have broken her, and who emerged with her essential self intact. That's not a bad companion to have as you navigate whatever trials your own life presents. Rhiannon rode between the mortal world and Unwind. You can ride between sleeping and waking, between the world of medieval legend and modern life, carrying her strength with you as you go. Sleep well, knowing that some stories are more than entertainment. They're maps for navigating the difficult terrain of being human, guides for surviving the trials we all face in one form or another. Rhiannon's story has guided people for over a millennium, and tonight it's guided you towards sleep with its lessons of strength, patience, and unbreakable dignity. The white horse moves on, unhurried and uncatchable, carrying the Lady of the White, horse through the centuries and into your dreams. May you meet her there, in that space between worlds, and may she teach you whatever you most need to learn. Rest now. The story is told, the lady is vindicated, the sun is restored, and truth has triumphed over lies. Tomorrow brings its own challenges, but tonight belongs to rest, to sleep, to the gentle space where ancient stories become part of who we are. Good night. May Rhiannon's strength be yours, her patience guide you, and her dignity sustain you through whatever gates you must sit at in your own life. Imagine, if you will, the realm of Asgard on a winter morning when the world feels wrapped in cotton wool. The golden halls of the gods stand silent, their walls reflecting the pale light of a sun that never quite seems to warm the air. This is the kind of stillness that makes you hold your breath without realizing it, the sort of peace that whispers of its own fragility. In these days, before the great prophecy took root in every divine heart, the gods went about their business with a confidence that now seems almost charming in its innocence. Odin sat upon his high seat, watching the 9 worlds with eyes that saw everything except, perhaps, what mattered most. Thor practiced with his hammer in the courtyard, each swing sending tremors through the ground that the other gods had learned to ignore like familiar background noise. Freya tended her cats and contemplated beauty in all its forms, from the delicate frost patterns on window glass to the terrible elegance of a well-crafted sword. Life in Asgard followed rhythms as old as the World Tree itself. Feasts rolled into councils, councils dissolved into hunts, and hunts gave way to more feasts. The mead flowed like rivers, and laughter echoed through halls built to last until the end of days, though none of them truly believed those days would ever come. Endings were things that happened to mortals, to the brief lives of humans who flickered and faded like candle flames in a drafty room. Gods were supposed to be different, but even in those peaceful times there were signs if you knew how to read them. The Norns, those 3 ancient sisters who wove the fates of gods and men alike, worked their loom with expressions that suggested they knew something everyone else had missed. Their fingers moved through threads of past, present and future with a speed that spoke of urgency, though they never rushed. Rushing implied there was still time to make a difference, and the Norns knew better than anyone that some things were already written in the deep structure of the universe itself. The ravens, Hugin and Munin, returned each evening to whisper their findings into Odin's ears. Thought and memory they were called, and between them they saw everything that happened under the sky. But lately their reports had taken on a quality that Odin didn't care to examine too closely. Attention, a sense of gathering momentum towards something inevitable. He would nod and thank them, then pour another cup of mead and try to focus on problems that seemed more immediate, and therefore more solvable. Down in Midgard, the realm of humans, life continued with its own particular rhythms. Farmers planted and harvested, warriors fought and feasted, and everyone told stories around fires on cold nights. Many of these stories concerned the gods, naturally, because humans have always found comfort in believing that their struggles mirror larger cosmic patterns. They spoke of Odin's wisdom, Thor's strength, Freya's beauty, and yes, even of Loki, low-key, though those stories were always told with a mixture of amusement and unease, occupied a peculiar position in the divine hierarchy. He was counted among the easier gods, yet everyone knew he was actually a giant by birth, one of the Jotun who were supposed to be enemies of the gods. It was the kind of complicated family situation that makes modern Thanksgiving dinners look simple by comparison. Odin had made him a blood brother in some ancient ceremony that no one quite remembered the details of anymore, binding them together with oaths that even gods could not break without consequences. In those quiet days before the prophecy became impossible to ignore, I moved through Asgard like a cat in a house, where it knows it's not entirely welcome but tolerated for its usefulness in dealing with mice. He was clever, perhaps too clever, as the other gods sometimes muttered when they thought he couldn't hear. His solutions to problems often created new problems, like a home repair job that fixes the leak but somehow damages the foundation. Yet time and again, when the gods found themselves in truly impossible situations, it was they who turned to, because sometimes you need someone willing to think in directions that would never occur to the properly moral mind. He was beautiful in the way that dangerous things often are, sharp-featured, with eyes that suggested he was always 3 steps ahead in a conversation you didn't know you were having. His smile had edges to it, and his laughter could sound like either delight or mockery depending on how you happened to be feeling that day. The gods never entirely trusted him, but they never entirely distrusted him either, which was exactly the balance he seemed to prefer. Trust was a cage, distrust was exile, but this liminal space between the two offered freedom of a sort. During this period of stillness, I would often wander beyond Asgard's golden walls, out into the wild spaces where the worlds brushed against each other like pages in a book not quite properly closed. He said he was exploring, learning the secrets of creation that the more respectable gods were too dignified to seek out themselves, and perhaps that was even true in its own way. But exploration can take many forms, and not all of them involve maps and careful notes. The other gods probably should have paid more attention to these wanderings. But Asgard was comfortable, mead was plentiful, and it's always easier to assume that tomorrow will be much like today, especially when today is pleasant enough. They assumed she would always be, sometimes helpful, sometimes annoying, but ultimately one of them, bound by the same rules and expectations that governed all their lives. They were right about the first part. Would always be. Where they went wrong was in assuming that meant anything like predictability or safety. Beyond the walls of Asgard, beyond even the relatively tamed wildness of Midgard, lay Jotunheim, the realm of the giants. This was not a place where gods typically vacationed. The giants were old, older than the gods themselves by some accounts, and they remembered every slight, every battle, every drop of blood spilled in the eternal conflict between order and chaos. Jotunheim was a landscape of contradictions. Ice fields that burned with cold so intense it felt like fire, mountains that seemed to shift when you weren't looking directly at them, and forests where the trees had witnessed the birth of the worlds and remained unimpressed. It was to this unwelcoming realm that he found himself drawn, pulled by something he couldn't quite name and wouldn't have admitted if he could. Maybe it was boredom with Asgard's golden perfection, where everything was always beautiful and therefore in its way monotonous. Maybe it was a longing for the wild magic that the giants still practiced, the old chaos that had existed before the gods imposed their orderly structures on creation. Or maybe, and this is what he would never have confessed to Odin or any of the others, it was a desire to be somewhere he didn't have to constantly perform the role of the trickster, where he could simply be. In Jotunheim he met Angrboda the giantess. Her name meant she who brings grief, which should have been his first warning but instead intrigued him, the way danger always intrigued him. She was not beautiful by the standards of Asgard, where beauty meant golden hair and perfect features that never showed the weight of years or experience. Angrboda's beauty was of a different sort entirely, the beauty of a winter storm, of ancient stone, of things that endure not through perfection but through sheer uncompromising existence. She lived alone in a part of Jotunheim where even other giants rarely ventured, in a hall built from the bones of some creature that had died when the world was young. It should have been grim, but somehow it wasn't. She had made it comfortable in her own way, with furs that actually provided warmth and a fire that burned with colours I had never seen in Asgard's carefully tended hearths. The first time he visited, he told himself he was gathering information, learning giant secrets that might prove useful to the gods someday. The second visit was harder to justify. By the third, he had stopped trying. Angrboda saw through him immediately, of course. She saw the performance he put on for everyone else, and underneath it she saw something that she had even half forgotten was there. A person who was tired of always being clever, always having the perfect response, and always playing the role that everyone expected. With her he could occasionally be quiet. With her he could admit uncertainty. With her he discovered that not every moment needed to be filled with words or tricks or carefully calculated moves in some invisible game. This relationship was, by any reasonable standard, a catastrophically bad idea. Was bound by oaths to the gods, bound by his peculiar position as both insider and outsider in Asgard's hierarchy. Angrboda was a giant, one of the ancient enemies, and her very name suggested that she carried doom in her wake like a cloak. Nothing good could come from this union. Anyone with sense could have told them that, but sense has never been the primary motivator of those who fall into whatever you want to call the thing that grew between them. Love is too simple a word and too complicated at the same time. Call it recognition, perhaps. The way two people who have always been slightly out of step with everyone around them might recognise that quality in each other and feel something like relief. Time in Jotunheim moved differently than in Asgard. Days could stretch or compress. and seasons followed rules that would have given meteorologists nervous breakdowns. During one of these temporally ambiguous periods, Angerboda discovered she was pregnant. Not with one child, but with 3, because apparently even reproduction couldn't be straightforward when I was involved. This should have been the moment when he returned to Asgard, resumed his proper role, and pretended this entire episode had never happened. The gods were skilled at ignoring uncomfortable truths, and one more god's indiscretion could have been added to a list that was already impressively long. But something kept him in Jotunheim through Angerboda's pregnancy, watching her belly swell with new life, feeling something he couldn't quite name and didn't entirely trust. Perhaps it was fear of what was coming. Perhaps it was fascination with the sheer audacity of creating life when your own existence felt so uncertain. Or perhaps, and this is the most generous interpretation, it was a genuine desire to be present for the birth of his children, to be something other than the trickster for once, to be simply a father to beings who might not yet know enough to be disappointed in him. The births, when they came, were like nothing in the usual order of things. The first child came into the world as winter deepened over Jotunheim, when the cold pressed down like a physical weight and the stars seemed close enough to touch. Angerboda laboured in her hall of bone and fur and discovered that all his cleverness was useless in the face of this most ancient and ordinary of processes. He could do nothing but wait, and waiting had never been something he excelled at. When the baby finally emerged, wrapped in caul and blood and possibility, he looked down at his firstborn son and felt his heart constrict in a way that should have been impossible for someone who prided himself on emotional detachment. The child was perfect, small and helpless in the way all newborns are, with tiny fists that clenched and unclenched, as if already learning to hold on to things in a world that would try to take everything away. They named him Fenrir, and in the beginning he was simply a baby. He cried when he was hungry, slept when he was tired, and regarded the world with the solemn curiosity of all new arrivals trying to understand the strange place they've landed in. But even from the start there were signs for those who knew how to read them. His eyes were too knowing for an infant's, his grip on your finger stronger than it should have been, and when he looked at you, it felt like being assessed by something that was already deciding whether you were friend or food. He grew faster than any normal child, his baby fat melting away within weeks to reveal lean muscle and a coat of fur that shouldn't have emerged for months if he'd been a normal wolf, which he very clearly wasn't. By the time Fenrir was what should have been 3 months old, he was the size of a large dog, and by 6 months, he was larger than any wolf that had ever run through the forests of any world. His teeth, when he yawned, were already the size of daggers, and his howls echoed across Jotunheim in ways that made even giants pause in their work and look toward the horizon with expressions of unease. But here's what you need to understand. Despite all this, Fenrir was still just a child. He wanted to play, to be petted, and to curl up next to his mother and listen to her voice as she told him stories about the world before his birth. He was gentle with the smaller creatures that lived around Angerboda's hall, and once I watched him spend an entire afternoon carefully not squashing a mouse that had wandered into his paws. The wolf child's tail would wag when either parent came near, and his greatest joy seemed to be these simple moments of family togetherness. This second birth came only months later, though time in Jotunheim made such measurements almost meaningless. This child emerged even more impossible than the first, and when Angerboda laid him against her chest for the first time, she looked up at him with eyes that held equal parts love and terror. Jörmungandr, they named him, the world's serpent, though he started out small enough to fit in cupped palms. He was beautiful in the way that reptiles can be beautiful, perfectly designed for his purpose, with scales that caught the light like opals and eyes that were older than anything had a right to be. Unlike Fenrir, who was warm and mammalian in his affections, Jörmungandr was cool to the touch, contemplative, with a stillness that suggested depths beneath depths. He grew even faster than his brother, his body lengthening in coils that soon filled the hall and then spilled outside, wrapping around the foundation like a living boundary marker. Within a year, or what passed for a year. He was longer than any snake or dragon in mythology, his body stretching so far that you could see the beginning but never quite follow him to his end. He moved like water when he wanted to, with a grace that made you forget how utterly alien he was, and when he was still, you might mistake him for a peculiar rock formation, until one of those opal eyes opened to regard you with cool interest. Jörmungandr didn't play like Fenrir did, but he had his own way of showing affection. He would rest his massive head on Angerboda's lap as she sat by the fire, his breath slow and even, radiating a sense of peace that seemed to spread through the entire hall. He liked it when she would trace patterns on his scales and tell him stories, not the grand sagas of gods and heroes, but smaller, quieter tales about observation and patience, and the long view that serpents naturally understood. The third child came last, and her birth was the strangest of all. The labour was long and difficult, and there were moments when I wondered if Angerboda would survive it. But finally the baby emerged, and when they cleaned her and wrapped her in furs, they saw that she was split perfectly down the middle, one side living and lovely, the other side showing the marks of death and decay that usually only came after a life had ended. They named her Hel, and she was perhaps the most remarkable of all the children, though the least obviously monstrous. Her living side was as beautiful as her mother was beautiful, strong-featured and fierce, with eyes that saw straight through pretense to the truth underneath. Her death-touch side was not grotesque in the way you might imagine, but rather peaceful, like a person sleeping deeply, with skin the colour of old parchment, and an eye that saw into realms no living person should perceive. Unlike her brothers, Hel grew at a normal pace, though what was normal about anything concerning this family was debatable. But she aged like a human child would, which meant she stayed small and vulnerable far longer than Fenrir or Jörmungandr. This seemed to bring out protective instincts in her brothers that you wouldn't expect from beings who were already becoming legends even in their infancy. Fenrir would curl his enormous body around her when she slept, providing warmth and security. Jörmungandr would create living walls with his coils, keeping anything potentially dangerous away from his sister. For a short time, and it was heartbreakingly short, they were simply a family. Unconventional, certainly. Impossible by any reasonable standard. But a family nonetheless, finding joy in each other's company in a hall at the edge of civilization, where the rules that governed everyone else's lives didn't quite seem to apply. Angerboda would sit by the fire in the evenings, Hel in her lap, while Fenrir sprawled nearby and Jörmungandr coiled around them all like a living fortress. Would tell stories. He was always good with stories, and for those moments he could almost forget that this couldn't last, that the world beyond their hall was watching and worrying and preparing to take action. But she'd always been too clever not to know the truth, and Angerboda was too wise to pretend otherwise. These children, however beloved, however innocent in themselves, were prophecy made flesh. Their very existence was a threat to the order of things, and order, especially divine order, has never been kind to threats. The gods learned about the children the way gods always learn about things they'd prefer not to know, through ravens and rumours, through prophecies that emerged in dreams, through the Norns weaving with expressions that grew grimmer with each passing day. At first, the news was met with disbelief. Had gotten himself into awkward situations before, but this seemed excessive even for him. 3 children, each more impossible than the last, born of a union that should never have happened in the first place. Then the disbelief turned to concern, and concern ripened into fear, because prophecies began to surface, old predictions that suddenly made new and terrible sense. The wolf who would devour the sun, the serpent who would poison the sky, the maiden who would receive the dead when the final battle came. These weren't just children, they were endings given form and breath, walking proof that Ragnarok, was not some distant theoretical event, but an approaching reality with baby teeth and scales. Odin called a council, which was never a good sign. When gods gather formally to discuss problems, it usually means someone's life is about to get significantly worse. Thor argued for immediate action because Thor's solution to most problems involved hitting them with his hammer until they stopped being problems. Freya counselled compassion, suggesting that children shouldn't be punished for prophecies about things they hadn't done yet. Tyr, the god of justice, pointed out that justice and prevention made uncomfortable bedfellows, and perhaps this was a situation where they needed to choose which principle mattered more. They sent for him, and he came reluctantly, leaving his family in Jotunheim with promises he must have known even then he couldn't keep. In Asgard's great hall, with all the gods assembled in judgment, he faced questions he had no good answers for. Yes, the children existed. Yes, they were growing powerful. Yes, he supposed the prophecies might apply to them, though prophecies were notoriously open to interpretation, and perhaps everyone was overreacting. This argument went about as well as you'd expect when you're trying to convince people that their existential terror might be premature. Odin pronounced judgment with the weight of someone who had foreseen this moment and hated every part of it. The children could not remain in Jotunheim, free and growing stronger. They had to be separated, contained and placed where they could not fulfill the prophecies that everyone now agreed hung over them like storm clouds over a picnic. It was for the good of all the worlds, Odin said, and maybe he even believed it. Gods are very good at convincing themselves that terrible things are necessary. The separation happened on a grey morning when the sky seemed to reflect the mood of everyone involved. Gods came to Jotunheim in force, not quite an army, but not quite not an army either, led by Odin himself because some orders can't be delegated without seeming cowardly. Angrboda fought them, of course. She was a giantess and a mother, which made her approximately as dangerous as anything in creation when protecting her children. But there were many gods, and only one of her, and they had come prepared with bindings and spells and the kind of overwhelming force that leaves no room for defiance to matter. Fenrir fought too, though he was still young enough that fighting mostly meant biting and howling and trying to position himself between his family and the invaders. He managed to bloody a few minor gods before they got magical chains around him. Chains that wouldn't have held a normal wolf for more than moments, but that had been forged specifically for him, woven with magic and prophecy, and the kind of desperate ingenuity that comes from fear. Even bound, Fenrir struggled, his eyes finding his mother's across the chaos, seeing something in her expression that broke what remained of his puppy heart. They took him first, dragging him away, still bound, still fighting, howling in a voice that carried across all of Jotunheim, and made even the giants pause in whatever they were doing to listen and remember. The gods brought him to a place called Lyngvi, an island in the middle of a lake called Amsvatnir, where water so dark it looked like liquid night lapped at shores that nothing living visited. There they chained him with bonds called Gleipnir, thin as silk and strong as the roots of mountains, made from impossible things. The sound of a cat's footfall, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, and the spittle of a bird. Fenrir would live there on that lonely island, bound and isolated, growing larger and more bitter as the years passed. The gods told themselves this was mercy. They could have killed him after all. They told themselves he would be well cared for, that someone would bring him food and water. What they didn't tell themselves was what it might do to a social creature to live entirely alone, without touch or companionship, with nothing but chains and prophecy for company. Ur Mungan Dur. They handled it differently, though no more kindly. The serpent had grown so large that transporting him anywhere seemed impossible, so instead they threw him into the sea, cast him from the cliffs of Asgard down into the waters of Midgard like something broken being tossed away. He fell through clouds and air that never felt anything like him pass through before, and hit the ocean, with an impact that created waves that reached shores hundreds of miles away. The serpent sank into the cold deep, where sunlight had never quite figured out how to reach, and there he continued to grow. He grew until his body encircled all of Midgard, grew until he held his own tail in his mouth in an endless loop of scale and muscle and patient rage. Sailors would sometimes glimpse him when storms turned the sea transparent for brief moments. and they would tell stories about the world serpent who waited in the depths for a day when the prophecies would finally come true and he could rise to meet them. She took last, and perhaps her fate was strangest of all. She was still a child, small and frightened, clutching at Angerboda's skirts as the gods deliberated what to do with a girl who was half alive and half dead, and entirely too close to the mysteries that separated one state from the other. Odin looked at her for a long time, his one eye seeing things that others couldn't, seeing possibilities and problems and prophecies yet unwritten. Finally he made his decision. She would not be imprisoned like her brother or exiled like the other. Instead, she would be given a realm to rule. Niflheim, the realm of the dead, where those who died of illness or old age would come to rest. It sounded like a gift, the way Odin presented it, like they were giving her purpose and authority beyond what any child her age should expect. But Hel was already wise beyond her years, split as she was between life and death, and she understood what they were really doing, isolating her from the living, placing her where her strange nature would be appropriate, and keeping her contained through responsibility rather than chains. She went without fighting, because what would fighting have accomplished? But she looked back once at her mother, and Angerboda saw in that look all the future Hel would have without her family around her, all the centuries of ruling over the dead while being neither quite living nor quite dead herself, and all the loneliness that awaited in those grey halls beneath the earth. Watched all of this happen, bound by his oaths to Odin, unable to intervene without breaking bonds that held the very fabric of divine society together. His children were taken, scattered to wind and sea and underworld, separated from each other and from the family that loved them despite every prophecy that said they shouldn't. And he stood there in his golden halls of Asgard, still technically one of the gods, still technically honoured and respected, and felt something inside him crack in ways that would have consequences no one could yet imagine. Angerboda they left alone in her hall of bones, because what more could they take from her? She sat by her fire, which had always burned with strange colours, and she wept tears that froze before they hit the ground. The gods had taken her children. The prophecies remained. And somewhere in the fabric of fate itself something shifted, like a lock tumbling into place, like a story finally finding its proper tragic shape. After the separation, Asgard tried to return to its previous rhythm of feasts and hunts and comfortable certainty. But something had changed in the golden halls, a tension that wouldn't quite dissipate like morning mist under sunlight. The gods had done what they thought necessary, and they tried very hard to convince themselves this meant they had prevented disaster. They were very good at self-deception when they needed to be. It's practically a requirement for divine status, but the Norns continued weaving, and their expressions never softened. And in the world tree Yggdrasil itself, which connected all the realms in its vast structure of trunk and branch and root, there was a sense of anticipation, as if the tree that held everything together was bracing itself for what would inevitably come. The prophecies about Ragnarok were old, older than most of the gods themselves. They spoke of a final battle when everything that held the worlds together would come apart like a tapestry pulled at its threads. Fire and ice would meet, the dead would rise, the bonds that held monsters would snap, and the carefully maintained order that the gods had spent ages building would collapse into chaos and violence. It was the Norse version of the apocalypse, and what made it particularly unsettling was its specificity. This wasn't vague religious speculation. It was a detailed roadmap of exactly how everything would end. The wolf would break his chains on that day. Fenrir, grown massive with isolation and rage, would shake off the bonds of Gleipnir like they were spider silk, and run free for the first time since his imprisonment. He would chase the sun across the sky, and this time there would be no escape for that bright orb that had risen faithfully every morning since the dawn of time. The wolf would swallow the sun, and the world would fall into darkness that no torch could penetrate. The serpent would rise from the ocean depths. Jormungandr, having grown so large that he literally encompassed the world, would release his own tail from his mouth and surge upward through waters that had contained him for so long. He would spew venom that would poison the very air, creating a toxic fog that would spread across all the lands. The sky itself would turn green with his poison, and things would die simply from breathing. The dead would march under Hel's command. From Niflheim, that grey realm beneath the earth, would come an army of those who had passed from the world of the living, not the glorious dead who dwelt in Valhalla, but the ordinary dead, those who had died in their beds of age or sickness, those who had never held weapons or sought battle. They would rise at Hel's call, because even the boundary between life and death would fail when Ragnarok came. On that day, he would break free from a punishment the gods would later impose on him for his role in another god's death. He would be bound in a cave with venom dripping onto his face for eternity, or at least until the end of everything, whichever came first, as it turned out. When Ragnarok began, those bonds too would snap, and he would lead an army of giants against the gods who had once called him friend, fighting alongside the children they had taken from him. The prophecies described the battle in detail, which would have been impressive if it weren't so utterly depressing. Thor would face Jormungandr in their final confrontation, and though the thunder god would manage to kill the serpent, he would only take 9 steps before the venom finally killed him in turn. Odin would face Fenrir in single combat, and the wolf would do what he'd been prophesied to do since before he was born. He would devour the All-Father, swallowing the king of the gods as darkness swallowed the sun. The fires of Muspelheim would consume what remained, burning through all the worlds like a fever that couldn't be broken. The world tree itself would burn, and when it finally fell, nothing would remain but a waste of ash and regret. It was, by any standard, a deeply unpleasant set of predictions, and the gods spent considerable time and energy trying to figure out if there was any way around them. This is where things got philosophically interesting, if you cared about such things, which most of the gods didn't, because philosophy had never stopped anyone from getting eaten by a wolf or poisoned by a serpent. The problem was this: by taking action to prevent the prophecies, were the gods actually ensuring they came true? If they hadn't imprisoned Fenrir, would he have any reason to hate them enough to devour Odin? If they hadn't thrown Jormungandr into the sea, would he have grown large enough to threaten the world? If they hadn't given Hel dominion over the dead, would she have an army to raise when the final battle came? And if they hadn't taken children away, would he have any motivation to lead giants against them when the world ended? But it was too late now for such questions. The children were separated, growing in their isolation, and with each passing year they were becoming less like the innocent beings they had been, and more like the monsters the prophecies required them to be. It was like a self-fulfilling prophecy speedrun, and everyone was trapped in roles they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. You might wonder what the children themselves thought about all this. Whether they had any choice in the matter, whether they might have chosen differently if given the option. But prophecy doesn't care much about choice. That's the terrible thing about it, the aspect that makes it fundamentally unfair in ways that even gods couldn't quite address. The future was already written, and all any of them could do was move toward it like actors hitting their marks in a play whose ending had been determined before the first line was spoken. Fenrir, alone on his island, grew large and bitter. He had loved his family once, had been gentle with that mouse, and had wagged his tail when his father came home. But isolation is poison of its own sort, and chains leave marks that go deeper than flesh. He thought about prophecy in the long hours of his imprisonment, and about the role everyone assumed he would play. And perhaps part of him began to think, if everyone believes I'm a monster, if they've treated me like a monster since I was a child, if they've imprisoned me for crimes I haven't committed yet, well, maybe when the chains finally break, I'll give them exactly the monster they expected. Jormungandr circled the world in his endless loop, growing larger with each passing century, patient in the way that only truly cold-blooded creatures can be patient. He remembered his mother's hall, remembered his sister's small hand touching his scales, and remembered his brother's protective warmth. He remembered, and he waited, and his waiting had the quality of something inevitable. Not eager, exactly, but ready. When the time came, he would rise. The prophecy said so. And for a being who had been cast into the ocean like garbage, there was something almost comforting about certainty, even if that certainty was about universal destruction. Hel in her grey halls learned the art of ruling the dead, and it changed her in ways that would have concerned anyone who cared enough to visit, which no one did. The living were afraid of death, and the dead weren't much for conversation. She existed between states, governing a realm where nothing ever really changed, where there was no joy but also no suffering, just an endless grey continuation that wasn't quite anything at all. She thought of her mother sometimes, and wondered if Angerboda still lived in her Hall of Bones in Jotunheim. She thought of her brothers and wondered if they remembered her, or if time and isolation had erased even those memories. Mostly, though, she prepared. Because the prophecy said the dead would march, and Hel had learned that being prepared was the only form of control available to her. Time passed in the 9 worlds the way it always does, steadily, indifferently, like water wearing away stone. Years became decades. Decades stretched into centuries, and the gods grew comfortable with their solutions to the problem of prophecy. Fenrir was bound. Jormungandr was in the sea. Hel presided over the dead, and Ragnarok remained firmly in the category of future problems we'll worry about later. Except the Norns kept weaving and their thread was running out. The signs began subtly, the way endings often do. Winters grew longer and harsher, stretching beyond their traditional boundaries until spring seemed like a memory rather than something that would actually return. The Norse called it Fimbulwinter, the Great Winter, 3 years of cold with no summer between them, where snow fell even in what should have been the warmest months, and the sun seemed to have forgotten how to provide warmth even when it appeared. In Midgard, humans huddled around fires and watched their supplies dwindle, wondering what they had done to anger the gods. They didn't know that the gods had nothing to do with it, that this was simply the universe preparing itself for transition, the way a body shivers before a fever breaks. Crops failed. Animals disappeared into forests and didn't return. Families turned on each other as resources became scarce, and the social bonds that held communities together began to fray like old rope under too much strain. Wolves appeared in unusual numbers, more than anyone could remember seeing, and they were bold in ways that normal wolves never were. They came close to villages, watching with eyes that seemed to understand too much, as if they were waiting for something. Some people swore they could hear howling in the distance every night, a sound that came from no direction, and every direction at once. A call that their own dogs would answer with whimpers of fear rather than challenge. The ocean grew restless in ways that confused even experienced sailors. Waves rose without wind to drive them, and the water itself seemed to be shifting, moving with patterns that suggested something massive was stirring in depths no human had ever plumbed. Ships that ventured too far from shore sometimes reported seeing coils breaking the surface, coils too large to belong to any known creature, covered in scales that caught the dying light like diseased jewels. In Niflheim, Hel felt the change before anyone else. The dead who came to her realm arrived with stories of the world above falling apart, of chaos spreading like infection through societies that had seemed stable for generations. She stood in her hall of grey stone and felt the boundaries between her realm and the world above thinning, weakening, and becoming permeable in ways they had never been before. It would be easy now to send the dead back up into the light, easy to march them across the boundary that had always seemed so absolute. She thought of her brothers, whom she hadn't seen since childhood, and wondered if they felt it too. This sense of something approaching, of a story finally moving toward its climax after an impossibly long middle section. On the island of Lyngvi, Fenrir felt the bonds that held him beginning to weaken. Gleipnir, that thin ribbon that had held him for so long, was starting to stretch in ways it never had before. It was still strong. The magic woven into it was old and powerful. But even old magic eventually wears down under constant pressure. He had been pulling against these bonds every day for centuries, and now, finally, he could feel them responding, feel the give in them that suggested freedom might actually be possible. He He lifted his massive head and howled, a sound that carried across water and land through realms and dimensions, reaching ears that had been waiting to hear it. It was a howl of anticipation, of rage that had been building for so long it had become something almost pure and of something else too. A kind of terrible joy at finally being able to move toward the destiny everyone had always said was his. In the ocean, Jörmungandr released his tail from his mouth for the first time since he'd been large enough to catch it. The world serpent uncoiled, and as he did, the seas began to rise. Tsunamis formed spontaneously, rushing toward shores that had no warning and no time to prepare. The serpent's massive body created currents that disrupted weather patterns across the entire world, and when he finally surfaced, truly surfaced, bringing his full length up where sky and sea met, sailors who saw him went mad from the sheer impossibility of his size. He rose toward Asgard, toward the home of the gods who had thrown him away, and as he rose, venom dripped from fangs the size of towers. Where it fell into the water, fish died instantly and floated to the surface in vast carpets of silver death. Where it touched land, vegetation withered as if winter had compressed itself into single devastating moments. The air itself began to taste of poison, metallic and wrong, making every breath a risk. In Asgard, the gods finally had to acknowledge what they'd been trying to ignore for months or years or centuries, depending on how you measured divine denial. The prophecy wasn't something they had prevented or postponed. It was here, now, inevitable as gravity or grief. Heimdall, the watchman of the gods, lifted the Gjallarhorn to his lips and blew, sending out a sound that reached every corner of every realm. A warning, a call to arms, and an admission that everything they'd tried to prevent was happening anyway. Odin sat on his throne and felt something he hadn't felt in ages. Genuine fear. Not the mild concern that accompanies minor problems, but the deep existential terror of knowing that your own end is approaching, and there's nothing left to do but meet it with whatever dignity you can muster. He had seen this moment in his visions countless times, and had played it out in his mind trying to find some way to change the outcome. And he had failed. All his wisdom, all his sacrifices. He had given an eye for knowledge and hung himself from the world tree for 9 days to learn the runes, and none of it had been enough to change what was coming. Thor stood in the courtyard of Asgard, Mjolnir in his hand, and for once he wasn't confident. He was brave, certainly, and he would fight because fighting was what he did. But even Thor could sense that this was different from every battle he'd ever fought before. This wasn't about winning. This was about meeting your fate head-on because there was literally no other option available. The fires of Muspelheim, that realm of primordial flame that existed at the edge of creation, began to spread. The fire giant Surtur, who had been waiting since the beginning of time for this exact moment, led his forces across the Rainbow Bridge Bifrost, and the beautiful arc that connected Asgard to the other realms burned under their feet, collapsing into nothing like a dream at morning. From Jotunheim came the Frost Giants, ancient enemies of the gods, marching in formation that suggested this had been planned for longer than anyone wanted to contemplate. They had waited through centuries of uneasy peace, and now the waiting was over. They came across the broken remains of Bifrost, climbing through spaces between worlds that should have been impassable, driven by old hatreds and older promises, and from a cave where he'd been bound as punishment for crimes that seemed almost petty now in comparison to what was happening, he emerged. The bindings that had held him snapped like dead vines, and he stood in the light for the first time in years that had felt like eternities. His wife had stayed with him through it all, catching the venom that would have dripped onto his face in a bowl, emptying it when it grew full, and returning to catch more. Now she stood beside him as he looked toward Asgard, toward the realm that had once included him, and then cast him out, and his expression was unreadable. He thought of his children, scattered across the 9 worlds, fulfilling prophecies that might never have come true if the gods had simply left them alone. He thought of Angerboda, probably still alone in her hall in Jotunheim, having lost everything to fear and prophecy. He thought of all the times he'd tried to fit in with the gods, to be accepted as one of them, only to be reminded again and again that he was other, different, not quite trustworthy. And then he began walking toward the final battle, because prophecy pulled him forward like a current, and because sometimes being a father means honouring your children even when, especially when, everyone else has turned them into monsters. The armies met on a plain called Vigrid, a vast empty space that existed for no other purpose than to hold the ending of all things. On one side stood the gods and the Einherjar, those warriors who had died gloriously in battle and spent their afterlife training in Valhalla for exactly this moment. They were brave and skilled and utterly doomed, but they formed ranks anyway, because what else do you do when the world is ending except stand in the place where you're supposed to stand? On the other side stood everyone and everything else, giants of frost and fire, the dead raised from Hell's realm, monsters freed from their prisons, and beings that had crawled out from the spaces between worlds where even gods didn't like to look too closely. And somewhere in that mass of chaos and old hatred, three figures stood out. Fenrir, finally free, larger than mountains, with fur that seemed to absorb a light rather than reflect it. His mouth hung open wide enough to stretch from earth to sky, and in his eyes was the accumulated rage of centuries of imprisonment. Jormungandr coiled at the edge of the battlefield, so large that he seemed less like a creature and more like a feature of the landscape itself, his venom creating a toxic fog that drifted across the plain and made everything it touched wither. And Hel, smaller than her brothers, leading an army of the dead with an expression that was neither cruel nor kind but simply determined, a ruler doing what she had always known she would have to do when this day finally came. The battle, when it began, was everything the prophecies had promised and worse. Thor charged Jormungandr with Mjolnir raised high, and their collision sent shockwaves that cracked the earth and shattered the sky. They had fought before in dreams and visions, but this was real and final, each blow carrying the weight of destiny and determination. The thunder god's hammer struck scales that had never known vulnerability, and the serpent's fangs drove toward flesh that had always been too strong to pierce. Odin faced Fenrir, and all his wisdom meant nothing against the simple fact of the wolf's hunger. Not hunger for food, but for justice, for recognition, for all the years stolen from him. The wolf charged, and Odin fought with spear and spell and desperate courage, but the prophecy was very specific about how this encounter would end, and prophecy, it turned out, was stronger than any weapon. Across the battlefield, gods fell, giants fell, warriors from Valhalla fell, and the dead raised from Hell's realm fell again, returning to the oblivion they'd briefly left. Faced Heimdall, the watchman who had first spotted him sneaking into Asgard all those ages ago, and they killed each other in a mutual annihilation that felt somehow appropriate for two beings who had always been defined by their opposition to each other. The fires spread. Surtur's blade cut through reality itself, and everything it touched burned with flames that couldn't be quenched, because they were burning the concept of things rather than just their physical forms. The world tree Yggdrasil, which had stood since the beginning and connected all the realms in its vast structure, began to burn, and as it burned, the worlds themselves started to come apart. Thor struck Jormungandr a final blow, and the serpent died, his massive body collapsing across the battlefield like a mountain range suddenly deciding to lie down. But the venom in those last moments poured out in quantities that even Thor's legendary constitution couldn't withstand. The thunder god took 9 steps away from his dead enemy, and then he too fell, poisoned beyond even divine healing. Fenrir devoured Odin, and then Odin's son Vidar, in a moment of grief-driven fury, drove a blade through the wolf's heart. The great beast fell, and in his last moments perhaps he thought of his mother's hall, of playing with his siblings, of a time before prophecy had determined that he would be a monster, or perhaps he thought nothing at all, and simply went into the darkness that all creatures, even prophesied ones, must finally face. The fire consumed everything that remained. Gods and giants, heroes and monsters, All the elaborate structures of meaning and purpose that had held the 9 worlds together, all of it burned till there was nothing left but ash and silence and the memory of things that would never be again. It was, by any measure, a thoroughly successful apocalypse. The prophecy had been fulfilled in every detail. The ending had come exactly as predicted. Everything that the gods had tried to prevent had happened anyway, right on schedule, like a train that arrives precisely when the timetable says it will, regardless of how desperately you wish it would be delayed. And then, in the silence after everything had ended, something new began. Here's something the prophecies didn't emphasise, though it was always there if you read carefully. Ragnarok wasn't just an ending. It was also a clearing away, a burning off of old growth to make room for what would come after. The Norse understood something that many apocalyptic traditions forgot, that destruction and creation are 2 sides of the same process, like breathing in and breathing out. The fires eventually burn themselves out because even magical flames run out of fuel when they've consumed everything combustible. The venom dissipated, its potency fading once there was nothing left to poison. The darkness that had swallowed the sun began slowly to thin. From beneath the waves that had drowned so much of the old world, new land began to emerge. It rose slowly, incrementally, like bread rising in an oven, or like hope returning to people who had given up on it. This land was different from what had been before, softer somehow, more gentle, as if the earth itself had learned something from watching everything burn and decided to try a different approach. The sun, which Fenrir had swallowed, was gone, but the sun had a daughter, and she emerged into the new sky tentatively, like a child stepping into a room where something terrible had happened and isn't sure if it's safe yet. Her light was gentler than her mother's had been, less harsh, the kind of sunlight that makes you want to lie in grass and watch clouds rather than accomplish anything particularly ambitious. And here's where the story gets interesting, where it stops being about endings and starts being about the peculiar resilience of existence itself. Not all the gods died at Ragnarok. Some survived. The younger ones, mostly. The ones who'd been smart enough to hide rather than fight, or lucky enough to be in the right place when the fires came through. Vidar and Vali, sons of Odin, emerged from wherever they'd sheltered to see a world that was utterly changed from the one they'd known. Modi and Magni, Thor's sons, found their father's hammer lying in the ash where nothing should have survived, and they lifted it together because neither was quite strong enough alone. These survivors looked at the new land with mixed feelings. Relief at being alive, certainly. Grief for everyone who hadn't made it. But also something else. A sense of possibility, of freedom from the old prophecies and old patterns that had bound everyone into roles they couldn't escape. The great story had ended, which meant new stories could begin. Stories that weren't already written in the weaving of the Norns. 2 humans survived as well, having hidden themselves in the trunk of Yggdrasil during the worst of the destruction, sheltered by the tree even as it burned. Their names were Lif and Lifthrasir, which meant life and eager for life. And they emerged into the new world hungry and frightened but alive, which was more than could be said for most of creation. They found that the new earth grew food without needing to be planted or tended, that water was clean and plentiful, and that the harsh requirements of survival that had dominated the old world didn't apply here with the same cruel intensity. It was as if the universe had decided to be kinder this time around, to give life a better chance than it had received before. The surviving gods and the surviving humans met on a green field where Asgard had once stood, and they looked at each other with none of the old hierarchies or expectations in place. The gods weren't quite gods anymore, not in the old sense, not with all their power and certainty. The humans weren't quite the same humans who had huddled in fear before divine judgment. They were all survivors now, all trying to figure out what came next in a world where the old rules had been burned away. They talked, actually talked, rather than the gods proclaiming and humans obeying. They shared the food that grew wild and plentiful in this new earth. They told stories about what had been lost, not trying to resurrect it, but honouring it the way you honour memory, acknowledging that it mattered even though it was gone. And in their talking, a question emerged that no one wanted to ask, but that eventually had to be voiced. What about S's children? Because here's the thing about prophecy. Once it's fulfilled, it's over. Fenrir had devoured Odin exactly as predicted. Jörmungandr had risen and poisoned the sky right on schedule. Hel had commanded the dead at Ragnarok just as foretold. They had done everything that prophecy required of them, playing their parts in the ending of all things with devastating accuracy. So what happened to them now? Fenrir was dead, killed by Vidar's blade, and his body had burned with everything else. But in the new world, in the forest that grew without anyone planting them, wolves ran free, and sometimes when you looked at them carefully, you'd see eyes that seemed more knowing than animal eyes should be. A consciousness that suggested something more than simple beast. Perhaps Fenrir lived on in his children, or perhaps the idea of Fenrir, freedom from chains, recognition after isolation, had become part of the New World's fabric. Jörmungandr's body had been too large to burn completely, and his bones formed new mountain ranges in the fresh earth, creating geography where none had existed before. His venom had soaked into the ground, but instead of poisoning it, it somehow enriched the soil, making things grow with unusual vigour. Sailors on the new seas reported seeing serpents sometimes, much smaller than the world serpent had been, but with the same opal scales and the same patient, knowing gaze. Perhaps the serpent had survived in some diminished form, or perhaps his essence had divided into countless smaller versions of himself, no single one large enough to threaten the world, but all of them carrying his memory forward. Hel was the most mysterious case. Her realm of the dead had been emptied when the dead marched at Ragnarok, and Niflheim itself had been transformed by the fires and the renewal. Some said she still existed somewhere, still ruling over whatever remained of death in this new world where everything seemed brighter and more alive. Others said she had been released from her duty, free finally to be simply herself, rather than the goddess of the dead, living somewhere in the new lands under a name no one would recognise. But sometimes, in the evening when the sun's daughter was setting and the world fell into that peculiar twilight between day and night, people would see a figure walking alone, half in light and half in shadow, half seemingly alive and half seemingly something else. The figure never approached anyone, never spoke, and just walked through the new world, observing it with an expression that suggested both familiarity and wonder, like someone returning to a place they'd lived in childhood and finding it both changed and somehow the same, as fate was equally unclear. He had died in his battle with Heimdall, but death in the old world didn't necessarily mean death in the new. Some claimed to see him in the faces of tricksters and shapeshifters, in the clever solutions to impossible problems, and in the laughter that erupts when someone manages to find humour in desperate situations. Perhaps he too had survived in some form, or perhaps the idea of him, change, complexity, the refusal to fit neatly into expected categories, had become part of the New World's foundation. Angerboda, who had lost everything when the gods took her children, who had lived alone in her hall through all the years of waiting and prophecy, no one knew what had happened to her. Jotunheim had been transformed like everywhere else, and her hall of bones was probably gone, burned or transformed or simply reclaimed by whatever wild magic now shaped the realms. But sometimes, in wild places where the new order hadn't quite taken hold, travellers reported meeting a giantess who asked after news of 3 children, describing them as they had been in infancy rather than as the legendary beings they'd become. And those who encountered her said she seemed simultaneously grieving and at peace, as if she'd finally accepted a loss that had defined her existence for so long. The survivors built new settlements in the new world, but they built them differently this time. Instead of the great halls and elaborate hierarchies of the old world, they created communities that were smaller, more flexible, and more focused on cooperation than competition. They remembered how the old order had ended and decided to try something else, something that didn't require prophecies about destruction to keep everyone moving forward. The gods who survived didn't try to recreate Asgard. What would be the point? The old Asgard had been built on certainties that no longer existed, on the assumption that divine order was superior to all other possibilities. The new gods, if you could even call them that anymore, lived among the humans, contributing what they could but not claiming authority over everything. It was a more modest approach to divinity, but also perhaps a more honest one. Magic still existed in the new world, but it was gentler and more integrated into daily life rather than being something rare and dramatic that only heroes and gods could access. Children learned small spells alongside their letters, useful magic for growing things or finding lost items or comforting fears. It was democratic magic, accessible to anyone willing to learn, and it changed the fundamental nature of what was possible. The new world had problems, of course. Existence always does. But they were different problems, smaller in scale, more manageable. There were no prophecies hanging over everyone's heads, no sense that everything was building toward inevitable catastrophe. People could make mistakes without it leading to universal destruction. Gods could be wrong without it shattering the foundations of reality. It was uncertain in ways the old world had never been, but that uncertainty also meant freedom, meant possibility, and meant that tomorrow didn't have to be just like today unless you chose to make it so. As the first generation of the new world grew old and prepared to pass on their memories to their children, they told stories about what had been lost. They spoke of great halls and mighty gods, of prophecies and battles, of monsters who were also children who had never been given a fair chance. They told these stories not to make their descendants long for what had been, but to help them understand how they'd arrived at where they were, to honour the cost of renewal, to remember that creation requires destruction, that new growth needs old things to burn away first, and sometimes, on particularly quiet nights when the wind carried voices from far away, people thought they could hear three sounds: a wolf howling somewhere in the distant forests, a serpent's hiss from deep beneath the waves, and quiet footsteps of someone walking alone through the twilight, observing the new world with eyes that had seen both life and death, and found wisdom in the space between. The prophecy of Ragnarok had come true, exactly as foretold. The world had ended, and then, because endings are never quite as final as they seem, the world had begun again, different, but somehow familiar, carrying forward the best of what had been while leaving behind the worst. It was, in its own way, the happiest ending possible for a story about apocalypse, not because nothing was lost, but because what came after made the loss mean something other than simple tragedy. As you lie here in your own warm bed, in a world that hasn't ended and probably won't anytime soon, you might think about the strange comfort of the old Norse myths. They didn't promise that everything would be fine forever. They didn't pretend that holding on to the past was possible or even desirable. They looked straight at the reality that all things end. Gods and worlds, empires and certainties, even the stories we tell ourselves about who we are, and they found a way to make peace with that truth. Ragnarok wasn't really about a battle or a wolf or a serpent. It was about change, about the way old orders eventually collapse under their own contradictions, and about how attempts to prevent change often create the very catastrophes they're trying to avoid. The gods took away our children to prevent a prophecy, and in doing so they guaranteed that prophecy would come true. They created the monsters they feared by treating innocent children as if they were already monstrous. But the story doesn't end there, which is perhaps its most important lesson. After the destruction came something new, something that incorporated lessons from what had failed while trying approaches that had never been attempted before. The new world wasn't perfect, the stories make that clear, but it was possible in ways the old world had stopped being. You live in your own time of change, where old certainties are crumbling and new possibilities are emerging in ways that can feel both exciting and terrifying. The Norse who told these stories would have understood your anxiety, your sense of being caught between what was and what might be. They would have told you that this is how transition always feels, that the pause between one world and the next is always uncomfortable, and that discomfort is not a sign you're doing something wrong, but simply a sign that you're alive during interesting times. They might also have told you that trying to hold on to the past too tightly, trying to prevent change through force or fear, usually just makes the eventual transformation more violent when it finally comes. That the children we exile out of fear of what they might become often do become exactly what we feared. Not because it was inevitable, but because isolation and chains create rage that wouldn't have existed otherwise. And they would have assured you that even after everything burns, even after the prophecies come true and the world you knew ends, life finds a way forward. Not back to what was, that's never possible, but towards something new that carries the memory of what came before while also being genuinely different, genuinely fresh, and genuinely alive with possibility. So rest easy in your comfortable bed, in your warm room, in your continuing world. The wolves are just wolves tonight. The serpents are safely small and far away, and death remains in its proper place rather than walking among the living. Tomorrow will come, as it always does, and it will bring its own challenges and changes, its own small endings and new beginnings. But for now, in this moment, you can simply be still. You can let go of the day's worries and the future's uncertainties. You can breathe slowly and deeply, feeling your body sink into the mattress, feeling sleep begin to gather at the edges of your consciousness, like a gentle tide coming in. The prophecy of Ragnarok came true, and the world was remade. But that's not your story tonight. Tonight your story is simply about rest, about letting consciousness fade into dreams, about trusting that you'll wake again to a world that's still here, still turning, still full of possibilities you haven't imagined yet. Sleep well. Dream of new worlds growing from old ashes, of children who are loved rather than feared, of chains breaking not into violence but into freedom, of endings that are really beginnings wearing a particularly dramatic costume. And when you wake tomorrow, you'll find the world still here, waiting for whatever story you choose to add to its ongoing narrative. A narrative that, like all the best stories, is still being written, still being reimagined, still discovering what it might become. You're settling into a time when stories aren't just entertainment, but the invisible framework of ordinary days. In kitchens and fields, workshops and doorways, ancient tales and familiar beliefs guide countless small decisions without fanfare or formality. Tonight, you'll explore how mythology and folklore became woven into the fabric of daily life, shaping routines with a quiet, steady presence that brought meaning, comfort, and continuity to people across generations. You wake before dawn, and the day ahead already carries the subtle influence of stories you've known since childhood. These aren't tales you consciously recall as you move through your morning tasks, but they're present nonetheless, embedded in the way you approach your work, your home, and the land around you. In farming communities, the rhythm of planting follows more than just the weather. You've learnt that certain days suit certain crops, not only because of soil temperature or moisture, but because inherited wisdom links particular plants to specific moments in the seasonal calendar. These connections trace back to old stories about gods associated with harvest, or tales of how certain grains came to humans through divine gift or fortunate accident. You don't recite these stories each time you scatter seed, but their influence persists in the timing you choose, the methods you prefer, the quiet confidence that comes from following patterns that have worked for countless others before you. When you travel, even short distances carry considerations shaped by traditional beliefs. Certain routes feel more natural than others, not just because they're easier to walk, but because they've accumulated associations over time. A particular grove might be known as a place where travellers pause, linked to an old tale about rest being granted there. A crossroads holds significance beyond mere navigation, connected to stories about choices, journeys, and the meeting of paths. These associations don't dominate your thinking, but they add subtle layers to your movements, creating a landscape enriched with inherited meaning. Your work carries gestures and practices that originated in mythology, without you always recognizing their source. A blacksmith shapes metal with techniques passed down through generations, but also with small habits that trace back to stories about the first smiths, divine or legendary figures whose methods were believed to ensure quality and safety. The order in which you heat, hammer and cool isn't arbitrary. It follows a pattern that feels right because it's been reinforced by countless tellings of how metalwork should proceed. Stories that emphasize patience, precision, and respect for the material. Even simple decisions about when to begin tasks reflect mythological influence. You might start a new project on a day that feels auspicious, not through elaborate calculation, but through a general sense that certain moments suit certain beginnings. This timing comes from old calendars that assigned different qualities to different days, calendars originally organised around divine celebrations or mythical events. The specifics might have blurred over time, but the underlying sense of rightness remains, guiding you toward choices that feel aligned with something larger than immediate practicality. At home, you arrange your space with attention to more than function. Objects occupy particular places because that's where they've always belonged, positions established through tradition rather than mere convenience. The hearth sits at the centre of certain rooms because stories emphasised fire as the heart of the household, a gift from divine sources that required honouring through proper placement. The threshold receives special attention because tales warned that boundaries between inside and outside held significance, marking transitions that deserved acknowledgement. Your approach to animals reflects mythological understanding of their nature. Certain creatures receive particular treatment because stories characterise them in specific ways. Horses are handled with awareness that old tales presented them as noble, sensitive beings connected to powerful gods. Cattle are tended with practices shaped by stories about their value as sacred gifts. Even common animals like chickens or sheep are cared for with methods influenced by beliefs about their relationship to human communities, relationships defined through mythological frameworks long before anyone wrote them down. Water sources carry inherited significance. Wells and springs aren't just practical resources, but places linked to stories about their origin or protection. You approach them with habits that show respect, not from fear or superstition, but from genuine regard rooted in tales about how these resources came to be available. A spring might be associated with a particular deity or legendary figure, and while you might not actively worship there, your behaviour reflects the reverence those stories established. Weather observations blend practical experience with mythological interpretation. You read the sky for signs of rain or clear days, using knowledge accumulated over lifetimes. But you also understand storms and sunshine through stories about divine moods or seasonal deities, frameworks that give weather emotional resonance beyond mere meteorology. Thunder isn't frightening when you've grown up with tales that made it comprehensible, part of a larger pattern rather than random chaos. Healing practices draw from both observed effectiveness and mythological origin. Certain herbs work because generations have found them helpful, but they're also chosen because stories connected them to healing gods or legendary physicians. You prepare remedies with methods that combine practical technique and traditional procedure, the latter influenced by tales about how medicines should be gathered, mixed, and administered. The timing of harvest, the direction of stirring, the words spoken during preparation, all carry traces of mythological instruction, woven so deeply into medical practice that they feel inseparable from the treatment itself. Your relationship with the seasons reflects stories that gave them personality and purpose. Spring arrives not as abstract warming, but as the return of life-giving forces described in familiar tales. Summer's abundance connects to stories about generous deities or the triumph of light over darkness. Autumn's cooling links to narratives about withdrawal and preparation, while winter's quiet corresponds to tales about rest, reflection, and dormancy. These mythological frameworks don't replace your practical understanding of seasonal change, but they enrich it, providing emotional context that makes the yearly cycle feel meaningful rather than merely functional. Even conflict resolution draws from mythological models. When disputes arise in your community, the stories everyone knows provide reference points for justice, fairness, and appropriate response. Tales about wise rulers settling arguments or gods establishing proper conduct offer templates that help guide real-world solutions. These aren't rigid laws, but flexible narratives that suggest approaches, emphasize values, and create shared vocabulary for discussing what should happen when people disagree. Your workflows carry symbolic elements alongside practical design. Colours, patterns, and materials sometimes reflect associations established through mythology. A particular shade might connect to a deity linked with your trade. A specific weaving pattern might echo designs described in stories about legendary craftspeople. These elements don't dominate your appearance, but they add layers of meaning that connect you to your occupation's mythological heritage, creating continuity between present work and ancient narrative. Tools receive treatment shaped by stories about their importance. You maintain your implements carefully, storing them properly, repairing them promptly, regarding them as partners in your labour rather than mere objects. This attitude traces to tales that emphasise the relationship between worker and tools, sometimes personifying implements or describing them as gifts from teaching deities. The care you show isn't superstition, but learned respect, passed down through generations who understood that good work required both skill and proper regard for the means of production. You preserve customs without always knowing their complete history, but their persistence testifies to their value across generations. These traditions aren't maintained through formal instruction or written rules. Instead, they pass from older hands to younger ones through observation, repetition, and the quiet satisfaction of participating in something larger than individual experience. Morning routines carry gestures inherited from mythology. The way you begin your day, whether with particular movements, brief acknowledgements, or simple preparations, follows patterns established long ago. You might face a certain direction when you first step outside, a habit that originated in stories about proper orientation to welcome the sun or align yourself with beneficial forces. You don't perform this as ritual, but as natural action, the way things have always been done, the way that feels right. Greetings incorporate elements traced to mythological understanding of language's power. The specific phrases you use when meeting others, the manner of your address, the formality or warmth of your tone, all reflect beliefs about how words should move between people. Stories emphasize that speech carried weight, that certain utterances promoted harmony while others disrupted it. Your greeting customs embody this wisdom without requiring you to consciously remember its source. Mealtime practices preserve traditions rooted in mythological teachings about hospitality and proper conduct. The order in which food is served, the acknowledgement made before eating, the way plates are arranged or portions distributed, all follow patterns connected to old stories about dining as sacred or significant activity. These aren't elaborate ceremonies, but comfortable habits, ways of eating that feel civilized and respectful, maintaining standards passed down through countless family meals. Seasonal transitions receive attention through traditional preparations that blend practicality with symbolic meaning. When days grow shorter, you ready your home with tasks that serve obvious purposes, insulating against cold, storing food, organising supplies. But the thoroughness with which you perform these tasks also reflects mythological emphasis on the importance of such transitions. Stories about seasonal change stressed the need for careful preparation, for honouring shifts in the natural world through appropriate human response. Children learn traditions through participation rather than formal teaching. They observe how adults handle certain situations and gradually adopt the same approaches. A child watches as elders make particular gestures at doorways, show specific courtesies to guests, or perform seasonal tasks in established sequences. These observations accumulate into knowledge, passed without lectures or explanations, absorbed through the simple power of consistent example. Sayings preserve mythological wisdom in compressed form. The phrases you use to comment on everyday situations often originate in longer stories now abbreviated into memorable lines. When you observe that patience brings its own rewards, you're echoing tales about figures who succeeded through steadiness rather than haste. When you note that balance matters more than extremes, You're reflecting stories that illustrated this principle through characters who suffered from excess or neglect. Gestures carry meanings established through narrative tradition. The way you acknowledge someone's good fortune, the movement you make to ward off ill luck, the sign you offer to show respect or agreement, these small motions connect to stories that gave them significance. A hand raised in a particular manner might reference a legendary figure's blessing. A slight bow might recall tales about proper deference. These gestures feel natural because they've been normalized through repetition, becoming part of your community's physical vocabulary. Artisans maintain traditions specific to their crafts, practices that blend technique with mythological precedent. A potter shapes clay following methods that trace back to stories about the first potters, whose techniques were believed to have been divinely inspired or carefully developed through trial and generations. The specific movements, the progression of steps, the attention to particular details, all reflect this inherited wisdom, preserved not just because it works, but because it connects present creation to ancient making. Singers and storytellers preserve tales that everyone knows, but each telling adds subtle variation that keeps the tradition alive rather than static. You've heard the same stories many times, yet each performance brings slight differences in emphasis. New details that reflect current relevance, small adaptations that help old narratives speak to present circumstances. This flexibility allows mythology to remain meaningful rather than becoming fossilized, maintaining its role as living tradition rather than dead history. Elders serve as keepers of traditional knowledge, not through formal authority, but through the natural respect their experience commands. When questions arise about proper procedure or the origin of certain customs, you turn to those who remember more, who learned these things in their youth and have practiced them throughout their lives. Their guidance isn't commandment but gentle correction, patient explanation, shared wisdom offered to help younger generations understand what matters and why. Celebrations preserve mythological commemorations even as their religious intensity fades into cultural practice. The festivals you observe mark moments significant in old stories, times when gods acted or legendary events occurred. But for you, these occasions function more as community gatherings than worship services. You participate because everyone does, because the celebrations provide welcome breaks in routine work, because they create opportunities for shared enjoyment and renewed connection with your neighbours. Textile patterns preserve designs connected to mythological symbolism. The weaving you create or wear incorporates motifs that originated in stories about divine beings, legendary creatures, or important narrative moments. A spiral might represent cycles described in creation myths. Geometric arrangements might echo patterns associated with particular deities. These designs persist because they're beautiful and traditional, passed through families and communities as visual language that maintains its appeal even as specific mythological reference fades from conscious awareness. Building methods reflect traditions shaped by stories about proper construction. The way you orient a structure, the sequence in which you raise walls, the placement of openings for light and air, all follow inherited patterns influenced by mythological teachings about architecture. Tales emphasize that buildings should align with natural forces, that certain configurations promoted harmony and stability. Your construction practices embody this wisdom without requiring you to analyze its mythological roots. Marriage customs preserve rituals originating in stories about partnership and union. The ceremonies you observe when people join their lives together incorporate gestures, words, and sequences connected to mythological models of marriage. These practices feel appropriate because they're familiar, because they've accompanied countless unions before yours, because they carry the weight of tradition that makes important life transitions feel properly marked and witnessed. Farming calendars maintain observances tied to mythological agricultural deities or legendary first farmers. You plant and harvest according to schedules that blend practical experience with traditional timing originally established through stories about when gods blessed certain activities or when legendary figures achieved success. The calendar feels natural because it works. because it's been followed successfully for generations, creating a rhythm that serves both practical and cultural purposes. Gift-giving practices reflect mythological teachings about generosity and reciprocity. The occasions when you offer presents, the types of items considered appropriate, the manner in which exchanges occur, all follow patterns shaped by stories emphasizing the social and spiritual importance of sharing. These customs aren't burdensome obligations, but pleasant traditions that strengthen relationships and create networks of mutual care and consideration. You live within a framework of understanding that everyone around you shares, a common language of symbols, associations, and assumptions that makes communication easier and creates bonds of mutual comprehension. These shared beliefs don't require constant affirmation or discussion. They simply exist as the background against which daily life unfolds. Stories provide reference points that help explain complex situations through familiar narratives. When something unexpected happens, you and your neighbours often make sense of it by comparing it to known tales. A sudden reversal of fortune might be discussed in terms of stories about pride or humility. An unexpected kindness might recall tales about disguised benefactors or the rewards of compassion. These comparisons don't explain everything, but they offer comfortable frameworks for understanding, ways of contextualizing experience that make it feel less chaotic and more comprehensible. Symbols function as shared vocabulary. A particular plant or animal carries associations everyone recognizes, connections established through mythology that make these natural elements mean more than their physical presence. An oak tree represents strength and endurance because stories characterized it that way. A dove suggests peace and gentleness because tales linked it to those qualities. You don't need to explain these associations when you reference them. Everyone understands, creating efficient communication based on common knowledge. Proverbs preserve mythological wisdom in accessible form. The short, memorable sayings you use in conversation often originate in longer narratives, distilled into practical advice. When you observe that slow and steady wins the race, you're invoking the lesson from well-known tales. When you suggest that pride comes before a fall, you're referencing stories that illustrated this pattern. These proverbs work because everyone shares the narrative foundation that gives them meaning and authority. Common festivals create regular opportunities for community gathering, occasions when everyone participates in activities rooted in mythological commemoration. These celebrations don't feel religious in the formal sense, but they carry spiritual resonance, connecting you to cosmic patterns described in old stories. The timing of festivals aligns with seasonal changes, lunar phases, or agricultural milestones, all understood through mythological frameworks that gave these transitions meaning beyond mere calendar marking. Shared beliefs about proper behaviour create social cohesion without requiring written laws. Everyone knows how guests should be treated because stories emphasised hospitality as fundamental virtue. Everyone understands that certain offences require apology and restitution because tales about justice establish these principles. Everyone recognises that elders deserve respect because mythology consistently portrayed wisdom as coming with age and experience. These understandings function as unwritten rules that maintain community harmony. Visual art draws from common mythological imagery, creating public spaces decorated with familiar symbols and scenes. You see these representations on buildings, in marketplaces, on objects of daily use. They don't require explanation because everyone knows the stories they reference. A depiction of a particular god reminds you of associated values or attributes. A scene from a famous tale reinforces lessons about courage, wisdom, or caution. This shared visual language enriches your environment with layers of meaning. Music incorporates melodies and rhythms associated with specific occasions or emotions. Associations often trace to mythological contexts. Certain songs feel appropriate for celebrations because they've always accompanied such events, linked to stories about joyful gods or legendary festivities. Other melodies suit solemn moments, connected to tales about reflection or remembrance. You don't choose music analytically but instinctively, drawing on shared understanding of what sounds match which situations. Place names preserve mythological memory, connecting your landscape to old stories. The hill where you graze sheep carries the name of a deity or legendary event. The river you cross daily references a tale about its origin or important occurrence there. These names aren't just labels, but reminders, keeping mythology present in your everyday geography, ensuring that stories remain connected to actual places you see and use regularly. Occupational identities draw meaning from mythological associations. Your work isn't just a job, but a role connected to larger narratives about the importance and nature of different activities. Farmers see themselves as partners with life-giving forces described in agricultural myths. Healers understand their work as continuing traditions established by legendary physicians or healing deities. Builders connect their craft to stories about the first structures or divine architecture. These connections give your work dignity and purpose beyond mere livelihood. Conflict resolution benefits from shared understanding of justice and fairness derived from mythological models. When disputes arise, you and your neighbours can reference stories that everyone knows, tales that illustrated proper responses to various wrongs or disagreements. These narratives don't provide rigid rules but suggest principles, emphasise values, and create common ground for discussion. You can appeal to shared stories as evidence for your position, knowing others will recognise and consider these references. Trust within your community rests partly on shared participation in traditional practices. When everyone observes the same customs, follows similar routines, and respects common values derived from mythology, it creates bonds of mutual understanding. You know how your neighbours will likely respond in various situations because you share the same cultural foundation. This predictability doesn't mean uniformity, but creates baseline expectations that make cooperation easier and social life more comfortable. Children grow up with the same stories you learned, creating generational continuity that strengthens community identity. When you see young ones listening to familiar tales, practicing traditional gestures or participating in seasonal observances, you recognise yourself in their experience. This continuity ensures that the shared beliefs shaping your community won't disappear but will persist, connecting future generations to the same mythological foundations that have organised social life for so long. Healing practices gain additional effectiveness through shared belief in their power. When a remedy comes recommended by traditional wisdom, supported by stories about its legendary efficacy, you approach treatment with confidence that aids recovery. Your community's collective trust in these methods creates an environment where healing feels not just possible, but expected, supported by centuries of mythological validation alongside practical experience. Artistic expression draws from common mythological themes, ensuring that created works resonate with broad audiences. A poet composes verses that reference familiar tales, knowing listeners will catch the allusions and appreciate the connections. A sculptor creates figures that recall legendary characters, confident observers will recognise them. A painter depicts scenes from well-known stories, certain viewers will understand and respond to the symbolic content. This shared foundation makes art more accessible and meaningful. You move through the year guided by a calendar that marks time through both practical necessity and mythological significance. These pauses in regular work, these moments of celebration or reflection, aren't arbitrary breaks, but rhythms established through stories that gave seasons and cycles deeper meaning than mere chronological progression. Winter's quiet months carry associations with rest and renewal, concepts drawn from stories about dormancy as necessary preparation for rebirth. You slow your pace not just because weather limits outdoor work, but because traditional understanding frames this season as time for stillness. Tales about winter emphasised patience, conservation, and inward focus. Your activities reflect these values, your days organised around indoor tasks, maintenance of tools and spaces, time spent in home comfort rather than field labour. Midwinter celebrations break the darkest period with gatherings that recall mythological events, associated with light's return or the sun's renewal. These festivals don't feel religious in the formal sense, but provide welcome warmth and community connection during cold, dim days. You prepare special foods, share stories, exchange simple gifts, all practices rooted in tales about the importance of maintaining hope and fellowship during the hardest season. Spring's arrival receives attention through observances connected to stories about awakening life and returning warmth. You notice changes in the natural world and respond with traditional activities that mark this transition. Cleaning your home thoroughly follows customs linked to mythological emphasis on fresh starts and clearing away winter's heaviness. Planting early crops occurs according to timing established through agricultural stories that connected specific moments to divine blessing or favourable conditions. Spring festivals celebrate renewal with customs drawn from tales about fertility gods or legendary plantings. These celebrations feel joyful and optimistic, reflecting the season's promise. You participate in communal activities, perhaps processing through fields or gathering at significant locations, actions that originated in religious practice but persist as cultural tradition. The specific mythological content may have faded, but the emotional tone remains, marking spring as time of hope and new beginning. Summer's abundance finds expression in festivals of gratitude and enjoyment, occasions rooted in stories about generous deities or the triumph of light and warmth. You take breaks from intense agricultural work to gather with your community, sharing food from early harvests, enjoying long daylight hours, engaging in games or performances that celebrate the season's gifts. These festivals don't interrupt necessary work but provide rhythmic relief, creating balance between labour and leisure. Midsummer holds special significance, associated with tales about the sun's peak power or important divine events occurring at the year's brightest point. Your observance might include staying awake through the short night, lighting fires that echo solar associations, or gathering particular plants believed to hold special properties at this moment. These activities blend practical tradition with mythological meaning, creating experiences that feel both festive and significant. Autumn's cooling brings preparations that follow patterns established through stories about the need for careful transition from abundance to scarcity. You harvest with attention to proper timing, store food using traditional methods, ready your home for colder months ahead. These practical tasks carry extra weight because mythology emphasized autumn as a crucial period requiring diligence and respect for natural cycles. Harvest festivals provide occasions to acknowledge the year's yield through customs rooted in agricultural mythology. You might make offerings of first fruits, a practice that originated in religious ceremony but continues as cultural habit. You certainly gather with neighbours to share the work of final harvests and celebrate successful crops, activities that feel appropriate because stories consistently portrayed harvest as community achievement deserving recognition and thanksgiving. Equinoxes and solstices mark time according to frameworks established through mythological attention to celestial patterns. These astronomical moments receive notice not just as calendar dates, but as significant transitions, times when the balance between light and dark shifts in ways that old stories characterized as cosmically important. Your observance might be simple, but it connects you to ancient attention to these rhythms. Weekly rest days provide regular pauses in work, breaks that trace origins to mythological teachings about the importance of rhythmic renewal. You don't just stop working because you're tired, but because tradition established particular days as appropriate for rest. Stories justify these pauses through divine example or legendary wisdom about the need for regular recovery. Your observance maintains this pattern, creating predictable rhythm that structures time and ensures consistent respite. Evening practices mark daily transitions with customs influenced by mythological understanding of day's end. You might perform particular tasks as light fades, routines that signal work's completion and movement toward rest. These habits aren't elaborate rituals, but comfortable patterns, ways of closing the day that feel natural because they've been followed so consistently. Bedtime customs prepare for sleep with gestures rooted in traditional beliefs about nighttime as significant transition. The way you secure your home, the order in which you complete final tasks, the moments of quiet before actual sleep, all follow patterns shaped by mythological attention to the boundary between waking and sleeping worlds. These practices don't stem from fear, but from genuine regard for sleep as important state-deserving proper approach. Monthly cycles, particularly lunar phases, receive attention influenced by stories that characterize the moon as a significant force affecting growth, behaviour, and proper timing for various activities. You notice whether the moon is waxing or waning when you plan certain tasks, following traditional associations between lunar phases and favourable conditions for planting, harvesting, or beginning projects. These observances blend practical wisdom with mythological framework that gave lunar cycles meaning beyond mere illumination. Life transitions receive marking through ceremonies that follow mythological models: birth, coming of age, marriage, death. Each passage includes practices drawn from stories about how such moments should be acknowledged. These ceremonies aren't rigid or uniform, but carry common elements, traditional components that communities recognise as appropriate ways to honour significant changes in individual lives. Anticipation of festival structures your experience of time, creating forward motion as you look ahead to upcoming celebrations. You count days until the next major gathering, prepare gradually for seasonal observances, feel the rhythm of the year through these regular punctuations. This anticipation isn't anxious but pleasant, part of life's comfortable pattern, the way traditional calendars give shape and meaning to time's passage. You prepare meals with attention to more than nutrition and taste. The foods you choose, the methods you use, the ways you serve and share, all carry traces of mythological influence that transformed eating from mere sustenance into culturally rich practice woven with symbolic meaning and inherited wisdom. Your hearth occupies central importance, treated as more than cooking space because stories emphasise fire as sacred gift requiring care and respect. You maintain your cooking fire with consistent attention, ensuring it's never completely extinguished, following tradition that traces to mythological teachings about the hearth as heart of home and family. The way you tend flames, add fuel and control heat reflects practices passed through generations that understood fire as both practical necessity and symbolic centre. Bread making follows procedures that blend effectiveness with tradition derived from agricultural myths. The way you mix ingredients, the order of steps, the timing of rising and baking all incorporate wisdom from stories about the first bakers or grain as divine gift. You handle dough with particular movements, shape loaves in established forms, patterns that connect your daily baking to ancient practice and mythological significance assigned to bread as fundamental food. Herbs and seasonings receive selection based on both flavour and traditional associations, established through healing myths and stories about plant properties. You add particular herbs to certain dishes not just for taste, but because inherited wisdom connected those plants to health, protection, or symbolic meaning. A pinch of one herb might represent purification, while another suggests blessing or good fortune. These additions subtly layer meals with mythological significance. Feast days require special foods, dishes prepared according to recipes preserved because they suit specific celebrations rooted in mythological events. You make particular items for spring festivals, different preparations for autumn gatherings, specialised foods for midwinter celebrations. These dishes carry associations with the occasions they commemorate, their ingredients and preparation methods reflecting stories about what should be eaten when honouring particular deities or legendary moments. Table customs follow rules derived from mythological teachings about hospitality and proper conduct. The way you arrange seating, the order in which people are served, the courtesies extended to guests, all reflect stories that emphasise dining as socially significant activity, deserving careful attention to etiquette and fairness. You follow these customs without conscious analysis, but they shape your meals into occasions that feel civilized and respectful. Water deserves particular regard based on stories that characterized it as precious resource connected to specific deities or legendary sources. You use water carefully, waste it rarely, treat wells and springs with respect rooted in mythological emphasis on water's life-giving importance. The way you draw water, carry it, use it in cooking and cleaning, follows practices influenced by tales about proper relationship with this essential element. Preservation methods combine practical technique with traditional wisdom, traced to stories about how food should be stored. Smoking, drying, salting, all follow procedures passed through generations that learned these processes partly through trial and partly through mythological instruction about proper preservation. The timing of these activities sometimes aligns with seasonal moments considered favourable, according to traditional calendars, influenced by mythological frameworks. Home arrangement reflects beliefs about proper spatial organisation drawn from stories about divine dwellings or legendary households. You place furniture and objects according to patterns that feel natural because they have been consistently followed, but these arrangements originated in mythological teachings about how interior space should be organised. The location of sleeping areas, storage spaces and work zones follows inherited wisdom about functional division and symbolic significance of different domestic regions. Threshold practices acknowledge doorways as significant boundaries, a concept traced to stories that emphasise transitions between inside and outside as meaningful moments. You might perform small gestures when entering or leaving, habits so normalised they've become unconscious, but originating in mythological attention to thresholds as liminal spaces deserving recognition. These practices don't stem from superstition, but from genuine traditional regard for boundaries and transitions. Cleaning routines follow patterns influenced by stories about purity and order as virtues. The thoroughness with which you maintain your home, the specific methods you use, the order in which you address different tasks all reflect inherited practices shaped by mythological emphasis on cleanliness as both practical necessity and symbolic state. Spring cleaning, for instance, connects to tales about renewal and fresh starts, making the tradition feel appropriate beyond merely seasonal convenience. Textile care includes practices rooted in mythological associations with spinning, weaving, and fabric. The way you wash, mend, and store cloth follows procedures influenced by stories about legendary weavers or divine textile workers. You handle fabric with care, taught through generations that understood cloth as valuable material deserving proper treatment, a value system established partly through myths about textiles' importance, and partly through practical experience of their labour-intensive production. Gardens receive tending that combines horticultural knowledge with traditional plant associations derived from mythology. You grow particular herbs not just for use, but because stories connected them to protection, healing, or blessing. You arrange plants according to patterns that feel right, arrangements sometimes influenced by symbolic relationships, established through tales about specific species and their mythological significance. Animal care follows practices shaped by stories about proper treatment of domestic creatures. The way you feed livestock, shelter them, address their needs, reflects inherited wisdom influenced by myths that characterized animals as gifts or partners deserving respectful management. You speak to animals with consideration, handle them with awareness that old tales consistently portrayed certain creatures as possessing dignity and sensitivity. Evening meals provide daily gathering moments that follow customs traced to mythological emphasis on shared food as community-building activity. You sit together at regular times, share the day's events, maintain conversation that strengthens family bonds. These practices feel natural, but they reflect traditions rooted in stories about communal eating as essential to social cohesion and household harmony. Leftovers receive treatment guided by beliefs about waste and gratitude derived from agricultural myths. You use remaining food carefully, transform it into new dishes, avoid throwing away edible material. This frugality stems partly from practical necessity, but also from traditional teachings about food as precious resource deserving complete utilization. Teachings reinforced through stories about hunger, abundance, and the proper relationship between humans and their sustenance. You settle into evening hours with a different quality of attention, the day's work complete and night approaching. These hours carry their own customs, quieter practices that preserve mythological wisdom through indirect recall rather than formal recitation, maintaining connection to old tales through subtle reference and gentle remembrance. Twilight brings natural slowing, a shift from active labour to restful occupation. You move indoors as light fades, following patterns established through generations that understood evening as time for different activities. The transition isn't abrupt but gradual, your body responding to dimming light with instinctive adjustment, influenced by countless stories that characterize dusk as boundary time between day's clarity and night's mystery, though mystery here means rest and renewal rather than anything concerning. Lamplight creates atmosphere distinct from daylight, softer and more intimate. You gather in illuminated spaces that feel contained and secure, enclosed by darkness but not threatened by it. This experience of evening connects to mythological understanding of home as protected place, concepts reinforced through tales that emphasize the hearth's warmth as centre of safety and the house as boundary that kept comfort within while simply acknowledging the vast world beyond. Older family members or neighbours sometimes share memories that carry fragments of traditional tales without formal storytelling. A comment about weather might reference an old saying rooted in seasonal myths. An observation about someone's character might echo legendary examples. These references aren't performances but natural conversation, ways that mythology persists in everyday speech, keeping stories present without requiring deliberate recitation. Children absorb these references through regular exposure, learning mythological frameworks without realizing they're receiving instruction. A casual comment about patience recalls tales that illustrated this virtue. A gentle correction invokes standards established through legendary examples. The cumulative effect of these small moments builds comprehensive cultural knowledge, ensuring younger generations inherit the same mythological foundation that shaped their elders' understanding. Handwork occupies evening hours with tasks suited to indoor quiet. You mend clothing, prepare materials for tomorrow's work, engage in crafts that don't require intense concentration. These activities allow for conversation, reflection, or comfortable silence. The rhythm of repetitive tasks creates meditative quality, your hands moving in familiar patterns while your mind rests or wanders, processing the day without demanding focused thought. Songs remembered from childhood sometimes accompany evening tasks, melodies associated with particular activities, or simply pleasant to hum while working. These songs often originated in longer mythological narratives, now abbreviated to refrains or choruses that maintain emotional content without requiring full story recall. You might not remember when you learned these tunes, but they feel inseparable from the activities they accompany, creating soundtrack for domestic evening routine. Preparation for the next day follows established sequences, ways of readying tools, materials, and spaces that trace to traditional wisdom about proper closure of one day and anticipation of the next. You check that everything is in order, that nothing essential has been forgotten, that tomorrow's work can begin smoothly. These practices reflect mythological emphasis on cycles and continuity, ensuring each day connect properly to those before and after. Quiet moments before actual bedtime provide time for reflection without requiring structured meditation. You simply sit noticing the day's completion, feeling your body's tiredness, acknowledging small satisfactions or minor concerns without making them larger than appropriate. This brief pause mirrors mythological patterns of closure and transition, honouring the movement from waking activity towards sleeping rest. The order in which you complete final tasks follows customary progression, learned through observation rather than instruction. You secure the house, check the fire, put away day's implements, each action in comfortable sequence that signals movement toward rest. These patterns feel natural because they've been repeated so often, but they originated in traditional teachings about proper evening routine and the importance of orderly transition from day to night. Family members exchange simple acknowledgements that maintain connection as everyone prepares for separate sleep. These brief words carry warmth without demanding conversation, ways of affirming relationship while respecting approaching rest. The practice reflects mythological emphasis on household harmony and the bonds that sustain community, maintaining those connections even in quiet moments. Objects in your evening space carry familiar associations, items you've seen and used countless times. A particular chair, a worn blanket, a favourite cup. These things provide comfort through their reliable presence. Your attachment to them reflects traditional understanding of homes as accumulations of meaningful objects, each piece carrying memories and associations that make your dwelling feel specifically yours, secured by familiarity. Darkness outside doesn't concern you because your evening routine has created secure transition from day's openness to night's enclosure. You trust your prepared space, your established patterns, your sense that everything needed is within reach. This confidence stems from practices rooted in mythological teachings about home, a sanctuary, and proper evening routine as foundation for peaceful night. Stories remain present even when not actively told, their influence felt in the comfortable rhythms you follow, the associations that give ordinary objects symbolic weight, the sayings that punctuate casual conversation. Mythology persists not through formal recitation, but through complete integration into daily life, so thoroughly woven into ordinary practice that you carry these old tales with you, even when thinking about entirely different things. The evening's piece reflects successful completion of day's responsibilities and proper preparation for tomorrow's renewal. You've followed patterns established through countless generations, patterns shaped by mythological wisdom about balance between work and rest, activity and stillness, engagement and withdrawal. This balance creates sustainable rhythm that makes life feel manageable rather than overwhelming. You approach sleep with confidence rooted in practices that transform night from concerning unknown into natural restoration. These customs don't stem from fear, but from positive tradition, ways of making darkness comfortable through familiar routine and inherited wisdom about creating conditions for peaceful rest. Your sleeping space receives attention that makes it specifically suited for rest. The arrangement of bedding, the placement of furniture, the orientation of your bed, all follow patterns influenced by traditional teachings about proper sleep environment. These aren't rigid requirements but comfortable preferences, ways of organising space that generations have found conducive to good rest. Practices preserved because they genuinely work. Objects near your bed provide reassurance through their familiar presence. Items you see last before sleep and first upon waking accumulate comforting associations, becoming part of your sleep routine through sheer repetition. A particular blanket, a trusted lamp, personal belongings arranged in accustomed order. These things create reliable environment that makes sleep feel safe and natural rather than vulnerable. The sequence in which you prepare for bed follows established pattern, learned so thoroughly it requires no thought. Each step flows naturally to the next, creating rhythm that signals your body sleep approaches. This automatic progression reflects traditional wisdom about the importance of consistent routine in promoting good rest. Wisdom passed through generations who understood that bodies respond well to predictable patterns. Breathing naturally slows as you settle, your body recognizing the familiar position and environment that mean rest. This physiological response is enhanced by the comfort your evening routine has created, the sense that everything is properly arranged and you're free to let go of waking awareness. Your relaxation comes easily because nothing feels wrong or concerning. just the simple satisfaction of day completed and night welcomed. Children especially benefit from evening practices that create secure transition to sleep. The customs they observe in adult behaviour teach them that night is a natural part of daily rhythm, rather than something problematic. They absorb confidence through witnessing calm adult approach to darkness and rest, learning that bedtime means comfort, not concern. Traditional lullabies carry melodies shaped by mythological understanding of sleep as gentle rather than frightening. These songs emphasise rest's restorative nature, characterising night as kind and sleep as welcome gift. The tunes feel soothing because they've been refined through countless uses. Their rhythm and tone specifically developed to calm and reassure. Your bed's location and orientation follow traditional preferences rooted in practical wisdom and mythological teaching. The position might consider airflow, temperature and access to morning light, but also reflects inherited beliefs about favourable placement. These considerations combine into overall sense that your sleeping spot is well chosen, properly situated for good rest. Darkness itself becomes comfortable rather than unsettling through consistent positive association. Your experience of night in your familiar room, surrounded by known objects and following trusted routine, trains you to find darkness restful rather than concerning. This conditioning reflects traditional understanding that proper environment and confident approach transform night into welcome opportunity for renewal. Clothing for sleep follows customs that prioritise comfort alongside tradition. The garments you wear might reflect inherited preferences about appropriate sleep attire, choices influenced by practical considerations and cultural standards established through mythological frameworks about proper dress for different activities and times. Temperature regulation receives attention through practices that ensure comfortable warmth without excess. You adjust coverings, maintain appropriate room conditions, follow methods passed down for creating optimal sleep environment. These practical matters carry traditional wisdom about the relationship between physical comfort and quality rest. Morning approach brings natural lightening of sleep, your body preparing for waking as dawn nears. This gentle transition reflects healthy sleep cycle, the kind of rest that traditional practices aim to promote. You wake feeling restored rather than groggy, ready to begin the new day with energy restored through night's successful renewal. The reliability of this pattern creates deep confidence in sleep's value. You don't dread bedtime or struggle with rest because your approach is soundly established through traditional practices that generations have found effective. This confidence itself promotes good sleep, creating beneficial cycle where expectation of rest helps produce the very restoration you anticipate. Dreams, when remembered, feel like natural part of sleep rather than significant messages requiring interpretation. Your relaxed attitude toward dreaming reflects cultural context where sleep is primarily understood as restoration rather than mystical experience. Dreams are interesting when they occur but not concerning, just another aspect of night's natural processes. You carry forward traditions you learned from those before you, and in your daily practice, you're preparing to pass these same patterns to those who come after. This continuity doesn't require conscious effort or deliberate teaching, but occurs naturally through the simple power of consistent example and shared life. Morning begins with gestures you absorbed through watching others, movements now so automatic you rarely notice performing them. These small habits connect you to countless previous generations who started their days the same way, creating chain of practice stretching back through time. You're one link in this chain, both receiver and transmitter of inherited wisdom. Your work methods preserve techniques refined through centuries of trial and adjustment. The particular way you hold tools, the sequence in which you perform tasks, the subtle judgments you make about timing and approach, all incorporate accumulated knowledge passed person to person rather than written down. Each time you work, you're practicing traditions while simultaneously adapting them to present circumstances. Children watch your actions with attention you might not realise. They notice how you respond to situations, which customs you observe, what matters to you in daily life. Without formal lessons, they are absorbing the same cultural knowledge you received, preparing to carry it forward into their own adulthood. This transmission occurs through shared life rather than explicit instruction, making cultural continuity feel natural rather than imposed. Seasonal rhythms continue their reliable pattern, each year bringing the same progression of changes you've witnessed throughout your life. Your response to these cycles follows established tradition while remaining flexible enough to address present conditions. This balance between consistency and adaptation characterizes how mythology persists, maintaining core patterns while allowing variation that keeps practices relevant. Stories remain present in casual references, brief mentions that assume shared knowledge. You don't need to tell complete tales because everyone knows them, allowing quick allusions to convey complex meanings efficiently. This shared foundation makes communication richer, every conversation potentially drawing on deep well of common mythological understanding. Objects you use daily carry associations accumulated through long use and traditional significance. Tools aren't just implements, but partners in work, deserving care and respect learned through generations who understood proper relationship between worker and equipment. This attitude transforms ordinary objects into meaningful presences, enriching daily life with layers of symbolic significance. Meals continue providing occasions for gathering and sharing, maintaining social bonds through simple practice of eating together. The customs you follow at table aren't burdensome formalities but comfortable habits, ways of making meals civilized and pleasant. These practices persist because they genuinely enhance experience, making eating more than mere refueling. Evening routines close each day with reliable patterns that create satisfying sense of completion. You follow these customs without analysing them, but their effect is real, helping you transition from day's activity to night's rest with ease born of long practice. This smooth transition reflects traditional wisdom about the importance of rhythmic alternation between engagement and withdrawal. Your home represents accumulated decisions shaped by traditional preferences, the way you've arranged space, chosen objects, maintained standards of order and cleanliness, all reflect inherited understanding of how domestic life should be organised. Your dwelling isn't just shelter, but expression of cultural values passed through generations. Community gatherings maintain connection between neighbours, creating occasions for shared experience that strengthen social fabric. The festivals and celebrations you observe together follow traditional patterns while remaining alive and meaningful, adapted as needed to serve present community while honouring past practice. Language carries mythology in sayings, phrases and associations so integrated into speech they feel natural rather than borrowed. You express complex ideas through brief references to known stories, communicate values through proverbs rooted in legendary examples, create shared understanding through common symbolic vocabulary. Your understanding of time reflects mythological frameworks that organise cycles and patterns. Days, weeks, months, seasons, years all carry meanings beyond mere chronology. Significance derived from stories that characterise these divisions as important rather than arbitrary. This enriched sense of time makes life feel more meaningful, connected to larger patterns beyond individual experience. Respect for tradition doesn't mean rigidity, but rather appreciation for wisdom accumulated over time. You follow inherited practices not from blind obedience, but from recognition that methods preserved through countless generations have proven their value. This respect coexists with practical flexibility, allowing adaptation when circumstances require, while maintaining core patterns that continue serving their purposes well. The mythology that shapes your life persists not through religious devotion or formal study, but through complete integration into ordinary practice. Every action you take carries traces of ancient stories. Every custom you observe maintains connections to legendary origins. This thorough embedding ensures mythology's survival across generations, without requiring conscious preservation efforts. Your satisfaction with daily life reflects this rich foundation. The patterns you follow provide structure without constraint, meaning without burden, connection without obligation. You live within frameworks established by countless others before you, frameworks that continue serving their purpose of making life comprehensible, manageable, and meaningful. As you settle into evening, you're participating in rhythms as old as human community itself. The comfort you feel stems partly from physical rest, but also from the deeper satisfaction of living aligned with traditional wisdom, of participating in patterns that connect you to past generations and prepare you to pass these same gifts forward to those who follow. Tonight, as darkness settles and your home grows quiet, you rest in the knowledge that tomorrow will follow familiar patterns, that seasons will continue their reliable progression, that community will gather at appointed times, that stories will persist in subtle references and gentle reminders. This continuity creates profound security, the sense that you're part of something larger and more enduring than individual life. Your breathing deepens as sleep approaches, your body trusting the darkness because tradition has made night comfortable. The customs you follow today connect you to countless others who live similarly, guided by the same mythological wisdom that shapes your choices without requiring constant awareness. As you drift toward rest, these ancient patterns continue their quiet work, sustaining you through darkness and preparing tomorrow's renewal. Morpheus rarely stands in the spotlight when people discuss Greek mythology, overshadowed by the grand Olympians who wield thunder and seas in their command. Yet, in ancient stories whispered around flickering lamps, Morpheus played a pivotal role in bridging mortals and gods through the subtle realm of sleep. He was neither a warrior nor a master of loud proclamations. Instead, he chose the gentle approach, weaving illusions, shaping dream landscapes, and occasionally planting cryptic messages that could alter the course of entire kingdoms. To understand Morpheus, one must first step back and recognise how the Greeks viewed the pantheon. They revered sky gods, underworld deities, nymphs of the forests and rivers, and lesser-known creatures who existed in the half-light of mortal awareness. Morpheus belonged to this latter category, operating in spaces easily overlooked by the mortal eyes. Where lightning bolts lit up the cosmos, Morpheus lit up the inner mind. His was the quiet magic of unspoken revelations. He was typically described as the son of Hypnos, the personification of sleep, whose children were called the Oniroi, or dreams. Yet Morpheus stood out even among his siblings. He had a unique talent, the ability to shift shapes and appear to dreamers in whatever form best conveyed the gods' messages. Some tales characterized him as an ethereal being, pale, silent, and drifting through moonlit corridors, while others claimed he was a shapeshifter who took on human guises so convincingly that dreamers seldom realized they were asleep. In either depiction, he was seldom menacing. There was no need to frighten mortals into submission. A carefully placed dream could do more to guide or warn than thunderous commands from on high. Morpheus occupied a pivotal position at the intersection of cosmic power and human fragility. Since ancient times, people have wrestled with the enigma of dreams. Are they mere figments of one's imagination? Or do they carry coded messages from beyond mortal perception? The Greeks, with their flair for blending superstition and storytelling, believed that certain dreams could indeed foretell the future or reveal divine will. For such dreams to occur, though, there had to be an intermediary, someone who shaped the dream into a symbolic narrative. Morpheus stepped into that role with an artistry that rivaled the muses themselves. He was not a mere messenger. The deeper mythic threads paint him as a curator of experience, someone who wove together a dream's characters, locations, and moods. He chose which relatives you might see, which long-lost lovers reappeared to stir your soul, which undiscovered realms you'd traverse. If the gods wanted a king to spare a village or redirect an army, Morpheus could craft a night vision so convincing that the recipient woke up resolute in a new plan. When the pantheon wanted to remain secret, Morpheus could deliver an enigma, a riddle wrapped in dream logic that only the clever or desperate would decipher. Yet for all this influence, Morpheus is largely absent from the boisterous epics of Homer or the grand tragedies performed in Athens. You won't find him leaping into battlefield scenes or presiding over mead-soaked banquets on Mount Olympus. His domain lay in the stillness of late-night darkness, unnoticed by the wide awake. No chorus sang loud odes to him, but behind the scenes, he shaped destinies as surely as any decree from Zeus. That subtlety attracted a certain reverence among those who paid attention. Mystics, seers, and even oracles at Delphi sometimes acknowledged him as a hidden ally. They believed that whereas Apollo declared truths in broad daylight, Morpheus gently revealed them under the cloak of sleep. These characteristics made him neither a rival nor a subordinate, but rather another facet of divine revelation. To them, Morpheus represented the possibility that truth need not be shouted from temple steps. It could be softly breathed into the deepest recesses of human consciousness. In later centuries, references to Morpheus drifted into Roman thought, courtesy of the poet Ovid, who famously described him as the most gifted of the dreambringers. He was singled out for his ability to mimic any mortal form. This skill, so modest on the surface, hints at the potent capacity to influence not just thoughts, but emotions, a subtlety that immortals rarely mastered. Thus begins the history of Morpheus, a quiet god, half forgotten in popular retellings, but deeply felt whenever dreams unfold. He represents the art of subtle persuasion and the comfort of illusions, a figure whose real power emerges when eyes close and the ordinary senses drift into shadow. To appreciate Morpheus fully, we must understand the lineage that placed him at the nexus of sleep and dreams. In the primordial chaos of Greek mythology, enormous powers battled for supremacy, shaping the universe as they saw fit. Among these entities was Nyx, the personification of night, whose dark cloak stretched across creation. From her came Hypnos, the embodiment of sleep. While Nyx enveloped the world in darkness, Hypnos guided all living things to rest. For a mortal, sleep represented a nightly surrender, an act of trust in forces beyond conscious control. Hypnos dwelled in a silent abode rumoured to be near the shores of the river Lethe in the underworld. The stories describe it as a landscape untouched by sun or moon, draped in eternal twilight, with only the hush of the distant waters echoing through the halls. Within this realm, Hypnos presided over the Oneiroi, a whole family of dream spirits who ventured out each night through a pair of gates, one made of horn, the other of ivory, to bring dreams to mortals. The horn gate delivered true visions, while the ivory gate offered deceptive dreams. This distinction underscored the Greeks' conviction that not all dreams were created equal. Among these Oneiroi, Morpheus stood apart. His name itself conveyed a sense of shaping or forming, as if he acted as a skilled craftsman, meticulously shaping dreams. Some of his siblings, like Ixlus or Phobator and Phantasos, were in charge of different types of dreams. For example, Icelus was in charge of nightmares involving animals or monsters changing into other forms, and Phantasos could bring inanimate objects and natural elements. Morpheus alone possessed the gift to appear as any human figure, which made him invaluable whenever the gods needed to send a personalised message. He understood the nuances of human emotion, how to bring forth a familiar face to disarm a dreamer, or how to stage a scene that resonated with unspoken fears and desires. Morpheus's relationship with Hypnos was not one of mere subordination. While Hypnos embodied the abstract power of slumber, Morpheus took that raw potential and shaped it into narrative. Father and son thus formed a partnership of calm and creativity. Hypnos paved the path to unconsciousness, while Morpheus populated it with meaning. In a sense, they mirrored the idea that rest could be either empty or transformative. Under Hypnos, the mortal body relaxed. Through Morpheus, the mind roamed landscapes both familiar and surreal. It was said that Morpheus could slip past the notice of the Olympians themselves. In a realm dominated by displays of might, Poseidon's raging seas, Zeus's thunderbolts, Morpheus's power lay in subtlety. Gods might proclaim grand destinies to seers, but Morpheus brought his brand of prophecy, one couched in symbolism and open to interpretation. Any shift in a dream's plot, any cameo by a lost loved one, could spin fate in unforeseen ways. This quiet potential set him apart from other deities known for direct, sometimes violent intervention. In certain esoteric traditions, priests would leave offerings to Hypnos in the Oneiroi when interpreting dreams. Incubation rites took place in dedicated temples, where devotees slept overnight in hopes of receiving a cure or a prophecy from the gods. Morpheus played a starring role in these nighttime visions, sculpting experiences that might heal, warn, or guide, though rarely given the spotlight in epic poetry. His presence was keenly felt by those who sought divine interaction without the spectacle of oracles or the hustle of public ceremonies. Over time, as Greek culture spread and mingled with other civilizations, the concept of Morpheus evolved. In some local myths, he was depicted less as a subordinate to Hypnos, and more as an independent god of illusions, free to intervene or withhold as he saw fit. His fluid boundaries gave him a certain mystique. Mortals who believed in him imagined that their late-night revelations weren't random flickers of the psyche, but carefully tailored messages from a divine guide. Of course, skepticism existed even in ancient times. Not everyone believed in the significance of dreams. Philosophers like Aristotle treated dreams largely as mental byproducts of daily activities. Others dismissed them as illusions that lured people away from rational thought. But for those who embraced the mysterious, Morpheus was a comforting figure, a deity who shaped intangible narratives, either as gentle warnings or sources of unexpected inspiration. In this way, the lineage of Morpheus, the quiet synergy of night, sleep, and dreams, symbolized the Greeks' deep fascination with the unseen dimensions of life. Within the hushed intervals of slumber, it was Morpheus who held the keys to imagination, bridging mortal concerns and divine intentions through a world woven from ephemeral shadows. Unlike gods who clamoured for shrines, Morpheus often arrived uninvited, slipping into mortal minds without ceremony. But references to him do emerge if one sifts through fragmentary texts, second-hand accounts, and the poetic flourishes of authors who found meaning in the dream realm. Among these, the Roman poet Ovid left one of the most detailed portrayals, cementing Morpheus's image as a master shapeshifter. Though Ovid wrote in Latin centuries after Homer, his verses revealed a fascination with the intangible realms of dream, further interweaving Roman and Greek perspectives. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, Morpheus is one of three brothers, each responsible for different aspects of dreaming. But Morpheus receives pride of place as the one who can mimic human forms. When the gods, especially the goddess Iris, needed to slip a message into a mortal's mind, Morpheus would be summoned. He would take on the likeness of a friend, a family member, or a beloved mentor. The subtlety of his craft was its force. He achieved through gentle suggestion what thunderbolts could not. Mortals, awaking from these dreams, often felt compelled to act with a conviction that reason alone rarely mustered. Yet behind this skill lay an irony. Morpheus himself appeared in a few face-to-face encounters with mortals. A shapeshifter by profession, he did not sport a signature visage in the stories. He might show up as an old shepherd or a radiant youth, whichever best carried the god's intent. This anonymity magnified his mystique. Though recognised as a deity, he was simultaneously anyone and no one. Averse to dramatics, Morpheus seemed content to remain overshadowed by more flamboyant gods. Perhaps he recognised that anonymity was power. No one begged him for favours. No armies prayed for his intervention, and no temples were built where worshippers might harangue him with pleas. He did his work quietly and receded into slumber's twilight. That is not to say he lacked humour or emotion. In a few lesser-known stories, bards allude to Morpheus toying with dreamers, weaving in playful illusions. A tired traveller might dream of a lavish banquet only to wake up starving, cursing the false feast. A spurned lover might dream of reconciliation, only to awaken to the sting of reality. Occasionally, these illusions serve to teach lessons, moral messages about humility or gratitude, though they also reveal Morpheus's capacity for whimsy. Even gods, it seems, can entertain themselves with mortal foibles. His domain extended beyond mere illusions, however. Morpheus was said to have some sway over memory, a trait inherited through his lineage from Lethe's waters. While not as comprehensive as Mnemosyne, the titaness of memory, he could stir recollections long buried, bringing past joys or sorrows back into sharp focus during dreams. This occasional stirring of old memories sometimes acted as a catalyst for the mortal decisions. A warrior might remember a childhood promise and thus abandon the battlefield, or a grieving mother might recall the face of her lost child, finding solace or renewed determination upon waking. Crucial to Morpheus's influence was the fact that mortals rarely recognized his presence. They might blame the strangeness of dreams on a bad meal, or consider it a fleeting mood. Few realized that a divine hand had crafted the scenarios unfolding behind their eyelids. Those who did suspect a supernatural cause usually assumed it was a broad gesture from some Olympian, not the specialized artistry of a lesser-known deity. This was Morpheus's hallmark, to shape fates without demanding recognition. In certain Orphic traditions, the mention of Morpheus is accompanied by rituals intended to court beneficial dreams. People might write prayers or incantations, hoping for a vision that clarified a dilemma or revealed hidden truths. These rites were more private than the grand festivals for Demeter or Dionysus. They involved quiet petitions, often performed at bedside altars. A cup of warm drink, a simple token left under a pillow, or an inscription repeated before sleep might invite his favour. If results came, they were ephemeral, a dream that might fade by dawn, leaving behind only an inarticulate sense of guidance. Gradually, as Greek culture gave way to Roman rule, Morpheus's name and role adapted. The Romans had their pantheon, but they also absorbed Greek deities, translating them into Latin forms or merging them with local gods. Morpheus found a place in this cultural tapestry, aided by Ovid's literary gifts. His shapeshifting grew into an enduring metaphor for the power of dreams to challenge the status quo, to give mortal minds a glimpse of possibilities otherwise unreachable. That notion that something intangible could spark real-world change proved resilient. Even after temples crumbled and pantheons lost their worshippers, the idea lingered, quietly echoing whenever humans closed their eyes and wandered into the land of sleep. Beyond myths and poetry, Morpheus's influence took on tangible form in the dream-centric rites practiced in scattered regions of the ancient Mediterranean. Temple incubations, particularly those dedicated to Asclepius, the god of healing, are well documented. Supplicants slept in sanctuaries to receive curative or prophetic dreams. Though the official cult credited Asclepius with these visions, undercurrents of belief suggested that Morpheus or one of his siblings sculpted the dream imagery. In many accounts, dreamers would see Asclepius himself performing a healing act, but behind that divine mask might lurk Morpheus's handiwork, ensuring the dream resonated with the pilgrim's personal needs. Yet this indirect worship was as far as it went for Morpheus. No major city erected a grand temple in his honour. His name does not appear on long lists of civic gods who protected armies or oversaw commerce. In a culture that often prized the dramatic, victorious battles, epic voyages, monstrous confrontations, Morpheus's domain seemed too nebulous for large-scale devotion. Dreams were deeply personal, fleeting experiences not easily shaped into public festivals. This subtle presence, however, lent Morpheus a curious universality. He was accessible to everyone, king or peasant, without the need for elaborate ceremonies. A fisherman dozing by the shore might receive a warning dream about an approaching storm, courtesy of Morpheus. A farmer's child might glimpse a future bride in a fleeting reverie. Although such visions were unpredictable, they reflected a certain democratic aspect of his power. No mortal was too lowly or too exalted to receive a nighttime visitation. Philosophical schools took varied stances on dream deities. The Stoics viewed dreams with skepticism unless they aligned with virtue or reason. The Epicureans dismissed them as mental residue with no supernatural origin. Yet others, including certain Platonists, entertained the possibility that divine agencies influenced the soul during its nocturnal wanderings. Morpheus occupied a liminal space in these debates, neither firmly asserted nor fully denied. The complexity of dream experiences made them resistant to strict categorization, mirroring Morpheus's inherent elusiveness. In the everyday lives of ancient Greeks and Romans, dream interpretation became a small-scale industry. Travelling dream interpreters or local wise women offered readings, attributing cryptic images to messages from gods. Manuals like the Onera Critica by Artemidorus served as compendiums of symbolic meanings. A dream about a serpent might portend betrayal or healing, depending on context. While Morpheus himself rarely got explicit credit, these interpretive practices implicitly acknowledged a shaping force behind dreams. It was possible to feel the subtle touch of a divine hand in every strange or enlightening vision. Meanwhile, dramatists occasionally hinted at Morpheus's presence on stage. In certain tragedies or comedies, characters received revelatory dreams that set the plot in motion. Although playwrights typically invoked the major gods, Zeus, Athena, Apollo, some lines implied that it was a shapeless whisper of the night that delivered the dream. Audiences familiar with mythic lore would quietly attribute that role to Morpheus, even if the script avoided naming him outright. This indirect cameo suited his nature, a cameo in illusions rather than a direct spotlight role. As Roman influence peaked and Greek city-states became provinces within an empire, religious practices evolved. The cults of Isis, Mithras, and other deities from Egypt and Persia began to spread. Mystery religions thrived, promising spiritual experiences that mainstream rites did not provide. In these clandestine settings, where initiates sought personal transformation and glimpses of the afterlife, dreams were valued as a means of direct communication with the divine. Morpheus, though not explicitly worshipped, found renewed significance as a silent collaborator. Participants believed that their revelations during ritual-induced trance or sleep could unveil cosmic secrets, and who better than the gentle craftsman of dreams to facilitate those glimpses? Despite these evolving cultural currents, Morpheus kept his low profile. He neither clashed with up-and-coming deities nor demanded new reverence. Like a cameo actor in an ever-changing theatre, he adapted to shifting religious landscapes by maintaining the same core function. He shaped nightly illusions, passing along whatever message the dreamer needed, whether it was solace, instruction, or warning. Thus, while other gods experienced dramatic transformations or assimilation into new pantheons, Morpheus's essence stayed remarkably stable. His anonymity shielded him from the fortunes and misfortunes that befell gods tied to political power or public devotion. Through countless conquests, cultural fusions, and doctrinal shifts, he remained that discreet presence behind the eyes of sleeping mortals. He needed no marble statue or sacrificial altar, for his temple was the quiet domain of the human mind, a refuge where illusions danced, and destinies could be nudged without the constraints of daylight logic. As the classical world gave way to the Hellenistic era, and then to Roman dominion, Morpheus's relevance persisted in subtler, more eclectic forms. Scholarship in the city of Alexandria produced treatises on the dream interpretation that blended Greek, Egyptian, and even Jewish thought. Hermetic texts invoked the interplay of cosmic forces, sometimes alluding to lesser gods of vision and illusion. While these references seldom name Morpheus directly, they revealed a growing intrigue with the mystical dimensions of sleep. The more people tried to decode their dreams, the more they acknowledged a guiding power behind them. During this period, philosophers like Plotinus delved into the nature of consciousness. They wrestled with questions about the soul's movements during sleep. If the soul journeyed outward or inward, while the body rested, might it encounter spiritual beings or glean higher truths? Such speculation wasn't mainstream, but it held appeal for seekers disillusioned with state-sanctioned cults. Morpheus, while rarely cited, remained the unspoken craftsman of these interior voyages, the silent engineer behind whatever glimpses the soul might catch of a grander cosmic design. Meanwhile, poets, freed from the strict heroic codes of earlier ages, experimented more boldly with dreamscapes. They penned verses where protagonists navigated labyrinthine illusions or encountered fleeting apparitions, offering cryptic guidance. Although literary critics might argue these poems reflected psychological depth rather than divine action, to many readers the boundary was immaterial. Dreams were that liminal zone where mortal thoughts intertwined with supernatural influence. Morpheus, shapeless though he was, presided over that zone like an unacknowledged stage director. In everyday Roman society too, the role of dreams took intriguing turns. Emperors occasionally claimed that certain expansions or decrees were inspired by divine apparitions at night. Augustus himself, recognized for his strategic cunning, was rumoured to pay attention to auspicious or ominous dreams, though officially, he credited major gods like Apollo. Citizens, hearing such stories, might privately wonder if a lesser-known deity like Morpheus had orchestrated these nocturnal briefings. After all, if the god of dreams could sway the mightiest ruler in the world, it underscored his quiet potency. As Christianity began to spread across the empire, attitudes toward pagan deities shifted. Bishops denounced the worship of multiple gods as idolatry, and an ascendant monotheism strove to replace the old pantheon. In this environment, minor figures like Morpheus faded from official discourse. Yet the phenomenon of dream visitation did not vanish. biblical narratives contained their own dream sequences, Joseph interpreting Pharaoh's dreams, the Magi warned in a dream about King Herod. Early Christians recognized that significant messages could be delivered during slumber, though they attributed such interventions to angels or the one god. Morpheus, if mentioned at all, became a quaint relic of pagan folklore. However, among rural populations and within certain esoteric sects, older beliefs persisted in fragments. People might still light a candle and utter a small prayer before bedtime, not necessarily to Morpheus by name, but to the notion of a gentle force that shaped dreams. In personal diaries or in hushed family traditions, references lingered, testaments to how deeply ingrained the idea of a dream-shaping presence was. Over time, Christian mystics sometimes wrote about heavenly illusions or spiritual revelations received in dreams. Though they did not call Morpheus by name, the conceptual overlap was clear, a benevolent entity bridging the gap between mortal minds and higher powers, all while the world lay in darkness. During the waning days of the Roman Empire, barbarian invasions, economic turmoil and social upheaval threw daily life into chaos. Dreams, as always, offered either an escape or an omen. Morpheus might appear in scattered references, half remembered in local folklore or embedded in spells within the syncretic practice of magic. These spells, scribbled on papyrus or scratched into lead tablets, sought to harness dream power for love, revenge or knowledge. In some, the incantation invoked a shape-shifting figure of night, a shadowy being able to emulate any human form. The text might use Greek or Latin synonyms, never explicitly stating Morpheus, but the lineage was clear to those who knew their myths. By the time the Western Roman Empire collapsed in the 5th century CE, the tapestry of old gods had unravelled in public life. Grand temples stood empty, their rituals undone, yet the intangible realm of dreams persisted as a private frontier. Morpheus, whether recognised by name or not, retained his function. As centuries slipped by, he would shape-shift again, receding deeper into cultural memory. In occasional manuscripts or monastic texts, he survived as literary reference, an allegory for illusions or hidden messages that surface when reason comes. The twilight of antiquity thus set the stage for a Middle Ages in which classical gods receded but never vanished entirely. Like seeds buried under layers of history, their legacies lay dormant, waiting to surface when imagination or scholarly curiosity revived them. For Morpheus, all it required was for people to dream, a condition unlikely ever to fade. Explicit references to Morpheus become rare in medieval Europe. The academic class largely occupied itself with textual analysis and theological treatises as Latin Christendom shaped the intellectual and spiritual terrain. If at all mentioned, dreams were explained as the result of divine or demonic powers. Still, the classical corpus never vanished entirely. Though sometimes covertly, copies of Ovid's Metamorphoses were distributed in monasteries due to the church's conflicted view of pagan literature. Morpheus stayed a weird footnote in these books, a name a conscientious monk or a curious researcher would come upon and question. The handful who did study Ovid or other classical texts came onto someone who resisted simple moral classification. Neither was Morpheus a demon, nor did he fit Christian angelology exactly. Instead, he was a crafter of visions, free from ideas of sin or virtue. Sometimes this ambiguity inspired creative interpretations, particularly in the undercurrents of medieval allegory. Some writers suggested that Morpheus might be used to represent the illusions of the world, his form shifting a metaphor for the ephemeral character of worldly concerns. Still, these readings were occult rather than conventional. Greek philosophy was kept alive and developed in the Islamic world, meanwhile. Dream interpretation flourished in that field, thanks in part to customs derived from the hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad, but references to Morpheus, especially, were few. Still, the idea of a shaping dream creature echoed in mystical Sufi teachings, in which glimpses in sleep may transmit spiritual truths. Although the name Morpheus did not travel much in these writings, the agent who creates significant illusions stayed universal. Europe became quite interested in classical antiquity by the Renaissance. A fresh wave of humanism pushed the study of pagan literature. Scholars rediscovered old manuscripts. Artists found inspiration in Greek and Roman mythology. Morpheus revived in this environment. Poets started referring to him more freely, entwining him into allegorical tales about time. Knowledge and love, though their images differed, since the ancients never offered a consistent iconography. Painters occasionally portrayed him as a winged young man or as a delicate presence hanging over a slumbering person. Beyond intellectual and creative circles, Christianity and local mythology concerning dreams nevertheless affected the public imagination. Common people could talk of night hags or guardian angels, entities visited during sleep, but not so much of an ancient Greek dream maker. But at the courts of Europe, where educated courtiers flaunted their classical knowledge, a reference to Morpheus marked the speaker as well versed in old stories, a sophisticated illusion. Sometimes masquerading writers of masks and pageaux personified dreams, calling them Morpheus for a little vintage flair. The printing press helped these illusions to proliferate more quickly. Ovid's translations into common languages brought the clever dream shaper a larger audience. Renaissance writers who loved stacking their works with antique themes grew to favour Morpheus. He represented to them the magical ability of illusions, the tempting attraction of imagination, capable of surpassing the physical world. Trusting the audience's increasing awareness with mythic connections, Shakespeare's contemporaries would call for Morpheus in stage directions or comic asides. Morpheus's nature stayed fluid even with this increasing attention. Unlike Jupiter or Venus, who had well-documented personalities and cults, Morpheus was defined essentially by function. This provided writers of plays and poetry freedom. One author would label him an aloof trickster, while another might write him as a kind mentor. Some works confused him with the whole idea of the dream world and attributed any nighttime vision to the arms of Morpheus. At least among the educated classes, this word even seeped into common parlance, a beautiful way to explain falling asleep and a monument to how completely the god of dreams was entwining with Western consciousness. The Renaissance also inspired fresh interest in sleep and dreams in science and medicine. Unprecedented rigidity in their study of the human body, doctors dissected cadavers to grasp physiology. Still, the character of dreams stayed mysterious. While some suggested dreams were the residue of sensory impressions, others suggested they were brought on by vapours or humours influencing the brain. For these newly arrived empiricists, the legendary concept of Morpheus as a physical dream maker was no more convincing. Still, the metaphor stayed with the writers and speakers. It caught something the scalpels and early microscopes could not. The sensation dreams emerged from somewhere beyond normal experience. So Morpheus lived in several worlds concurrently, as the Renaissance gave way to the early modern era. For academics and artists, he was a classical reference, a person who gave creative works depth and vitality. To the general public, he remained a rather obscure moniker, sporadically mentioned in sentences like summoned by Morpheus, but hardly connected to any active religious practice. And to the rising ranks of scientists, he was a remnant of mythology, interesting, poetic, but inadequate in elucidating the real mechanics of the sleeping mind. This diversity of roles highlighted Morpheus's ongoing adaptability, a shape-shifting presence not only in the dream realm, but also in the cultural scene of a Europe undergoing change. The scientific, political, and religious upheavals of modernity altered people's perceptions of nature. A more mechanical or logical view of human experience was influenced by the Industrial Revolution, the Enlightenment, and later advances in psychology. Instead of being living elements of belief systems, the ancient gods appeared in this context as antiquated artifacts, curiosities for literature, art, or historical research. Despite his subtlety, Morpheus was no different. However, his legacy continued in surprising ways, subtly influencing contemporary cultural expressions and the human mind. The derivation of the drug morphine, which Friedrich Saturner called in the early 19th century after separating its active ingredients from opium, is one such example. By associating the drug's ability to produce sleep and dreamy states with the ancient god of dreams, he decided to honour Morpheus. Morpheus was elevated to a strange position by this scientific acknowledgement. He was no longer only a mythological character, but now had a real link to medicine. Ironically, the idea that Morpheus facilitated altered consciousness, albeit through chemical rather than divine intervention, was supported by morphine's ability to ease pain and induce visions. He was still mentioned in literature, though infrequently. Enthralled with the mystery of dreams and the human imagination, Romantic poets invoked Morpheus as a metaphor of spiritual or creative insight. He appeared in Gothic stories during the Victorian era, occasionally taking the form of a character in dream sequences that made it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fantastical. The power of dream imagery was rediscovered in the 20th century by surrealist painters and fantasy authors who occasionally used Morpheus as a thematic device. Even comic book creators found him to be a fascinating character. Neil Gaiman's The Sandman series, for example, depicted a modern reinterpretation of Morpheus, albeit it was more influenced by modern fantasy than by rigid classical myth. Meanwhile, under the leadership of individuals like Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud, psychology became a recognised field of study. They conducted in-depth research on dreams, examining their symbolic meaning and unconscious function. Jung's idea of archetypes allowed for the recognition of mythic characters as expressions of universal psychological patterns, but Freud rejected direct allusions to dream deities. Despite being infrequently mentioned in clinical discourse, Morpheus personifies some mythological features, such as the shape-shifting messenger who connects the conscious and unconscious domains. Speaking poetically, one could imply that, even if they employ different language. A therapist and a patient are really tiptoeing over Morpheus's territory whenever they engage in dream interpretation. Outside of academics, the phrase "the arms of Morpheus" is still used in casual conversation as a charming way to describe someone who is falling asleep. Morpheus is sometimes used by songwriters as poetic shorthand for illusions or dreamy situations. Characters in plays or movies may joke that they were taken by Morpheus when they are particularly exhausted or have bad dreams. As a result, the god's name endures in popular culture, reflecting a persistent interest in the transitional realm between the fleeting theatre of dreams and the real world. Morpheus was occasionally likened to comparable dream figures in other traditions, gods, spirits or ancestors. Credited with forming nighttime visions, as religious plurality increased and audiences for myths from around the globe expanded. Morpheus has occasionally attracted followers in some New Age and neo-pagan societies, which revive ancient pantheons for individual spirituality. These contemporary practitioners might view him as a lucid dreaming guide, or an ally in creative inquiry, creating a personal bond that somewhat reflects the age-old practice of looking for important dreams. Naturally, such varied revivals do not dominate popular belief, but they highlight Morpheus's versatility throughout history. He continues to serve as evidence of the human need for a go-between for conscious awareness and the innermost parts of the mind. The appeal of a guiding figure endures even at a time when sleep labs and neurology are used to analyse dreams, the subjective landscapes that play out in our minds every night. After all, cannot be completely mapped by any technology. Therefore, Morpheus persists as a cultural shapeshifter. Initially a minor character in Greek mythology, he was crucial in bridging the gap between mortal life and divine aims, while being overshadowed by Olympians. He withstood scientific breakthroughs, religious upheavals, and conquests throughout millennia. He found new homes in literary flair, psychological metaphor, and medical terminology. He now represents that silent, all-encompassing enigma, the dream realm where we face self-revelations, delusions, and reflections of ourselves. Despite being elusive and infrequently worshipped in official ceremonies, Morpheus never fails to arouse our imaginations by serving as a reminder that sleep is more than just a place to rest. It is a doorway, thoughtfully crafted by a being who doesn't require a temple to demonstrate his might. From the vantage of old Macedonia, where elders gathered beneath olive trees to swap hushed lore, the story of Hercules emerged in sparks of disbelief. They whispered about a force that blurred the boundaries between the mortal and divine realms. This child, born in modest Tiryns, possessed an unsettling gift. Feats of strength performed so calmly that some wondered if the gods had quietly laid a blessing or a curse at his feet. Tiryns was a farming community framed by rocky hills and cloud-strewn skies, a place defined by the routine labour and rigid social caution. The boy's first display of uncanny power was witnessed by a shepherd. With a single tug, he reined in an ox known to drag grown men like ragdolls. It wasn't the show of force itself that troubled onlookers. It was the eerie silence with which he did it, as though testing a boundary rather than revelling in might. Soon, neighbours recalled other oddities, doors unhinged by a careless push, footprints left in stone, and animals that yielded to his hand without resistance. Though some saw him as Tiryns' protector in training, others felt uneasy. Mortals were fragile beings. Gifts of such magnitude often drew divine ire. Hercules, for his part, behaved like any curious youth, combing riverbanks for turtles or carving shapes into the soft rock. Yet beneath each childlike pastime lurked an awareness of difference. He sensed that the world around him fit like a shirt one size too small, familiar but constricting. A single miscalculation could fracture relationships or destroy trust. As he neared 15, rumours of unnatural predators swept across the farmland. Shepherds muttered of wolves the size of ponies, with eyes lit by feral intelligence. The local militia dared not test the truth of those claims, leaving the fields in a state of hush. Hercules, compelled by equal parts curiosity and duty, gathered a simple spear and ventured into the pine forests alone. For 3 nights, the darkness swallowed him. On the 4th dawn, he reappeared at the village edge, clothes torn, blood running down his arms. Yet he carried no trophy, only the quiet certainty that the threat was gone. Word of his deeds spread through travellers' wagons and along shepherds' routes, echoing into lands beyond. It was said that the monstrous wolves vanished as swiftly as they had come. In the villagers' eyes, such might have signalled a guardian, or even a chosen instrument of the gods. Soon they built humble altars to honour him. They offered tiny bowls of grain and small cups of wine as offerings to the boy who had ensured their nights. Hercules accepted none of it openly. He would pause at those altars, gaze at them in faint puzzlement, then slip away. Inside him, a tug of longing clashed with the weight of expectation. He cherished the farmland's rhythms, morning light over tilled earth, the lull of cicadas in the summer. Yet each casual greeting now carried a jolt of awe, and every dirt path he roamed felt narrower, as though funneling him towards some vast unseen road. Occasionally, he stole into the hills to commune with nature's raw pulse, pressing his broad hands against boulders as though listening for whispered secrets of stone. Tiryns was never the seat of sophistication, unlike Athens or Thebes. It lacked gilded temples and philosophical gatherings. In a way, the simplicity of Tiryns allowed Hercules to flourish without being overwhelmed by rumours. People accepted him, half wary, half hopeful, because they needed him. He held back storms that might devour them in a single gulp. He soon learned of a summons from King Eurystheus of Mycenae, a monarch who demanded fealty and recognised the usefulness of a mortal wielding near-divine might. Friends warned him of palace politics. Even the local priest, stooped with age, cautioned that power-hungry rulers often feed on legends until there is little left of the legend itself. However, Hercules sensed an unspoken reminder that a simple shepherd's life would never be his. Gathering sparse belongings, he took one last look at the farmland, the lopsided fences, the distant bleating of goats that once filled his childhood mornings. Then, as dawn's first gleam touched the horizon, he set out for Mycenae. Those who witnessed his departure claimed a hush fell upon Tiryns, like the land itself held its breath, waiting. The path he walked would lead to triumph and sorrow, forging a destiny both luminous and shattering. In his heart, Hercules hoped to find a way back to quiet fields someday, but deep down, he suspected the gods had other plans entirely. The road to Mycenae stretched through rolling plains dotted with olive groves and jagged hillsides. Hercules travelled quietly, observing the land more than pondering the future. Yet he couldn't ignore the murmur that followed him, a hum of anticipation carried by traders, roadside shepherds, and vagrant bards. Upon arrival at the fortified city, he faced a spectacle: drummers at the gates, banners hoisted high, and crowds craning to see if a rumour exceeded reality. King Eurystheus' palace gleamed atop a rise of white stone. Once inside, Hercules found himself before a ruler whose thin lips twitched at each mention of his name. Despite grandiose surroundings, Eurystheus exuded an air of self-importance, undermined by a hint of anxiety. In the hushed court, courtiers eyed Hercules with an odd mix of curiosity and caution. They had heard the rumours of unstoppable strength. Now they assessed the man himself, broad-shouldered, wind-beaten, eyes calm as still water. Eurystheus wasted no time. "Word of your deeds has travelled far," he said, feigning warmth. "To prove your loyalty, you shall fulfil labours for the glory of Mycenae. And the gods, of course." Applause followed from courtiers, though it felt forced. Hercules bowed, not out of fear, but recognising that refusal would brand him an enemy of a kingdom that seemed both powerful and petty. Besides, he sensed destiny's nudge again. that intangible force hinting these labours might shape his future. His first assignment, the Nemean lion. Villagers near Nemea spoke of a cat the size of a warhorse, its fur impervious to spears or arrows. Eurystheus demanded its pelt as proof. Setting out with minimal supplies, Hercules ventured into a region shadowed by tall grasses and jagged rock. On the second day, he spotted massive paw prints pressed into the soil. Following them, he entered a dank cavern overhung by dripping vines. The lion emerged, its coat shimmering like steel. Arrows snapped against its hide, confirming the rumours. They grappled, the beast roaring with unnatural ferocity while Hercules wrestled in silence, locking powerful arms around the creature's neck. At last, he wrenched it downward, ending its life with a blow that reverberated in his bones. No victory cry escaped his lips, only relief. He skinned the lion with its claws and then draped the pelt over his shoulder. When he returned, Eurystheus balked at the sight of that massive trophy. Commanding the city gates shut, he insisted Hercules remain outside, duties at displaying future conquests from a distance. Thus began a curious ritual. Each time Hercules completed a labour, the king would peer down from the safety of high walls, making excuses to avoid direct contact. The champion, calm in compliance, never argued. He found no pride in forcing an audience. Fulfilling duty was enough. Shortly after, he faced the Lernaean Hydra, a serpent with 9 heads that regrew if cut. Hercules approached the swamp of Lerna, its murky waters stinking of rot. He attacked, but each severed head sprouted 2 more, only with the help of his nephew Iolaus, who cauterized each stump with torchlight. Did Hercules triumph. Lifting the central head, still hissing in death, he returned to Mycenae. The king, peering over parapets, dismissed the victory. "You had help," he sneered, yet the people watching from afar marvelled. Labourers mounted. The Cyrenaian hind, sacred to Artemis, tested his finesse. He chased it for a year across forests and streams before cornering the golden-antlered creature. Rather than slay it, he merely captured and displayed it, then set it free, earning grudging respect from the goddess. He subdued the Erymanthian boar, bringing it back alive. After each feat, Eurystheus found reasons to belittle it. Still, word spread, forging Hercules' name into a legend that outgrew even the king's attempts to contain it. Hercules tasked with cleaning the Augean stables, an impossible mass of filth left for decades. Diverted 2 rivers in a single day, washing away the grime and exposing the stable's owner, Augeas, for his dishonesty. Along the way, the hero recognised these tasks weren't simply chores from a cowardly king, they served as rites of passage. Each labour illuminated facets of responsibility, cunning and mercy. Yet Hercules also sensed a growing gulf between himself and normal life. Day by day, the realm saw him less as a man and more as a living weapon. Behind the feats and rumours loomed an unspoken shadow. Stories hinted he was atoning for a private tragedy caused by a divine curse. He carried that burden silently, forging ahead on a path paved by others' demands. In fulfilling each new labour, Hercules grew ever more certain that his real battle lay within, a test to see whether monstrous foes or guilt from a past soaked in blood would claim him first. Over time, Eurystheus' list of labours seemed an endless well of peril. Some missions exuded a sense of malice, as if the king aimed to eliminate Hercules by challenging him to confront real-life nightmares. Yet it wasn't the magnitude of tasks that hollowed Hercules' spirit. It was the sense that each success fueled the king's resentment. Mycenae now revered a champion who strode in only to drop proof of another victory before vanishing again. At dawn one day, a messenger gasping for breath approached Hercules outside the city walls. A threat lurked by Lake Stymphalus, where ravenous birds terrorized farmers. Their iron-like feathers cut flesh, and the beating of their wings filled the sky with a menacing clang. Stymphalian birds were rumoured to be spawn of an ancient curse, feasting on anyone who strayed near the marsh. Eurystheus' decree was terse: exterminate them. Travelling to the lake, Hercules found the marshland choked with tall reeds and stagnant water. At dusk, he glimpsed shadowy shapes perched in twisted trees. Arrows alone wouldn't suffice. For every creature he felled, others scattered into the gloom. Recalling an old tale, he fashioned bronze clappers, forging a racket so loud it startled the flock skyward. As they took flight, he shot them down systematically. Their carcasses drifted into reeds, painting the swamp red under the waning sun. The few that escaped took the legend of this unstoppable archer with them. More labour followed. Fetching the Cretan bull, a massive beast rumoured to breathe fire, brought him face to face with an animal maddened by captivity. Rather than slay it, he subdued it and brought it to Mycenae, only to watch Eurystheus cower behind the gate. Later, capturing the mares of Diomedes required wrestling savage horses bred for violence. Some say Hercules fed Diomedes to his mares in a moment of grim poetic justice, ending their thirst for human flesh. Yet it was an act that left Hercules uneasy. Dispatching a tyrant solved one evil, but the memory haunted him. What lines separated righteous punishment from barbarity? In these wanderings, he discovered people who welcomed him as a living legend, yet recognised his underlying melancholy. Children peered around corners, hoping to see the giant who wrestled monsters. Old men offered wine, praising him as champion of the downtrodden. Occasionally, Hercules paused to help build a wall or fix a broken roof, acts of normalcy that anchored him to everyday life. But the moment always came when a new labour call or a rumour of a monstrous threat demanded his presence. At night, he grappled with nightmares. The unwritten story behind his forced servitude gnawed at him, a rumour that he'd once been driven crazed by Hera's wrath, causing him to commit unspeakable deeds against those he loved. Although few dared mention it aloud, the weight of that guilt never left his eyes. Even the unstoppable Hercules could not outrun sorrow that sprang from within. Eventually, Eurystheus delivered yet another test, to steal the girdle of Hippolyta, queen of the warrior women known as Amazons. In a land beyond the Aegean, Hercules came upon a culture of disciplined fighters who lived independent of typical patriarchal laws. Initially, Hippolyta welcomed dialogue, impressed by rumours of a hero who balanced power with compassion. She considered granting him the girdle as a diplomatic gesture, but Hera, ever meddlesome, spread deceit among the Amazons, whispering that Hercules planned to abduct their queen. In the ensuing chaos, swords clashed, alliances shattered, and Hippolyta fell. Dying, she handed the girdle to Hercules, her expression etched with betrayal and sorrow. He departed with the prize, cursing the gods who twisted every peaceful solution into conflict. This pattern of tragedy bled across each mission. The more he accomplished, the less solace he found. The blame was easily laid at Eurystheus' feet, but Hercules understood that the seeds of discord came from the gods themselves, and from his heart, burdened by regrets. No monstrous hydra or invulnerable lion caused him as much pain as the memories he couldn't erase. Each labour, though celebrated by others, felt like an extension of penance. Still Hercules pressed on, partially out of duty and partially from an instinct that stopping might let darker forces run rampant. He was no politician, no orator, but people believed in him, and in their belief, he found a reason to shoulder his tortured past. So he continued, forging alliances with honest souls, meeting cunning foes in remote lands, and slaying nightmares so ordinary folk could rest at night. Through scorching deserts and perilous seas, Hercules roamed like a wandering guardian. His reputation derived more from his deeds than his words. Even so, a question circled endlessly in his mind. Would saving the world ever wash away the blood on his conscience, or was he doomed to carry his haunted legacy until the end? As the labours approached their conclusion, Hercules observed a change in the political landscape. Mycenae's commoners adored him, weaving new songs about his might, but the court seethed with jealousy. King Eurystheus, cornered by his decree, pressed onward with increasingly brazen demands. He ordered Hercules to journey to the far edges of the known world. Some suspected the king hoped the hero would never return, sparing him the embarrassment of living in another man's shadow. A test soon arrived in the form of the cattle of Geryon, the creature Geryon, rumoured to have 3 bodies fused into one, reigned over a sun-scorched land beyond the pillars marking the westernmost boundary of mortal travel. The prize, a herd of crimson cattle prized by gods and kings alike. Hercules set off, crossing mountain passes, scorching deserts, and nameless seas. He famously split a landmass to create a strait, some said in a moment of frustration, others as a statement of power, raising what would later be called the Pillars of Hercules. He eventually arrived at Geryon's domain, where a monstrous hound guarded the cattle. Battling Geryon demanded strategy, for each torso wielded a different weapon. Hercules exploited the confusion, striking while the giant struggled to coordinate his three minds. With Geryon slain, he herded the cattle through hostile territories, clashing with thieves and hostile kings along the way. His triumphant return to Mycenae, driving those surreal red-hided animals, caused a stir of both admiration and dread. Yet Eurystheus welcomed him only from a safe distance. Soldiers corralled the cattle, sacrificing many on Eurystheus's orders. The more the king tried to belittle Hercules' efforts, the more ordinary citizens hailed the hero as a saviour of the realm. Privately, Hercules remained unmoved by their cheers. Each new conquest carried echoes of moral conflict, as if he were a blade used by manipulative hands. Another monumental feat involved the golden apples of the Hesperides, guarded by a serpent coiled in a hidden orchard. Tales said the apples conferred immortality, though most mortals never reached the far-flung garden. Hercules travelled for months, uncertain if such a place truly existed. Eventually he encountered Atlas, the titan condemned to hold the sky on his shoulders. Seizing an opportunity, Hercules offered to take that cosmic burden temporarily if Atlas would fetch the apples. Atlas retrieved them, but then tried to abandon Hercules, hoping to free himself from eternal torment. Through a cunning ploy, Hercules tricked Atlas into reclaiming the heavens, walking off with the fabled fruit. When he presented the golden apples to Eurystheus, the king had no idea what to do with them. Legend says Athena herself intervened, returning the apples to their rightful place. In that moment, Hercules glimpsed the gods' casual involvement. They toyed with mortal affairs, granting fleeting favours or curses, shaping destinies as one might shuffle coins. He realised that each labour was less about Eurystheus' commands and more about the gods' inscrutable agenda, and his path of atonement. Only one task remained: descending into the underworld to capture Cerberus, the three-headed hound of Hades. This final labour surpassed mortal limits, for no living soul dared approach that dismal realm without invitation. Hercules ventured down the dark corridors of the earth, guided by wailing spirits and the unrelenting pull of cosmic gloom. Before the throne of Hades, he offered to wrestle Cerberus bare-handed if permitted to bring the beast to the surface. The god of the dead consented, more amused than alarmed. Their struggle was fierce. Each of Cerberus's heads snapped and snarled, snake-like tails lashing in fury. Yet the hero subdued the beast, hauling it above ground to Mycenae's gates. When Eurystheus saw the snarling hound of death, he hid, trembling behind his walls. Hercules, mission done, gently returned Cerberus to Hades. With all labours completed, Hercules stood outside Mycenae's walls, eyes on the fortress that had dominated his life. He expected neither thanks nor release, for he understood his service wasn't to Eurystheus but to something deeper. Turning from the city, he felt both emptiness and freedom. He had conquered beasts and braved terrors unknown to mortal men. Now, the question loomed: could he conquer the shadows that clung to his heart? He walked away, the crowds uncertain whether to weep at his departure or celebrate their king's deliverance from jealousy. Quietly, Hercules carried with him the echoes of every monstrous roar, every anguished cry, forging a destiny severed from royal commands but still bound by the gods' inscrutable design. Released from Eurystheus' demands, Hercules drifted. Some claimed he roamed until he found a remote valley, building a modest home beside a sparkling brook. There, he tried to cultivate olives and vine crops, as though seeking normalcy. Villagers in the vicinity grew accustomed to spotting a giant figure mending fences or hauling timber. For the first time, he blended into daily life, if only briefly. Yet tranquility proved elusive. Strangers arrived, testing the legend. Some wanted to measure strength against the famed demigod, brandishing swords or arrogant boasts. Others offered alliances steeped in hidden agendas. Hercules repelled them, but each confrontation frayed the delicate peace. Rumours circulated about a new champion who might best him, and with each rumour came another challenger. Tiring of this drama, Hercules took to the road, relinquishing the valley to preserve its calm. He wandered from city to city, forging a reputation as a roving problem solver. In Attica, he drove away raiders who preyed on vulnerable farms. In Aetolia, he mediated disputes among tribal leaders too proud to seek peace themselves. Some towns offered him gold or titles, but he refused, yearning for something intangible that mortal wealth couldn't provide. Whispers of his identity preceded him. Children recited his labours as bedtime stories. Local bars named beverages after him, and travelling minstrels twisted details for dramatic flair. Along the way, Hercules encountered Deianira, a woman said to possess both keen intellect and resolute compassion. She saw through the aura of legend, urging him to confront the guilt that shadowed him. Her strength of spirit matched his physical might, and their bond blossomed into love. For a while, he believed he might carve out a life of shared purpose, perhaps leading a small settlement or teaching others to defend themselves without tyranny. They married, weaving fresh hopes into days that felt gentler, yet the old cycles returned. One evening, while travelling together, they encountered the centaur Nessus at a river crossing. Nessus offered to ferry Deianira across the water, but partway he revealed his intent to abduct her. Hercules, swift to act, let an arrow fly, its tip laced with hydra poison. The wounded centaur collapsed, blood soaking the shore. In his final breaths, he whispered deceit to Deianira. Should she ever fear losing Hercules' love, a garment stained with his blood would bind him to her. Moved by desperation, she gathered some of that blood, too distraught to see the trap. Life continued. Hercules continued to be a wandering force, with Deianira either by his side or anxiously waiting at home. Over time, she worried about rumours of his infidelity. Travelling the world exposed him to temptations, and his legend drew admirers of every stripe. In a moment of fragile insecurity, she recalled Nessus's final words. She treated a robe with the centaur's blood, believing it a charm that would secure Hercules' devotion. When Hercules donned it, the old poison ignited like living fire, adhering to his flesh. He tore at the fabric, but the agony only worsened, ripping his skin away. Realizing the horrifying betrayal, he raged in confusion, not knowing the entire truth of why the robe burned him alive. Faced with the insurmountable pain, he sensed no earthly remedy could quell it. Deianira, horrified by what she had caused, either fled or took her life. Accounts differ. Hercules, in his torment, built a funeral pyre on Mount Weta. Step by tortured step, he climbed, each footfall echoing the weights he'd carried all his life. Guilt, duty, heartbreak. He stretched himself upon the wood, begging for an end to his suffering. Flames were lit, devouring mortal flesh that once battled monsters and kings. Smoke curled toward the sky, bearing the essence of a hero who had saved entire realms yet failed to escape divine cunning and human frailty. Some say that in those final moments, Zeus intervened, lifting his son's immortal spirit to Olympus. Others claim Hercules simply became ash, the price of mixing superhuman deeds with all too human vulnerabilities. Wherever the truth lies, the legendary champion's last mortal breath vanished in male, fulfilling a destiny shaped by both triumph and agony. Even the wind seemed to pause in reverence, as though acknowledging that no beast or king had ever broken him as completely as love and betrayal. Hercules' end on Mount Weta thundered through the Greek world like a mournful lament. Those who'd admired him as a liberator stood in stunned silence, while others who had envied him spoke in hushed voices were the cruel caprice of fate. Priests in local temples offered contradictory explanations. Some insisted his spirit rose to the heavens, others deemed it just another tragic demise, albeit of an extraordinary mortal. In the weeks that followed, altars across the Aegean bore solemn offerings in his memory. Drips of wine, handfuls of grain, even small wood carvings depicting a lion's pelt or a hefty club. Ordinary folk struggled to reconcile the downfall of a figure who had bested lions, hydras, and giants. How could such a champion succumb to something as simple, yet devastating, as poisoned fabric? For many, it confirmed that no one, not even a demigod, was immune to the brutal interplay of divine grudges and human failings. At Mycenae, King Eurystheus' court reportedly watched the news unfold with uneasy satisfaction. Though the king had long resented Hercules, learning of his agonizing death offered no genuine relief, only a hollow sense that the realm's most potent shield was gone. Some whispered that if a champion like Hercules could be vanquished, perhaps the gods would turn a harsher eye on lesser mortals. Fear lingered in the corridors of their power. as though Hercules' fiery end had shifted the cosmic balance in unpredictable ways. Stories multiplied, as tales do. Certain bards favoured the uplifting version. Zeus, recognising his son's heroism, welcomed him among the immortals. They spun visions of Hercules seated on Olympus, sipping ambrosia in the presence of swirling constellations. Others told the bleaker side, that the flames consumed not just his body, but every vestige of his once glorious spirit, scattering him into oblivion. Across the seas, foreign scribes embellished details, turning him into a half-legendary king in lands he never visited, or crediting him with feats he never performed. Amid these tales, Deianira's part in the tragedy sparked endless debate. Some portrayed her as a naive victim of Nessus's deception. Others painted her as a jealous spouse who rashly destroyed what she claimed to love. Still others insisted the real blame lay with the gods. To many listeners, it hardly mattered. Heartbreak had been the final monster Hercules couldn't defeat. Curiously, in small villages scattered near the sites of his labours, Hercules' memory retained a more grounded quality. In these pockets, older farmers recalled how he once repaired a broken dike or rescued a lost child in the midst of a colossal quest. Children heard bedtime stories of a giant who was kind enough to share bread with travellers in need. Here, the heroic feats remained awe-inspiring, but so did the everyday decency he displayed. Over time, that dichotomy, colossal strength paired with unfeigned humility, became the tapestry of his legend. Rulers from other city-states, seeing the potency of Hercules' name, erected shrines dedicated to him as a protective spirit. They wanted travellers to believe their territory enjoyed the hero's blessing. In some cities, small festivals arose, featuring contests of strength reminiscent of his fabled deeds. However, a whisper of caution permeated every public commemoration. Hercules had conquered monstrous beasts and overcome impossible tasks, yet a subtle sting from the mortal realm had undone him. Might alone could not outmaneuver fate or quell the complexities of love. For those who once knew him personally, warriors like Iolaus or local chiefs grateful for his help, his absence left an ache beyond description. They recalled the quiet convictions that guided him, the guilt that shadowed his eyes after each impossible feat. His final torment seemed a cosmic injustice, yet also a stark reminder that the line between divine and human was never clean. Hercules had walked that line throughout his life, wrestling monstrous forms on behalf of the powerless, while an invisible war of deities raged overhead. Over decades, recollections softened. Younger generations heard only the grand arcs, the Nemean lion, the Hydra, the unstoppable hero. Details of heartbreak and moral doubt vanished in the retellings, replaced by carved statues brandishing clubs or wearing lion skins. Yet in rare corners of Greece, the full story was preserved by those who had reason to remember. A titan among men who was neither wholly god nor entirely mortal, undone at last by the same vulnerabilities he had once tried to transcend. Thus, Hercules' flame burned on in the minds of those who found resonance in his struggles, even long after the funeral pyre's embers cooled to ash. Time and distance transformed Hercules from a man into a myth. Greek cities grew, allied and warred. New heroes rose and fell in the retelling of old stories. His name emerged as a beacon of impossible feats. Philosophers invoked him as a parable, some praising perseverance, others warning against arrogance. In remote villages, older generations passed down more intimate accounts. How a colossal figure once mended a roof before chasing off marauders, or how he accepted a bowl of wine on a cold night without flaunting his stature. As the classical era gave way to Roman ascendancy, Hercules evolved into a Roman emblem. Soldiers prayed to Hercules Invictus, equating him with conquest and unrelenting will. Statues proliferated, from grand marble works in the Forum to tiny household shrines. Emperors, hungry for legitimacy, wrapped themselves in the demigod's imagery, hoping some shred of that timeless prowess might cloak their human frailties. However, the bragging about strength often overshadowed the deeper nuances of Hercules' trials. Centuries later, medieval scholars wrestled with pagan legacy, attempting to blend ancient myths into Christian frameworks. Hercules became a cautionary figure, powerful yet undone by sin and trickery. In the Renaissance, artists seized upon his heroic silhouette. Palaces displayed frescoes of him wrestling lions or heaving mountainsides. highlighting the human form in dynamic glory. Playwrights toyed with his persona, sometimes as tragic hero, sometimes as comedic foil, each era reinterpreting him anew. Despite these cultural metamorphoses, echoes of his true complexity endured. In certain monastic libraries, meticulous scribes noted lesser-known episodes, the moral agony behind his labours, the heartbreak that ended his mortal story, and the persistent question of whether he ever truly found peace. For some, he embodied the tragedy of a life shaped by the divine lineage yet rooted in mortal limitations. For others, he served as a beacon of aspiration, proof that mortal will could confront even the gods' designs and sometimes triumph. Beyond texts and statuary, Hercules lived on in the intangible realm of folk memory. Fishermen off distant coasts recited short prayers to him before braving storms, as if the old guardian might still shield them from the sea's wrath. Caravans crossing desert routes invoked his name for safe passage. Parents, uncertain how to quiet a restless child at night, spun lullabies of a gentle giant who once fought off wolves so families could sleep in safety. These understated tributes carried forward the essence of a hero who, despite divine drama, always answered mortal need. For a contemporary observer, perhaps in the middle decades of life, Hercules' tale resonates on several levels. There's the unbridled strength of youth, those unstoppable surges of ambition or optimism. Then there's the gradual intrusion of responsibility, regret, and heartbreak. Middle age can bring reflection, how even the strongest among us wrestle with past mistakes, unfulfilled desires, and the weight of moral compromise. Hercules, with his unstoppable arms and vulnerable heart, mirrors that universal dilemma. Overall, it's the dualities that define him. Saviour and destroyer, victor and victim, demigod and man. He soared above mortal confines yet remained shackled by the god's whims and his own remorse. Scholars today still debate the meaning of his final act. Was the funeral pyre a mere surrender to agony, or a deliberate transcendence of mortal bounds? Did the smoke carry him to Olympus, or was it a symbolic final note to the ballad of an exhausted hero? Some epilogues insist he found a measure of immortality, a seat among the pantheon, a cosmic nod to the labours he performed in the service of humanity and divine prerogative. Others claim his spirit roams the mortal realm, occasionally glimpsed in moments of dire need. Most accept that the ultimate truth, like so many ancient tales, remains wrapped in shifting layers of interpretation. And so Hercules remains, a fixture in the collective psyche. He stands for more than might alone. He stands for the cost of greatness, the fleeting nature of redemption, and the fragile boundary that separates gods from men. Whether chiselled in marble or accounted in a village tavern, his legend endures. He is the champion forever, forging new legends, even centuries after his final breath. In that sense, Hercules lives on wherever human hearts still strive, endure, and grapple with the powers, divine or earthly, that shape our destinies.